and we are conducting the roundtable virtually and streaming on the DC Council's website and YouTube at CM Brooke Pinto. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and the chairwoman of the committee. The Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety has oversight responsibility for matters affecting the district courts, criminal law, procedure and justice, public safety, including policing, violence prevention and intervention, and civilian police oversight, access to justice, including victim services and justice grants, fire and emergency medical services, and the district's 911 and 311 services, forensic science, fatality review, and medical examinations, homeland security and emergency response, adult and youth corrections, family law, probate and estates, child support, and women's and gender policy. Today, the committee will continue with our hearings and review of the mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan. We will discuss the proposed budgets for the following agencies. First, the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. Second, the Office of Police Complaints. And third, the Metropolitan Police Department. We will hear first from the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, or HSEMA. HSEMA's mission is to manage the planning and coordination of the district's emergency response efforts and to ensure the district is prepared to prevent, protect against, respond to, mitigate, and recover from all threats and hazards, whether natural or man-made. HSEMA works towards this mission by developing emergency preparedness plans and procedures in coordination with district agencies, service providers, and private businesses, by maintaining ongoing situational awareness and by disseminating public safety information, alerts, and warnings to district residents. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget allocates approximately $187 million for HSEMA, representing a 1.4% decrease from last year. Notably, the vast majority of HSEMA's budget comes from federal grants, around $181 million. We'll then turn to the budget for the Office of Police Complaints. The office was created to offer an independent system of review of citizens against police officers in the district. OPC investigates, mediates, and adjudicates complaints against MPD officers, as well as the DC Housing Authority Police Department, DCHAPD. OPC also makes policy recommendations to the council, the mayor, and MPD, and DCHAPD to ensure our police departments are employing best practices that enhance public safety and promote trust within the communities they serve. The mayor's proposed fiscal year 2024 budget allocates approximately $3 million for OPC, which represents a 4.1% increase from fiscal year 2023. We'll conclude today by hearing from the Metropolitan Police Department, or MPD. MPD is the district's primary law enforcement agency. The mayor's fiscal year 2024 budget includes a $516 million for MPD, which represents a roughly 2% decrease from fiscal year 2023. And let me just pause to unpack that a little bit here for folks with questions. So MPD's budget has obviously been the source of a lot of disagreements over the last 3 years. And I know some people will be frustrated by what looks like a budget cut to our police department at a time when people are frustrated and concerned about crime. And I've been clear that I think that we need to have more police patrolling our neighborhoods, and that I'll support measures that increase the number of good officers. But this budget proposal is a reflection of a very tough reality this year. It's a difficult hiring environment for MPD right now. We're in a tight labor market, and policing is not the most attractive line of work for as many folks as it used to be. We're seeing these trends across the country, and we'll continue to work with Chief Conte to ensure that he has enough positions funded and available to him that he can hire for. Having said that, I'm also very interested in working with the mayor to identify new innovative strategies that we can use to increase the number of officers we have in our city. I'm particularly interested in building on our success with the cadet program, which creates job opportunities for kids who've grown up in the district and leads to better policing since it builds up the number of officers who live in the communities that they're responsible for protecting. I'm also interested in continuing to look at ways we can compete with other nearby jurisdictions to hire good officers laterally, both from neighboring states and their forces, and also from federal public safety agencies and private security. Of course, when possible, we want to couple that with programs like MPD's Housing Assistance Program to ensure those officers can also live in the district. Finally, aside from budget policies, I want to look at ways to make sure that the district is a place where officers feel valued and respected. Many of the police accountability measures the council has adopted in recent years have been necessary and important, and many of those are supported by MPD. But some of these measures, like making records of minor infractions like showing up late to work or misplacing a device, do little to protect the public and might make officers feel like they're presumed to be wrongdoers. We should be looking for a happy medium where officers are held accountable without being unfairly vilified. The reality here is, though, that all of these measures are going to take time, and as frustrating that is for me and for others, I do hope that folks recognize the importance of not lowering our standards and making sure that we have good and accountable police, and that they recognize that we're doing what we can to improve the situation and build our pipeline for our department. I will continue this effort in partnership with the agencies before us today, and with the mayor and my colleagues, and with the community. So with that, we will turn to our first agency on the agenda, the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. We have no public witnesses signed up to testify, so I will now call our first government witness, Chris Rodriguez, who's Director of HCMA. Welcome, Director. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if you could take yourself off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have.
Well, thank you very much, Chairwoman Pinto, and members of your staff and the staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. Thank you for inviting me here today to testify on the proposed budget for the upcoming fiscal year. My name is Dr. Christopher Rodriguez, and I am the Director of the District of Columbia's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. I also have here in the room with me members of my finance team, as well as our AFO from OCFO, Mr. John Nitz. Again, as I mentioned, our CAO, Adrienne Gill, members of her team as well. Last week, Mayor Bowser presented the fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan to the council. And this $19.7 billion plan makes necessary investments in public safety, resilience, violence interruption, and more to improve the lives of district residents. As you mentioned, Chairwoman, our agency is responsible for ensuring that district agencies, businesses, and residents are prepared for all threats and hazards, including storms, civil unrest, pandemic, supply chain interruptions, and more. We also manage coordination among agencies and with the public during planned and unplanned events. And our Fusion Center coordinates intelligence locally, regionally, and nationally to enhance our planning and preparedness posture. The mayor's FY24 gross operating budget for HCMA is over $187 million. It's important to note that most of the budget, nearly 97%, it comes from federal grants. And out of that federally funded budget, about 16% of those grants fund agency operations. The remainder goes to eligible subrecipients in accordance with our federal designation as the State Administrative Agency, or SAA, for a variety of Homeland Security grants that also are awarded to neighboring jurisdictions in the National Capital Region in Maryland and Virginia. The remaining amount comprises local funds, which serve to meet our federal grant match requirements. We are confident that the mayor's budget that she's put forward will allow our agencies to fulfill our mission, and we have been successful in leveraging federal competitive and formula grants to supplement our limited local funds. Through the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, HCMA, as I mentioned, serves as the SAA for numerous federal grants, the largest one of which is the National Capital Region's Homeland Security Grant Program. We've also managed the FEMA Disaster Public Assistance Grant for the COVID-19 pandemic that was initially awarded in FY20. Our team has assisted other district agencies and eligible nonprofit applicants to successfully secure reimbursements totaling almost $1 billion over the course of the pandemic. All of those funds have gone back into the district's coffers in order to continue our response. These funds have reimbursed the costs incurred to provide emergency protective measures, including facility cleaning, PPE, testing, public information, and safe facility reopening and operations, including in our schools. We also plan to start renovations of our existing headquarters building, which I'm in right now, adjacent to the St. Elizabeth's campus next fiscal year. This project will be funded by a combination of local capital funds and FEMA grants. And during construction, our new District of Columbia Emergency Operations Center, which you attended the ribbon cutting for a few weeks ago, will serve as swing space for the remaining bureaus and staff of our agency. New this year, the mayor's budget also includes for HCMA and FTEs to support our programs for people with disabilities. Our residents and visitors with access and functional needs are among the most vulnerable during a disaster, and funding this position with local funds illustrates the district's commitment to these populations. This spring, we will host the FEMA Region 3 Disability Summit as we seek additional ways to improve community resilience for vulnerable populations. Last fiscal year, we also added a full-time equity, diversity, and inclusion officer to improve our agency's internal and external focus on historically marginalized and at-risk communities. This is a top priority for our agency and for me, and we will continue to expand these programs in the coming year with our FY24 funding. The important work our team does has always relied on strong partnerships with other district agencies and regional partners. We look forward to continued collaboration to fulfill the priorities identified in our recent plans, such as the Resilient DC and Community Risk Assessment. Plans led by other agencies such as DDOT's Move DC, DOEE's Climate Ready DC, and DPR's Ready to Play, among others, also include multiple FY24 funded projects we will be involved with. Of course, none of this work would be possible without the amazing effort of our team here at HCMA, including our external affairs teams. I mentioned our CAO and our finance team, our legislative team. The past few years, as we know, have been busier than ever in our history, certainly for this agency and for our city. And in addition to completing our regular tasks and work, we have also activated the citywide Emergency Operations Center more than 20 times a year on average, a sharp rise certainly from several years ago and in the years preceding the pandemic. This reflects both increasing complexity and dangers in our world, as well as the trust that Mayor Bowser and others have in our team to successfully manage incident coordination. Finally, I would like to thank the mayor and her budget team for preparing this proposal. We look forward to working with the council and with this committee over the coming weeks to finalize the FY24 budget to fulfill our shared goals of supporting and protecting district residents. This concludes my testimony, Madam Chair, and my staff and I are available to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you so much, Director. And any of your staff who may answer questions, why don't we go ahead and swear them all in now?
Okay.
I'm sure if they're visible, or they can all hear. Are they all in that room with you?
Yes, I have them here. Yes, sorry, the screen won't show like all of them, but they're right to my right and left.
No worries. Okay, I'll read the statement, and if you can all repeat. I do, if true. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you so much, Director, and thank you for your testimony and your leadership of this important agency. I'd like to start with the big picture about HCMA's overall budget. And you noted in your testimony that the vast majority of your budget comes from federal funding. And most of that represents grants that essentially passes through HCMA to other agencies and organizations. So which agencies receive the biggest chunks of these grants?
Well, HCMO receives the largest share of the grants that come into the district. And then the Homeland Security grants have very specific guidelines and in some cases, federal requirements for pass-through. So for example, 35% of the grants starting this year need to be passed for law enforcement activities. FEMA also has certain national priority areas that they require us to spend certain percentages in. So those would be cybersecurity, information and intelligence sharing. Again, I mentioned the law enforcement activities, election security. And so those are some examples of how we have to break down the grant. Now, those requirements are also spread across the region. So we work with Maryland and Virginia to make sure that they're also meeting those requirements in the local jurisdictions. In the district, MPD, Fire and EMS, OUC, DC Health, DHS, are all examples of agencies that receive a share of these Homeland Security grants.
Okay, and what does your process look like to disperse those grants?
Well, what we do every year is we, around this time, this is actually when FEMA releases its notice of funding opportunities for the Homeland Security grants. Actually, they just did it, I think a couple of weeks ago. When that NOFO or notice of funding opportunity is released, we will begin the process of soliciting projects from other agencies across our public safety ecosystem here in the district to see what projects they would like funded. What we do is we meet with all those agencies that I mentioned to you as a group, and FEMA requires that we come to consensus on those projects. I will say that because the grants have either stayed relatively flat or declined, or in our case, declined over the last several years. My head of grants is here right now. We've had about a dip of a little over $1 million over the last 4 or 5 years in our regional grant. A lot of the money now goes to sustainment of projects that have been in place for years. And so a decline in the grants has really forced us to, has made it more difficult, I would say, to have new projects that also require sustainment funding over a long period of time.
Interesting. Okay. And I want to ask you about something we talked about during performance oversight, which is the microgrid project at the site, the new St. Elizabeth's Hospital. Have there been any other updates since we last talked about this project at the performance oversight hearing? As far as I know, we have not received a contract approval request. Has a contract been awarded or
Yes, I appreciate that, Chairwoman. So after that, right, I went back to look at what the progress was. And it's important to note also that HCMA is, again, the pass-through for the grant. We help, it is a DGS project. We help them apply for the grant. It is still something that we strongly support and want to make sure it gets done. And we continue to regularly have updates with DGS to push them to release that contract. But I believe you're correct; it has not been released yet. And that's all the information
what's the
I have.
timeline by which we'll lose the funding if we don't act?
Well, at this time we're not in jeopardy, or there's not a threat of losing the money. It's just that the longer that the contract is not released, and this have been communicated to the district agencies, the project becomes more expensive. FEMA is committed to the project. This is the first of its kind in the nation, as you know, and so they really want to see it be successful and be carried through. So they are working with us to make sure that we don't lose that money.
Okay, and so the next step of this is DGS moving?
They would be the ones that would release the contract. Or award the contract, yes.
Okay. All right, well, I hope we can keep pushing on that, to happen as soon as possible.
Yes, we will. Yes, absolutely.
Responsible stewards of this huge grant, that's very exciting and should be moving forward. Do we have a sense of the total cost to the district or to this grant due to the delays?
I would have to get back to you on that. I don't have that off the top of my head, but I can certainly, we can certainly circle back with your staff to get you that number.
Okay, thank you so much. I'd appreciate that as we follow up with DGS. I think that will be helpful to make the point more clearly. Can you give us a rough sense of what portion of HCMA's federal funding comes from FEMA? And are there any other federal sources that you're getting funding from?
All of it comes from FEMA. We are beginning, as I think I mentioned, we mentioned this during the performance hearing, council member, and I know, chairwoman, and I know that the mayor mentioned it in the ribbon cutting for the EOC. We have applied to DOJ, to the Department of Justice, for grants for the Protect DC initiative. I believe that's been about 1.3 million in the last couple of years that we're using as seed money to really launch that program. It's only a 2-year grant, I believe. And so I think over the next couple of years, we're going to look to local funds to try to sustain that program. So I think it's really important as part of the mayor's overall violence prevention initiatives.
Okay, great. That's good to hear. And then in terms of other grantees and other district agencies, do those agencies generally apply directly to you, or are you proactively looking at who would be a good fit for some of these grants?
It's really both. I mean, we're proactively looking for projects, as I mentioned, and then they would quote apply. The grant is given to HCMA from FEMA as the pass through. So we are the managers of the grant in terms of ensuring that our subrecipients adhere to federal guidelines and requirements in some cases, some of them statutory at the federal level. And we're constantly soliciting projects throughout the year so that if money does become available or we, another pot of grants is released by FEMA, we can try to leverage it. As I mentioned, the challenge is that our federal grants have been declining for several years. So agencies really, including HCMA, really haven't been able to launch new initiatives as those federal grants have declined. And that is something that's being felt across the country and in our region as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the renovations, the headquarters. You mentioned in your testimony that those renovations for the existing headquarters will begin next fiscal year. What portion of the funding for that project will come from local funds?
So the mayor's office has given us $8 million in capital funding to do the facility here at 2720 MLK. This facility, and I know you've been here, Chairwoman Pinto, won't require the type of build out and large scale construction that you saw at our other facility, at our new facility. But what is important about the renovations here is that for the first time, really in HCMA's history, in the city's history, we will have a true backup EOC that if our primary facility goes down, we could always run operations out of this facility. And that is absolutely critical in terms of resilience and redundancy for our emergency operations. And something we certainly learned during the pandemic, that we need to be able to operate out of multiple locations throughout the city. So, an $8 million investment, I think, for a very long-term capability that will really enable our resilience and preparedness. Now, the facility at the new facility, which you came to the ribbon cutting for, that facility was built with about thirds, so about a third of federal funding, a third of tenant improvement from the owner of the building, and a third from capital funds.
Okay. And is there a expected completion date for that project?
Right now, it is, it's largely 98% completed. Our staff is starting to work out of there. There are some small things that, we're finding as we actually move in there and start working in there that need to be fixed from the landlord. But we do anticipate that we will run our first full-scale operation out of that facility for the July 4th holiday.
Exciting, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Can you expand on the new FTE in the proposed budget that will be supporting residents with disabilities? What is this person going to be doing? Absolutely.
So back before I started this job in around September of 2014, a group had actually sued the city, the district, over access and functional needs during an emergency, and showing that the city was not providing opportunities or infrastructure to be able to assist persons with disabilities during an emergency. In May of 2019, a settlement was reached in which the city would begin sort of looking at and reviewing plans for access and functional needs. That position had been funded by federal grants, federal Homeland Security grants, which over time became untenable because it wasn't consistent with the spirit of Homeland Security grants. And so we wanted to make sure that for a large city-wide effort, like the one that HCMA is helping to coordinate, that the city would pay for that. Now, what that individual is doing, and really has been doing since 2014, is to, again, coordinate agencies throughout the district to update their plans to account for access and functional needs during emergencies. This does take a multi-year effort. It is a heavy lift in order to satisfy the requirements of the settlement, again, which started back in 2014.
Okay. I want to ask about overtime pay next. The proposed budget includes $821,000 for overtime pay, which reflects a 56% increase from fiscal year 2023. In fiscal years 2021 and 2022, HCMA spent around $425,000 and $565,000 respectively in overtime. Can you explain the need for a substantial increase in overtime pay this year? And should we be looking to fund additional positions to support the agency rather than relying on existing staff to put in longer hours?
I'm going to have John Nitz, who's our AFO from OCFO, answer that. He's right off the screen. So instead of him coming and sort of sitting right next to me, he's just going to talk. That's okay, Chairwoman. Okay.
Sure.
Okay, so that overtime number for 24 is broken into local funds and federal funds. If you look at just the federal funds, you'll see that the number is the same as it was in 23, which is about $50,000, which is about where the agency is at over time, over the year, over the fiscal year. That increase related to federal grants is based on the fact of what the planning is going to be based on the programs approved through the Homeland Security grants. So in some years it'll increase because of the needs and the demands of what's being done with those grant funds. Sometimes it'll go down. So that's something that we really don't control as relates to how we budget that. It's more based on the applications that are sent into FEMA that are approved. And then we then have to mimic that in our budget for the next fiscal year.
Adrian, would you like to add something? Adrian Gill, who's our CAO, Chairwoman.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Just want to provide a little clarity. The budget demonstrates that the local overtime was consistent from the FY 23 to 24. So you don't see any changes in that regard.
Yeah.
Okay, but that makes sense that it's actually much lower number than initially appears without the breakdown. But is there any additional thinking to just hiring more full-time positions to make up for those working hours as opposed to the need of overtime?
This is Adrian Gill. No, primarily because, again, as echoing John's initial comments, each year our investments in terms of how we develop our application change year to year. And as we prepare for our FY24 budget season, there will be a lot of key activities that will enhance our overtime posture, such as the preparation for the next presidential inauguration, as one example. And so in that case, we don't want to adjust our staffing level simply to double down, if you will, on activities that will only take place in one current fiscal year. We won't need the overtime year to year, or those individuals year to year. So the more strategic option is to increase the overtime to absorb that spike and keep our staffing levels the same.
And Chairwoman, just to add on to what Adrian was saying, the other challenge that we have, or the unknown that we have, is of course how much our grants will go down year to year, over which we have no control. It is really dictated by FEMA and the Secretary of Homeland Security. Because any declines, we have to absorb within our budget, given our limited local funds. So it's very hard for us to scale and to put positions in place that we'll have to sustain over time.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I have a few questions about some of the bigger changes to staffing in the budget, and I'm trying to understand if the things that look like major shifts are really just administrative reorganizations, as has been in the case of many of the agencies we've been meeting with.
Yeah.
Yes.
For instance, you're eliminating all 10 FTEs remaining in the plans and preparedness division. Are those real positions being cut, or have they just been shifted to somewhere else?
Adrian Gill here, yes. It's actually not an elimination. If you notice from year to year, our FTE level went up from 144 in FY23 to 145 in FY24. So that reflects an increase of 1 FTE. You will notice that those positions are just being administratively moved around, but we are not eliminating those positions. I think specifically as it relates to those 10, they're moving out of program 5,000 into program 3,000. So you will see them there in our budget chapter.
Okay. And what does that program represent? We don't have that crosswalk before us where it's moving into. Is it moving into a different division altogether? Where is it going?
So yes, it is our regional watch desk. And that team, as a fine point, is completely funded out of the federal regional grant. And so that team is simply rolling up to within the operations division versus the Fusion Center.
And again, just to add for context, Chairwoman, that team in particular, as Adrian said, is funded by the region, which means that we don't have control over how much money is put into that. Maryland and Virginia and the district have to agree. All three of us have to agree that this is the amount of money we're putting into it and what these individuals are actually doing. They actually take their requirements from the region, not solely from HCMA or even the district. So it adds a layer of complexity to what it is they do.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. So another visit, something we talked about during the performance oversight around HCMA's violence prevention work. During the hearing, you noted that HCMA received some federal funding to support Protect DC. There have been significant amounts of federal investments in violence prevention programs under the Biden administration, and I'm worried that the district hasn't necessarily taken advantage of all of the funding available. And this work isn't necessarily all within HCMA's scope of work, but given the agency's expertise in finding and applying for federal grants, I'm curious if you think that there may be an opportunity for HCMA to play a bigger role here in applying to some of these additional funds.
Absolutely, Chairwoman, and I do think applying for grants outside of our traditional FEMA and Department of Homeland Security sort of ecosystem that we look for in grants, the Protect DC grants really was a result of a couple of my team members just being entrepreneurial and looking at Department of Justice grants that provide violence interruption funding. We are going to continue doing that. And they're really leaning forward, not just for HCMA, but also for other district agencies to apply for federal grants. One of the things that does help in that respect was the recent passage I know with your support, of the Fusion Center legislation, which designated the Fusion Center as a law enforcement entity, which will allow us to actually be eligible for more of those DOJ grants over time. So that was also a strategic move that we did to ensure that HCMA's experience in applying for and getting grants can be utilized across district government for the mayor's overall initiatives.
Okay, and do you have specific grant writers on staff?
We for the Protect DC, we do. Our grants management bureau, most of the individuals there will manage the federal grants because their pot of money dictates that FEMA sets aside a certain amount of money for SAAs, like us being the state entity, to manage the federal grants. That is their primary role. We would like to expand our capacity in hiring grant writers so we can continue to apply for grants. We don't have that wiggle room within our federal budget right now, given the fact, and again, as you know, our local budget is extremely limited.
Got it, okay. Do you think there would be other efficiencies gained by having HCMA play an even bigger role in applying for federal grants for violence prevention in particular, and then continuing to play a pass-through role to other agencies?
Well, at this time, we don't have the capacity to do that. As with anything, I'm sure taking on new responsibilities requires more resources. And so that is not something that we have the capacity to do right now. But of course, we want to be helpful, again, to the mayors and to the council's efforts to decrease violence within the city.
Okay, well, that's why I'd like to continue exploring with you.
Okay.
And your team, given how effective you have been in securing these grants. We want to make sure that, especially now with this budget, we want to make sure that we are being as proactive as possible in securing federal assistance for this really needed work.
Okay.
Well, that is all the questions I have for you, Director. I want to thank you so much and your entire team for all of the hard work you do every day to keep us safe and protected in the district. And I want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or want to highlight something we didn't have a chance to talk about today.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman. As I mentioned at the outset, this has been a very tense and difficult last 3 years with the pandemic, and of course the events of 2020 and January 6th. And I just want to recognize my staff for the great work that they've done in really standing up and serving the residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. We didn't telework during the pandemic. Our team showed up for work every day. And so it's with your support and of course, Mayor Bowser's support that we continue to do our vital mission. So thank you, Chairwoman, for your support for our agency and for our staff.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate it. All right, we are now going to turn to the next agency on our agenda, the Office of Police Complaints. We do have one public witness signed up to testify for OPC. We will follow our normal practice from public witnesses, and public witnesses have 3 minutes to testify, and those representing organizations will have 5 minutes. So we will call Caitlin Holbrook from DC Justice Lab. There we go. Hi, Caitlin Holbrook from DC Justice Lab. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hello, Councilmember Pinto and members of the committee and staff. Thank you for holding this budget and oversight hearing today. My name is Caitlin Holbrook. I'm a policy advocate and research associate at DC Justice Lab and a resident of Ward 6. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify on behalf of my organization today and in support of funding the full FY24 increase to the Office of Police Complaints OPC operating budget within the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act's fiscal impact statement. The mayor's FY24 budget increases OPC's budget by $122,512 from FY23. However, this budget increase is $102,448 short of the $225,000 required by the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act's fiscal impact statement to implement the new law. DC Justice Lab recommends that this committee increase OPC's FY24 budget by $102,448 to fill in this gap. This funding should be reallocated from MPD's $516 million budget, which has ample funding and will not be meaningfully changed by a reallocation of 0.2%. The recommended funding covers the salaries and fringe benefits for 2 full-time positions, a policy analyst and a senior investigator, necessary for OPC to effectively produce the additional review, reporting, and recommendations that the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act requires. It also covers IT software necessary for OPC to create and maintain a publicly available and accessible police misconduct database. In the summer of 2020, there were waves of protests, the most diverse and proliferate protests in American history, calling for police reform after the murder of George Floyd. Protests in the district made national headlines, and 16,000 people testified to this committee and spoke on policing reform in the district. The council moved quickly to pass emergency mid-temporary police reform laws, culminating in the passage of the permanent version of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act in December 2022. It is the first and only major police reform legislation passed by this committee since the protests of 2020. The bill is expected to survive congressional review and continues to be urgently necessary to increase public safety in our city, and therefore it should be fully funded in FY24. One intent of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act relevant for today's hearing is to increase accountability, transparency, and oversight of the agencies already under the purview of the Office of Police Complaints, the Metropolitan Police Department, and the DC Housing Authority police officers, and to process complaints regarding the Office of the Inspector General's or OIG law enforcement personnel and practices for the first time. The Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act expands the authority and responsibilities of OPC to provide missing but necessary information and oversight to DC residents in an accessible format. In 2022, the most frequent allegations made by DC residents to the OPC against law enforcement officers was harassment, which includes contact, traffic, or vehicle stops, and unlawful arrest. This legislation will enhance the investigation of these types of allegations because it requires OPC to review complaints alleging police of making false statements in search warrants, arrest warrants, or in sworn testimony. The Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act also requires OPC to create a publicly accessible database of sustained allegations of police misconduct occurring after January 2017. Police misconduct investigations and sustained allegations have not been publicly accessible and have allowed DC officers to continue their service when they have repeatedly harmed DC residents. The legislation also increases accountability of police by giving the OPC director authority to make disciplinary recommendations to agencies for sustained allegations against their officers, rather than leaving it up solely to the agency to determine discipline. These changes provided by the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act enhance accountability mechanisms currently in place. These additional layers of accountability were proven urgently necessary when the DC Deputy Auditor revealed last year that 37 officers have been reinstated after being terminated for misconduct on and off duty. Their misconduct ranges from domestic violence, sexual assault, driving under the influence, illegally soliciting sex workers, and brutality against people while being placed under arrest. The OPC helps to pull back the curtain on harmful and violent policing practices, racial discrimination by police officers, and which neighborhoods are seeing the most violence by police. Increasing transparency and accessibility of this information is key to increasing public safety and racial equity in the district and across DC public safety agencies. In 2022, where the OPC only received complaints on MPD and DCH APD, the OPC received and reviewed 796 complaints that included 1,346 allegations. And for the complaints they investigated, they sustained allegations at a rate of 92%. 73% of complainants to OPC were Black, and their most frequent allegation was harassment by police. And the wards with the highest number of complaints against police is Ward 2 and Ward 6. With a third agency, the OIG, under its purview, the volume and importance of this oversight mechanism will only increase. It is imperative that the council fully fund the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act's implementation through the Office of Police Complaints to set the office up for success and increase transparency, accountability, and oversight of police interactions with DC residents to improve public safety. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to testify on the necessity of this funding, this important legislation, with an additional increase of $102,448 at OPC reallocated from MPD budget. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Holbrook. Appreciate you being here in your testimony. I want to ask about the $102,000 that you propose adding to OPC's budget. What is that number based off of?
Yeah, so we took the number that was increased to the OPC and we just subtracted the amount of money that was required for the Comprehensive Policing Reform Act, and that's the difference that was missing. So that's the extra funding that's required from the fiscal impact statement of the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act.
I guess I'm asking because is there any chance that some of the funding for that can be absorbed by current OPC operations, or you think it needs to be entirely new funding?
I think our recommendation is based on that fiscal impact statement, and it needs to cover the salaries of new positions, which I don't think is currently available within the OPC budget as it's proposed. But we do think that the funding can be absorbed from NPD's budget, which is quite large, and it would be a really insignificant impact to their budget.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, well, thank you to Ms. Holbrook, and we are now going to turn to our government witness, Michael Tobin, the Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints. Welcome, Director. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please go ahead. I'd like to invite you to make any opening statement you may have at this time.
All right, thank you and good morning, Chairwoman Pinto and members of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. And thank you, Ms. Holbrook, for your comments this morning also. My name is Mike Tobin. I'm the Executive Director of the Office of Police Complaints. And I do appreciate this opportunity to provide testimony today regarding our proposed budget for fiscal year 24. At our performance sharing just a few weeks ago now, we discussed our agency's work and our developments during the last fiscal year, as well as our priorities for the current fiscal year. And I do want to, at the beginning of my comments, though, I don't want to forget that I do want to thank my staff, my dedicated small staff of DC government employees that have really done a bang-up job through the pandemic and over all of the years that I've been the director here, because without a good staff like the ones that I have, this whole effort would not be possible. So I do appreciate that. And I wanted to make sure that the public knows that there are DC government employees in my office that are working hard every day to make sure we do our job properly and fiscally responsible. So our proposed budget for fiscal year 24 is $3,087,000, and that's a net increase of about $122,000, which comes out to, for an agency of our size, which is a relatively small budget in the big picture, that comes out to about a 4.1% increase for the fiscal year over last fiscal year 23's budget. And that change primarily is due to about $100,000 of it is primarily due to the realignment of the budget to account for salary and fringe benefit increases that occurred over the last fiscal year. Because most of our budget is personnel costs. And then the remaining $22,265 is non-personnel services, mostly for customer support and office support activities. So it's a relatively small increase over the last year. So altogether, our proposed budget for 24 is $2,942,000 for personal services and $145,000 for non-personal services. So just to break that down a little bit, I'll first review the proposed non-personal services budget. And this portion of the budget supports general operations of the office, such as our mediation programs, our adjudication programs, the work of our investigative unit. We have community outreach activities that are covered under that, and publication of our various reports, such as our annual report, our semi-annual report, which will be coming out pretty soon, and our use of force report that also will be coming out pretty soon. Those reports we put out on an annual or a semi-annual basis, and then there's intermediate policy reports that we put out. So all of those things are covered by the non-personal services budget. And those are all the things I just mentioned also are measured by our agency performance plan. So in contrast, almost half of our agency budget was allocated for our main two functions. I guess I would call them main two functions would be mediation and adjudication. In reference to mediation, to date in this fiscal year 23, we have expended about $4,500 to procure independent expert mediators, and they did 11 mediations. And that's compared to all of last fiscal year, where we did 29 mediations for a cost of about $12,000. So we're right on track this year to follow what we did last year as far as the number of mediations and the cost associated with that. And also, you know, I can't say enough good things about our mediation program. That's where a complainant and the officers sit down together with an independent outside mediator typically it's done by Zoom or can be done at another location. And they discuss what happened at the incident. And almost all of the time, almost 100% of the time, both the officer and the complainant that participated in mediation is satisfied with the process. And we send about 10% of our cases right now through the mediation process. So that's really turned out to be a very helpful program. It doesn't end up in discipline for the officer, but the officers almost invariably learn from the experience and learn from the complainant, and vice versa. The complainant learns about the officer's perspective. So it's a great program, and we're certainly going to continue it in the next fiscal year. So our top priority for every fiscal year really is what the mediation program does too, is to improve community trust in the district police forces. And the mediation program is just one of our tools that we use to foster better community trust. In addition to that, we're also called upon by other agencies across the country to talk about not just our mediation program, but our police complaint program and how we do investigations, and our body worn camera program, and the law enforcement procedures and things like that. So with respect to that, our second main function with respect to that part of the budget is adjudication. And that's where, if we find that an officer did commit misconduct, we send that case through an adjudication program through, I like to call it basically an independent administrative law judge. It's called a complaint examiner under our rules. And the complaint examiner looks at the case a second time and either concurs with our judgment that misconduct occurs or does not agree with it. And we spent about $5,600 on that case adjudication system so far. We've run 7 cases through it. And that's compared to all of last year. Excuse me. All of last year, we ran 14 cases through it for about $11,000. So again, we're right on track with last year's budget and the number of cases for our adjudication part of the fiscal year. So as we move forward towards the end of fiscal 23 and then moving into fiscal year 24, I am optimistic considering the most important factors that our agency faces are the changes in organization, authority, and jurisdiction under the pending police reform bill. Over the past 5 years, though, our agency has seen a steady and a record-setting increase in the number of complaints. This increase has basically doubled over the last 5 years. We went from receiving around 400 complaints a year to consistently receiving around 800 plus complaints every year. It's been going up a few notches every year for the last 5 years. And the question always comes up, why is that? And I'll answer that question before you have to ask it. Actually, I don't have a numerical or empirical magic answer to why that's happened. I have some theories about it. One is the fact that we launched an online complaint system where people can just click a few buttons on their computer or their smartphone and file a complaint. We made it as easy as possible to do that. Another one is that under the NEAR Act, we now receive more complaints that are referred over to us directly from internal affairs, complaints that we would not have gotten in the past. Another reason that I think is that people are more willing to file a complaint because of the body-worn cameras. Because people know that we have a third-party independent witness to most of our police interactions now, and that their version of the events will be believed. And so they feel more confident in filing a complaint with our agency. And there might be other unidentified factors regarding police administration and police discipline that we don't know about that's led to an increase in it. But really, I think those are just some of the big factors that I account for in the increase in complaints, and I don't see it dropping anytime soon. It was kind of ironic that when body-worn cameras first came to be, and we're talking more than 5 or 6 years ago now, not just in DC, but around the country, many people were saying, well, police complaints are going to go down because of these body-worn cameras, and quite the opposite happened. At least that's been our experience here in the district, is complaints have doubled since we instituted the BWC program. And that's kind of contrary to what all the experts were saying too. So we'll see where that goes. We'll keep an eye on it. And we do report on the BWC program every year. That's one of our statutory requirements, and we put that in our annual report as far as not just that part of it, but we also look at how MPD is complying with the BWC policies and procedures, and we put that in our annual reports too. So we have taken what I feel are very good steps to manage our fiscal stewardship. I do take the taxpayers' money seriously, and I try to manage our budget in a fiscally responsible manner. That's what I've done for my entire career and as a public servant and managing district various government agencies, is I take that responsibility very seriously. And we managed to do that for the last several fiscal years. And we still managed to get our job done. As of just a couple of weeks ago, so far in this fiscal year, as of March 1st, 2023, we closed over 80% of our cases in less than 180 days. And when it comes right down to it, most complaints are resolved within less than 2 months. So that's compared to not too long ago where we were 4 or 5 years ago, where this agency wasn't resolving complaints for more than a year, sometimes 2 years. So we're proud of that. We've been maintaining it for many years now, that being able to streamline our processes as much as we can and staying within as much as we can, staying within a fiscally responsible budget so that we can continue to do our job, and we are doing that. In respect to our personal services budget, we continue to try to maximize the use of that. I think the big factor, big elephant in the room, of course, is the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, the bill that Congress is reviewing right now, and we had some information on that just came out, some positive information that just came out yesterday. But I don't, we still are awaiting the end of that, see where that goes. Our budget really is inextricably linked to that bill. Because as we move forward in looking at really true police reform, when we change police reform, we have to look at changing our operational budget. As a cornerstone of true reform includes things like having the authority to have a role in discipline of officers that have committed misconduct, having some approval or review authority into the policies and procedures of the police department, eliminating discipline as part of collective bargaining, expanding the jurisdiction of our agency to include things like anonymous complaints and making false statements. All of these measures that I just mentioned and more are included in the reform bill that's not currently under congressional review. And they do require the requisite budget authority. And I do believe that right now, the proposed budget as it is will give us a minimum authority to go forward. Because the way I view it is this is still uncharted territory as far as how many more complaints this bill is going to generate for our office, how much more work is actually going to be required, what the constraints are going to be working with the police department. Some of the other unknowns are putting together the necessary software to publish police disciplinary records. That's a new obligation under the bill. So we've tried to build in to the 24 budget some of these things, but in all honesty, until we put it to work and we have some operational experience with it, we don't know exactly the total impact on our budget will be. We have right now 2 additional positions to account for the bill, assuming that it makes it through the congressional review process. And these positions, one of them will be working on the additional responsibilities for reviewing police policies and procedures. And the other one will be working probably with respect to the disciplinary publication of records and reviewing disciplinary records of officers and making sure those are published in a manner that every member of the community can go up there and look and see it regarding all officers in the district. So we're taking measures and we're doing a planning process now as to what our requirements are going to be internally. And we're still looking forward to this committee and assistance from this committee as we move forward through these anticipated changes to see where it leads us. A lot of the changes are very good things. They are all steps in the right direction. In our ideal world, they're not a do-all end-all, but they're going to make things better in the district. I firmly believe that. And I think that with the assistance of this committee, that we'll have the budget to make those things happen going forward. So that concludes my prepared remarks. I look forward to continuing to work with this committee and the council. And I look forward to any questions you might have regarding this.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Director Tobin. Appreciate your testimony and all the work that you do. Just to start off, the 2 positions that it looks like you were short of in order to fund the policing bill that we heard Caitlin Holbrook talk about as well, public witness. Do you have the funding necessary to fund those positions?
Yeah, I'll ask our AFO just to come in and make that answer official. Freewatt, can you answer that, please?
Good morning. The 2 positions are I know the agency has 2 positions added last year, policy analyst and administrative assistant position. They have the funding for those 2 positions, but I'm not sure about the details of what this proposal is to say that this position really supports the proposal.
Okay, I think the question was around the Policing and Justice Reform Act that has a fiscal impact statement to increase staffing in order to implement it. And our public witness was talking about the proposed budget of OPC being short 2 of those positions, but it sounded like you may actually have the funds to fully implement that act.
I think it's best for me to get back with you because I know
Okay.
there are 2 positions added last year, but that is related to a prior year legislation, and I want to make sure that this 2 positions do support the new proposal that's coming.
Great, thank you so much. I would appreciate that. And just zooming out a little bit, does OPC have the necessary funding, Director, to carry out your duties effectively? I know that you've experienced a significant increase in caseload in recent years. Have the staffing increases helped cover that work?
Well, I could go either way with that question because we've tried to make every possible internal change that we can to streamline the process without increasing costs. We've done over the last several years, we've made a lot of internal changes with our software system, with how we investigate cases, how we move them through different processes. And we try to do that as fiscally responsibly as I can, but we are at, I would say, the very minimum budget to get through our current iteration, our current jurisdictional authority. And as we go through the next fiscal year, assuming that the reform budget goes through, I do recognize a distinct potential that we are going to have to come back and ask possibly for additional assistance once we get the bill provisions operational and underway, and we get some real world experience with the effect that it has on our agency. Because when we're such a small agency, small changes can sometimes have a lot bigger effect than they would in an agency, say, the size of MPD. So that's why I have to at least be a little bit cautious about it, because what we have now is, it's always the bare minimum. And at some point, and I brought this back, up in previous years too, and other cities have already done this, is at some point, I think we have to look at putting up Office of Police Complaints budget linked to the police department budget as a certain percentage of the police department budget. So if the police department budget goes up, our budget goes up by likewise percentage to account for additional personnel. If they hire 260 more personnel, then we're going to have that much more, that many more, complaints filed, and that much more work in our office, and likewise with other initiatives that MPD takes. So other cities have taken the approach of making their oversight agencies just the budget to be a percentage of the police department. And I would think that at some point in the future, maybe we could look at that here, because the other side effect of that is, and the big side effect from my perspective, is that it takes us even farther out of the, shall I say, the political process of what we do. And that's one of the reasons why Office of Police Complaints is an independent agency, is that we've tried to be removed as much as we can within the government, organization from that part of it. And also linking our budget to a percentage probably would also do us good going forward too. But for now, in answer to your original question, we're operating at a minimum budget to get the job done, and we are getting it done.
Well, thank you. And you testified to Chairman Allen last year that there would likely be more complaints sustained by OPC if the agency's jurisdiction were broader. In the Policing and Justice Reform Act, the council passed last year, and assuming Congress's attempts to interfere will fail, that expands your jurisdiction. So can you speak to how that will change the agency's workload? And if you expect these additional positions to make up for that?
Right, well, one of the big unknowns is anonymous complaints. The bill would allow us to receive anonymous complaints. That will be a good thing for us. We've been asking for that. But it's unknown how many more complaints that's going to generate, and how that's going to affect our agency. Because I think, one way of looking at it is that there's going to be a lot more people that are going to file complaints because they don't have to put their name on a complaint anymore. And that could greatly increase our workload. But the problem is, I just don't know how many people are going to do that. Right now, it's interesting that people that are hesitant to file complaints but file them anyway, once we talk to them, they're really more willing to go forward with pursuing a complaint. So we always encourage that. But the other effect of anonymous complaints is that I anticipate not always getting enough information to pursue a case for misconduct against an officer, because we may receive just minimum information and not even get enough information to go ahead with it. So we may get enough complaints that we'll have to dismiss without doing a full investigation because there just isn't enough there. We don't have the name, the location, the time of day, all sorts of different factors. There's a dozen of different factors that go into play there. So anonymous complaints are really an unknown factor. That's the one that I'm kind of waiting to see what happens. The other increases in jurisdiction, one of them is that we'll have jurisdiction over the Office of Inspector General in DC, their law enforcement arm. That's a relatively small law enforcement arm, and I don't anticipate any significant budget changes for that part of it. And then the other part is increase of jurisdiction with respect to making false statements in search warrants or in testimony. That again is something you have to remember, our whole agency is complaint driven. That's our system, and we can't go forward normally without a complaint being filed. And those are two types of complaints where I would expect that we'd have to have a complaint filed first before we're aware of it and can go forward. It's not like we are able to go and review all search warrants ever filed
Right.
by MPD and try to review that. So.
Okay. And you mentioned that some of the success of the mediation program. Is that program limited right now by the amount of funding, or is it limited by the number of cases where parties are willing to go to mediation?
It's we're limited by a number of cases. We have sufficient funding right now as it stands to take care of the cases that are getting referred to mediation. It's one of those things where it's been pretty consistent over the last 4 or 5 years that about 10% of the complainants are willing to go forward on it, because we have to have complainants agreement to do it, otherwise it doesn't work. And that's been a consistent number over the years.
Is there something that consistently comes up as reasons why people are apprehensive to pursue that option?
Well, one thing that's reduced some of that apprehension is that we now do a lot of them virtually, whereas before pandemic, like everything else in the world, it all had to be in person, and a lot of complainants were hesitant to do that, or they'd agree and they would not show. We have very few people fail to show now when we do it virtually, so that's actually improved things. And the long-standing problem has always been a lack of understanding about what mediation can do and cannot do, and we try to go through the explanations with whenever we talk to complainants and explain how the process works.
Okay, thank you. This isn't strictly budget related, but do you know any more about the vacancies in the police complaints board? Are we any closer to having those vacancies filled?
The last I understand from MODA, and this was just a few weeks ago, that they were moving forward with that. and moving forward with the new appointments. And I haven't seen new appointments actually being sent to your committee. You would see that, of course, as soon as that was done. But a few weeks ago, I did have communication with them, and they indicated they were moving forward.
Okay. Can you give us any previews from your upcoming use of force report or your annual report?
That we're in the final stages of that, and it's a little bit premature to give you that. We do it. We're waiting for the last quarter results of use of force from MPD for them to put some of that data together and forward that to us. So I think it'll be. I can't, and as I speak here, I don't want to be premature and before we have all the numbers yet. So I do anticipate that use of force report coming out in about I'm going to say 4 to 6 weeks.
In 4 to 6
Weeks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Look forward to that. And given the situation that we've talked a little bit about with the Policing and Justice Reform Act, do you have any thoughts for members of Congress on the importance of this bill and whether or not it makes the District of Columbia more or less safe?
Yes, I certainly do. And it's the same thing that I've been saying for many years in this job. Our primary mission in this agency and police oversight in general, our primary mission is to increase community trust in the police department. And if we do our job right, every cop's job will be easier. And I say that every cop's job will be easier if the community trusts them. And that's what we do, is by providing an accountability system so that the community knows that if there is police misconduct, there's a place they can go independent of the police department, and something will happen as a result of that misconduct. And that's what we do, and that's what we provide to the district community residents, is police accountability. And that's the whole purpose of the accountability bill. And the net result will make every cop's job easier because policing will be easier because community trust will be easier. The police department relies on trust and community interaction. And if it doesn't have that, it can't get anything done. There's a lot of missing pieces right now in policing, not just in the district, but nationwide. Some of the missing pieces are included in that policing bill. The biggest one being for us is improving police accountability in the district. And that's what the purpose of the bill is. And I hope that members of Congress really, if they actually read the bill and looked at the big picture, that's what the purpose is.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Director, and thank you for all of your work on that. I think it's a really important point that you're making and something that's often left out of these conversations, that when we have accountable police department and more trust, people are more likely to call the police and share information with them, and it improves all of our public safety and benefits our whole city to have an accountable, trusted police department. So thank you for the work that you do. That concludes my questions for you today. But I want to thank you and your team for all of the hard work that you do throughout the year, and give you a chance if you have any other closing thoughts or want to highlight something that we didn't have a chance to talk about today.
I'll just say once again, thank you to my staff for doing a very good job under difficult circumstances. And I look forward to working with this committee as we move forward. Hopefully, the bill will go into effect, and that this committee will be willing. I know this committee will be willing to work with me as we put it into operational status, and I look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Tobin. And thank you, the Office of Police Complaints. We are now going to turn to the final agency on our agenda today, the Metropolitan Police Department. We're going to start with our public witnesses, and I'll note again that public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those who represent organizations will have 5 minutes. However, if there are multiple witnesses from one organization, they'll have one representative who has the 5 minutes. Otherwise, we'll have 3. We do have a large amount of public witnesses today for the Metropolitan Police Department, so I'll ask all of you to help me with the time so that I don't have to interrupt your testimony. And if you could watch the clock as we go, that would be helpful. So I will now call our first panel for witnesses for the Metropolitan Police Department. We have Bobby Pittman from First District Police Citizens Advisory Council, Ann Hare from DC Charter School Alliance, Danielle Robinette from DC Children's Law Center, Natalie Jean from Georgetown Law's Center for Innovations in Community Safety, and Themba Massimini from KIP DC. You all a moment to join. Great, and Mr. Pittman, whenever you're ready, please feel free to go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Pinto. I'm a little under the weather, but this is important for me to be here today. To the members of the committee, staff, and to all the viewing public, I'm Robert Pittman. I'm here today on behalf of the First District Police Citizens Advisory Council to present views on MPD and its role in public safety moving forward. Hopefully my remarks will be brief. I'm not going to get into the budget. I want to address several issues. Yesterday on chase policy, we saw a video of someone who stole from a CVS and is chased by police onto the street, where the person carjacks a Jeep, then crashes into other vehicles while the police are on scene. To some onlookers, police didn't do enough, and to others, police used reasonable restraint. I plead with this council and this Judiciary Committee to help develop reasonable chase law that can be turned into policy that doesn't put our police at risk of charges, but protects the public as well. The other thing that I'm really concerned with, and I've talked about before, is insurance costs. Each criminal act comes with costs and raises insurance premiums. When cars are carjacked, stolen, shot at, innocent people must pay out of pocket to get that damage repaired. Financially, I recognize that we must reduce our spending as revenue has declined significantly. I argue rather than telling our Congress to stay out of the district business, use the resources of the federal legislature to obtain funding for compensation funds to help our residents. Mr. Tobin talked about trust. Trust is in my testimony. I'm a little befuddled by his statement that OPC builds trust. To my knowledge, there's no police representative in the current configuration of that entity. And one of my concerns is that you need to have that. Trust starts on both sides of the aisle. Community have a responsibility for their actions too, and only putting it on police officers is unfounded and illogical to me. I want to go on to OUC. I've talked before about how we analyze or create data that shows what happens within a response from 911. I still think that we should look at technology that allows us to call back to someone who's used 911 and find out what that experience was like for them. I also think that the responding first responders, whether they be police or otherwise, should also be able to create a short narrative. And the hope is to be able to build a database that helps us to understand what's really happening with our 911 responses. And that could include having the OAG and US Attorney's Office involved as well. In my remaining minute, I think it's time for us to have a District of Columbia Law Enforcement Academy. With all the work that your committee and the council has done over the last couple of years, I've been thinking about how we create standards. And it's time to have a state law enforcement agency that addresses that issue. School safety resource officers must be in the schools. And I've talked before about having access to the IEPs. That's going to require some policy considerations from this council. and working with the schools and understanding that not all school administrators want police in the schools. And there needs to be a standard on that. Finally, our city-state has a dual distinction as being the capital and home to over 700,000 residents. It's important that we have a police department that's able to handle everything that happens. Also, we need to be able to ensure that all of the protests that I expect are going to come, that we have the capacity to handle those things. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm available for any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Pittman. Appreciate your testimony. Next, we will hear from Ann Hare from DC Charter School Alliance.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Ann Hare, and I am the Senior Director of School Support at the DC Charter School Alliance, the local nonprofit that advocates on behalf of public charter schools to ensure that every student can choose high-quality public schools that prepare them for lifelong success. To start, I want to highlight some of the challenges that charter schools face in creating safe learning environments for students. While we appreciate the city and the MPD shining a light on public safety, our leaders report a number of concerning situations. MPD communication with schools about violent incidents that occur nearby is inconsistent. Recently, one charter school reported a situation where MPD notified them of a nearby shooting, causing them to initiate lockdown procedures. After the initial call, the school wasn't able to contact MPD and was forced to hold students well after dismissal with no further information. Even more troubling is the exact opposite problem: schools dismissing students into an active crime scene because MPD never notified them of a nearby shooting. This situation has happened more than once to multiple schools this school year alone. Currently, elementary schools do not have access to a school resource officer. When SROs were removed, schools did not receive any alternative resources. What that means in practice is that when an incident occurs in or near their buildings, school leaders are directed to call 911, and responding officers have little or no training in dealing with children or school settings, and sometimes respond in ways that make the situation worse. Today, I'll offer solutions the council and MPD can make to improve safety for students and staff, both inside and outside schools. One, freeze the SRO wind down and improve the SRO program while convening a task force to explore alternative approaches, as Councilmember Parker has suggested. Two, improve MPD response with better communication and student-focused training. And three, provide more resources for the Safe Passage program so that all priority area schools have access to this support. We commend Councilmember Zachary Parker for introducing the School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023 and Councilmember Trayon White for introducing the Safe Schools and Students Amendment Act of 2023. While these bills take different approaches, elements of both have merit, and we're grateful that the council is seeking solutions on school safety issues. We applaud the limits the council placed on SRO's ability to issue warrants and arrest students in schools. While our schools are concerned about the problem of over-policing and have reservations about the SRO program, eliminating SROs without identifying additional safety resources in a situation of escalating community violence, often involving youth, has made school communities feel less safe. We recommend freezing the SRO wind down while also pursuing additional safety staff and an OSSI-led school safety task force as recommended by Councilmember Parker. Currently, SROs are vital in sharing timely information with administrators about neighborhood safety issues that may affect schools, and they can provide a direct link to MPD when an incident occurs. Of course, one reason we keep talking about SROs is because communication between schools and MPD remains such a concern. Schools had hoped that reinstated weekly public safety priority area calls would provide them with a dedicated space to receive regular updates from and communication with MPD and Safe Passage program workers. Right now, that's not happening because of the way the calls are structured, and we hope changes can be made. Additionally, it's important that when officers respond to schools, their approach be student-centered. All officers and not just SROs should receive student-focused training that emphasizes racial equity, child development, trauma response, and de-escalation strategies. And finally, we recommend that the council and administration ensure the Safe Passage program has the resources necessary to ensure that every public school within a priority area has access to Safe Passage support. This is currently not the case. We also recommend that when the city is identifying Safe Passage priority schools, it review incident data from charter schools and not just from DCPS. We look forward to continuing our work together to make sure that every student has what they need to be successful, and that starts with ensuring that their school communities are safe. Thank you so much for your time and attention, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hur, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. All right, next we will hear from Danielle Robinette from DC Children's Law Center.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, members of the committee and staff. My name is Danielle Robinette. I'm a policy analyst at Children's Law Center and a former public school teacher. I am testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center, which believes every child should grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education, and live in a world free from poverty, trauma, racism, and other forms of oppression. Our more than 100 staff, together with DC Children and Families, community partners, and pro bono attorneys, use the law to solve children's urgent problems today and improve the systems that will affect their lives tomorrow. Since our founding in 1996, we have reached more than 50,000 children and families directly and multiplied our impact by advocating for citywide solutions that benefit hundreds of thousands more. I appreciate this opportunity to testify regarding the proposed FY24 budget for the Metropolitan Police Department. Our testimony focuses on the intersection of policing and public education. Children's Law Center believes that schools should be welcoming places where students feel safe. The presence of MPD officers in our school does not advance that goal, and in fact hinders efforts to create positive school climates. Many of our young clients have had harmful and even traumatizing experiences with school resource officers. Our attorneys consistently report problematic interactions between the school police and the students we work with. Excuse me. Given these experiences, we are concerned that the mayor again seeks to repeal the phase out of SROs through her proposed Budget Support Act. The decision to phase SROs out of DC schools was not made lightly. It was made only after extensive study by the Police Reform Commission, the Judiciary Committee, and dedicated community advocates. The following year, the council reaffirmed its commitment to justice reform by rejecting the mayor's previous effort to repeal the SRO phase. This year's proposed VSA again asked the council to repeal the SRO phase-out. However, to reverse course now would completely ignore the work of the PRC and this council. Any such change should be done through a deliberate process with stakeholder and community input. It should also include an evaluation of the impact of the phase-out thus far. Moreover, the question of repealing the SRO phase-out is the subject of pending legislation before this council. Given the strong opinions on both sides and the utmost importance of student safety, we urge the committee to address this issue through the full legislative process. The SRO phase-out has begun, and yet we have no data-driven analysis of its impact on DC schools and students. During the MPD oversight hearing last month, we sought greater clarity from the department regarding the phase-out of SROs thus far. Throughout the first year, MPD has not publicly shared changes made to assignment of SROs across the district. MPD has not published their biannual report on juvenile arrests in the district since December 2021 and has not published their annual school safety report since school year 1920. Without this information, parents, advocates, and the media can only speculate as to what impact that the phase-out has had on schools and student safety. Given the extensive study that went into the decision to phase out SROs, it does not make sense to reverse course without even this most basic information from MPD. As noted above, there is currently pending legislation that proposes to repeal the SRO phase-out and restore MPD's school safety debate. Letting that legislation proceed to a hearing would allow for community input and debate on an issue that has passionate advocates on both sides. Furthermore, given that the SRO phase-out does not have budget implications at this time, repeal through the BSA is not appropriate. Over the years, Children's Law Center has repeatedly emphasized that the removal of SROs must be paired with investments in programming and supports that will improve school climates and create safe schools without the need for police. We believe the recently introduced School Safety Enhancement Amendment Act of 2023 does just that by seeking to create community-led school safety programs with dedicated staff at each DC school to expand support and build true safety for students. We should have a true conversation about school safety. With support from the committee and collaboration with stakeholders, DC can ensure that schools have the tools they need to foster safe environments, including behavioral health supports, robust safe passage, and comprehensive restorative justice programming. To do so, we urge the committee to reject this effort to repeal the SRO phase-out and to allow the two school safety bills to proceed through the legislative process. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony and all of your efforts. We will next hear from Natalie Jean, from Georgetown Law Center for Innovations in Community Safety.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pinto, and thank you to the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Natalie Jean, and I am a Ward 6 resident and student at Georgetown Law. However, I'm not speaking on behalf of Georgetown University as a whole. The opinions represented in my testimony are my own and also represent the opinion of the Center for Innovation and Community Safety.
Natalie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's a little bit hard to hear you. My volume is all the way up. I'm not sure if something's obstructing your speaker.
I will, is this better?
Not really. Maybe if you could just try to speak a little louder. Sorry.
No problem. We respectfully submit this testimony for the official record, seeking to express our support for MPD's decision to alter its collection and reporting methods, more specifically, to collect and report data of police stops that are made in response to suspicion of youth curfew and truancy violations. Last August, DC quietly resumed reinforcing the Juvenile Curfew Act of 1995, also known as the Youth Curfew, which prohibits minors from remaining in public places during curfew hours unless they are involved in certain exemptions. This was done in a stated effort to curb crime. Although the rationale for youth curfew laws is to decrease crime and victimization, data in several studies have demonstrated that youth curfews are ineffective at curbing crime, disproportionately harm Black youth, and can actually cause criminal behavior. In 2016, a study from Campbell Foundation found that juvenile curfews are not only ineffective at reducing crime and victimization, but also can slightly increase juvenile crime during imposed curfew hours. In 2017, a study observed DC gunshot data and found that the prevalence of gunshots actually increased slightly as a result of an earlier curfew. Researchers found that when a policy removes bystanders from the street using something like a curfew law, it potentially reduces the cost of firing a gun, resulting in more shootings. In addition, youth curfews disproportionately harm Black youth. As it stands, MPD disproportionately stops and searches Black individuals. In 2020, Black youth under the age of 18 were stopped at approximately 11.9 times the rate of their white peers and experienced significantly more searches. In 2020, although Black individuals made up less than half of DC's population, they made up more than half of individuals stopped. Further, Black individuals made up 86.5% of the stops that resulted in no warning, no ticket, or arrest. This demonstrates that Black individuals in the district make up a vast majority of individuals subject to police interactions, despite not being in violation of any laws. This reflects the complaints of Black community members sharing their experiences of police officers targeting them as criminals in their own communities for innocent conduct. Is the youth curfew law resulting in more stops and searches that increase these racial disparities? The data MPD has agreed to collect will allow us to answer this question. Moreover, studies have demonstrated that police stops can actually cause criminal behavior. One study found that adolescent boys who are stopped by the police report more frequent engagement in delinquent behavior, suggesting that youth curfew laws may increase the likelihood of future criminal behavior by youth targeted by the police. Several months ago, I raised these concerns with MPD representatives and suggested that MPD capture youth curfew data. Essentially, by creating a youth curfew violation option in their database, as a reason for a stop, MPD would be able to collect and report data to capture stops made due to suspicion of a curfew violation. This is a cost-efficient way for MPD to be proactive in advancing their goal of transparency, as well as the goals of the NEAR Act. MPD leadership agreed to this change and further proposed creating an option in their database to include truancy as a reason for a stop. We commend MPD on their willingness to implement this recommendation this spring. Once this update is made, the public will be able to see this data reflected in the stop data that MPD is already required to publish as per the NEAR Act. And it will provide MPD, city officials, and the public with this data to evaluate the impact of MPD practices and to learn from them, as well as improve upon those practices. We submit this testimony to highlight these issues to the council and to share a potential solution in partnership with MPD. Additionally, should MPD be unable to make these changes in a timely manner, the council may want to consider amending the NEAR Act to require the collection and publication of this data. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Jean. Next, we will hear from Themba Masamini from KIP DC.
Good morning. It's actually Themba Masamini. Can you hear me?
Thank you so much. Sorry
No
about
worries.
Themba.
Chair Pinto and members of the Council Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. My name is Themba Masamini, and I'm the Regional Director of Safety at KIP DC. I have worked in District of Columbia schools for 25 years as a case manager in DCPS, as a guidance counselor at Friendship Public Charter Schools, as a Dean of Students at DCPS, and as Director of Student Discipline and School Climate for DCPS, and also my current position with KIP DC. In those 25 years, I have never seen the unprecedented, near unanimous support from principals and school leaders calling for the council to fully fund the School Resource Officer or SRO program. Principals know that strong collaboration between the Metropolitan Police Department and local education agencies is critical for student, parent, and staff safety and community well-being, as they know that students will not attend school and learn if they do not feel safe at the school or during their commute. I am asking this committee to listen to our principals, respect their on-the-ground knowledge, and approve the mayor's MPD budget that calls for halting the SRO phased reduction and fully funding the SRO program. Now, I talk to both DCPS and public charter school principals every week, and I'm convinced that we would solve so many of the issues facing our schools if we listen better to them. They know the climate of their neighborhoods and schools because they talk to students, parents, and staff daily. They know what is needed to keep their school community safe. They know how the SRO program has worked in their buildings in the past and how their school communities have been altered this year with the beginning of the phase reduction. I can guarantee you that principals would not advocate this strongly if they didn't know that the SRO phased reduction was hurting their school community. With the adults that we entrust to take care of our schools and when the adults that we entrust to take care of our kids come to us asking for a resource to keep them safe, we must listen. This level of agreement across sectors requires our action. And while student safety is paramount, I'd like to note that the issue also impacts staff safety. This committee heard impassioned testimony last month from the police chief about a school principal who was badly hurt on campus. An important tactic to retain our best educators and attract others to join them is to provide a safe and secure work environment. The increase in crime will make it harder to attract and keep our talent, which will then impact student success. Attached to my testimony, you'll find a letter signed by 29 principals leading middle and high schools in DCPS and public charter. They are telling this community that they are seeing a rise in neighborhood safety issues spilling onto campuses and endangering students during their commute to and from school. They are telling us that it's not possible for LEA and school leaders to address this rise at the same time that this council is phasing out the MPD SRO program, a primary tool to keep students safe. And they are telling us that if the council believes that there are other models of school safety that do not involve SROs, the council should pilot that model with robust data collection and analysis before any drastic changes are made. On behalf of KIPP DC's principals, students, staff, and parents, I ask the council to first support the mayor's budget and return the school resource officer program at the 2021 to 22 levels or higher, with improved training and regulations on officer involvement during routine school discipline infractions. And two, assign SRO officers to all secondary schools equitably. Currently, only middle schools that sit on their own single school campus and serve exclusively grades 6 through 8 receive a dedicated SRO. Equitable access to safety requires every school that serves grades 6 to 8 to receive SRO support at a level commensurate with need. Students will not come to a school environment where they don't feel safe. And our students and their families have told us that they feel safer when a trained SRO is on campus. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Massimini. And thank you to all of our witnesses for being here with us today. I really appreciate your perspectives. I want to ask you, Mr. Pittman, if you're still here, about the chasing policy that you mentioned. And this is something that's come up in a couple of contexts, one around making sure that we are not engaging in behavior that's going to be dangerous for anybody's life, and for surrounding neighbors who might get caught up in the chase, but also because DC's laws are different than our neighboring states. There have been some speculation that when folks are being chased and come into DC, it kind of creates a different environment. And so you said we should look at our policies around chasing. I was just wondering if you had any specific ideas for what that should look like to get that balance right.
I appreciate the question. I'll leave that to the chief to talk about what chase policy should look like. What I can tell you from speaking to officers and what happens in Ward 6, as well as throughout our city, sometimes police are behind a car that's been stolen and they can't do anything about it. And it's frustrating. And so what that answer looks like, I think, is going to come from a lot of collaboration. And certainly I'm not suggesting that we should do what's done in California where you just chase someone. That's not safe. MPD is using the helicopters to go after people, and that is helpful. We certainly don't want to create a situation where people are getting hurt or we're creating more risk. And that's why I would say I would defer to the chief to talk more about that.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to ask, a number of you talked about school resource officers, and I want to ask you, Ms. Robinette, and her and Mr. Massimini about Councilor Parker's bill and how that relates to both having a standardization of making sure that there are safety avenues when incidents do arise.
Yeah.
But also being flexible because the needs of all schools are different. And we can start with you, Ms. Robinette. I hear your points about the concerns of having police in schools, but what do you propose when an incident does arise and school leaders are having to take on this role of responding to, in some instances, violence and not having the resources that they need to do so and keep themselves and their school safe?
Absolutely. And forgive my voice, I'm getting over a cold. That's absolutely the central tension here, right? But we strongly support Councilmember Parker's bill to create community-led safety teams that would one, allow a staffer, and for high schools, 2 staffers dedicated specifically to this work, to design plans that work for that school and that community. And because these teams would be community-led and community-driven, it would allow exactly what Mr. Massimini was describing about how principals know their schools, they know their communities, and they'll know what they need. without sort of the traumatic imposition of police officers that we've seen in our young clients who have this kind of complex relationship with police that makes school harder. And I also agree with Mr. Massimini's point that like kids won't go to school if they don't feel safe there. But for a lot of our clients, the police presence is what makes them not feel safe. And that is interfering with their both willingness to go to school and also the level of safety they feel while they're there.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to add on this piece of kind of standardization versus flexibility for schools with as it relates to SROs?
I agree. It's a complex issue, right? Because every school is not the same. Every school community is different, and then the needs are different. The needs can be different, not necessarily on different sides of the city, but in alternate neighborhoods, they might be 5 to 6 blocks apart. So while I believe there should be some standardization in terms of the overall interaction of SROs, I think there should be some flexibility from school to school. The reality is our educators know they know their job best. I think it's disingenuous for people who are not principals in these spaces to tell principals in these spaces what they need. And at some point, I think if we're really focusing on the safety of students, then we have those people, the folks who serve the students, the folks who are responsible for not just the students, but the adults, their voice needs to be heard a little bit more. So I agree that there should be some standardization, but flexibility is a must because every environment is different.
I'd like to weigh in there if I could, just briefly, and I agree with everything that's been said there. You know, maybe within the schools, maybe we need a safety officer. Sometimes maybe the principal isn't the best person to be the point person to address that particular issue. Maybe there's a way to coordinate what's happening with that particular school and understanding that each school is different and has its own set of characteristics. At the same time, one of the things that I've asked about is how do we create a database that is able to capture the information that we need to be able to understand what's happening from school to school. The technology is there, but I wonder whether or not the vendors and the current systems that we use actually are able to handle that. And I know we talk about taking away little pieces of money from MPD, but if you want the data that everyone is saying that they want, then we've got to find some middle grounds. And I think that, you know, whether we all totally agree or not, there is some space here where I think we could come to a place to get what we all want.
I just want to jump in and say too that I think what we're all looking for is better solutions. We just don't have good solutions right now, and we need a space to explore how could this be better. I don't think anybody feels like SROs are a perfect solution. They're at best a Band-Aid and at worst a problem, but we need to explore how to keep our communities and schools safe. And I also would just point out that what we're seeing and hearing from schools is that it isn't about safety within the schools. I feel like schools have a lot of confidence in their ability to manage discipline incidents and other things. But what we're seeing a lot of is violence from around the community getting to and from school, and what happens to students that prevents them from even coming to school. So that is what we need, a community-wide approach to address.
I agree, and I would love to add that I would really appreciate one of the values I think in having full legislative hearings on the two kind of different approaches to school safety that are pending before the council is exactly these sorts of nuanced questions that will allow educators and advocates and all of the community stakeholders, parents, students to come in and talk about not only what they want to see their schools safe, but whether or not SROs can provide that function, right? So if the issue is communication about community violence around schools, I question whether having an SRO stationed at the school provides that function, right? So if it's a communication error, we can set up ways to notify principals of issues in the area, right? Ms. Herr discussed phone calls that are supposed to be happening and aren't happening correctly. There are better ways to improve communication that doesn't have a stationed officer that causes kind of traumatic harms to students. That's not the only way to communicate community violence to school leaders. And so I think a full hearing would really allow this committee and the council as a whole to identify what functions it is that schools need filled and the most appropriate way to meet that resource need. I was a school teacher. I deeply understand the kind of history of empty promises of like future funding or future supports, or we're going to take this away and replace it with something else. Like I understand the skepticism there, but that doesn't mean that we have to revert to the old ways that weren't working and were harming kids. We should in fact follow through on those promises and fulfill the needs that schools have.
So if we have some time, I would like to follow up quickly.
Okay, and this will probably be the last comment of this panel.
I understand. I appreciate it. So through the things and the concerns that I've heard, but on both sides, charter and public charter, specifically in our secondary schools, is that with the rise in the neighborhood-based conflicts, school is the place where students meet, right? They, with whether it's online issues, there is the travel to and from, but school is the collection of all of the young people. And while there is I think everyone wants the greatest solution, and everyone wants the most well-researched and the thing that works the best. The problem is we eliminated what we had to protect before we did all of those things. And what we're saying is, in our opinion, is not that this is the only way, but let's get to that. But let's not take everything away and then say, okay, now let's try a process, right? I was the dean of students at Ballou Senior High School for 7 years. And there was never a time that, let me back out, that while we were able to cut violence tremendously in that building, tremendously, that doesn't happen without the relationships that our SROs were able to build with our students. I was at Anacostia, I was at Friendship Collegiate, and in all of those places, I have, in all of my years, I have seen negative situations with patrol officers that come in, but I've never seen a negative situation with an SRO. And I think in many situations, SROs were able to be the balance between the patrol officers who come in with a very different type of mindset and aren't necessarily student-centered, where our SROs are absolutely student-centered in every situation. And even when I was in charge of discipline and safety for 110 schools, we saw that consistently across the board.
Right. Thank you so much. No, I think that's a really important point. And I think that's been made very clear from the conversation that has gone on with these shifts legislatively. Is I am of the mind that we should be allowing for SROs, but we also need to be responsive to the very clear calls for folks that these folks should be trained on how to deal specifically with children and with students, and build those relationships. And I think there's a way to do both as we move forward. But I hear you all, but there are other strategies that we can work on employing in addition to those as we move forward to try to tackle the multitude of safety challenges that are happening around the school. But thank you all very much, this panel, for all of your work, and looking forward to working with you all moving forward.
Thank you.
We will next call our next panel of public witnesses: Catherine Park from Mundo Verde Public Charter School, Greg Pemberton from DC Police Union, Ohefa Anoku from ACLU DC, Michelle Green, public witness, Kylie Hogan, DC Safe, Ted Jutras, Capitol Riverfront Bid. All right, and if you're here, Catherine Park from Mundo Verde Public Charter School, please go ahead.
Hi. Good morning, Councilman Pinto. It is a pleasure to introduce myself as the Chief of Operations and Sustainability at Mundo Verde Public Charter, serving over 1,000 students in pre-K through 5th grade. We have one campus in Brookland near Providence Hospital and one campus at P in North Capitol. I'm here to share with you the neighborhood issues that are impacting our Cook campus at P and North Capitol. I'd like to uplift a few data points from this school year alone. On August 24th, the first day of school, there was a drive-by on O Street, just one block behind our campus, resulting in 2 deaths, a lockdown at dismissal, and a parent's car was hit by bullets. This was our first day of school. A few months later, a parent was assaulted on her way for dismissal, being headbutted at North Capitol in Florida. Parents often report on the open air drug traffic at P and North Capitol on the eastern side of P Street as they walk to school for arrivals and dismissals. I have submitted an application to DDOT for a traffic control officer, but I've been denied. This past Wednesday, so this week, the janitorial staff shared a photo that they had taken when they arrived at 7 a.m. Someone had taken the books from our free library that's accessible to the community, set it on fire, and apparently slept on our bench outside of our pre-K and kinder house. So I'm here to inform you that there needs to be a public solution that serves as a liaison between public schools and MPD. The former SRO programs heavily prioritized high schools. So I am here to, while I support the SRO program, I wanted to stress that whatever solution we come up with, it needs to serve all schools, not just high schools. There can also be specific communication tools that allow schools to connect with resources beyond 911 and also with their neighborhood schools to coordinate neighborhood issues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And I'm so sorry to hear that happen. Terrible. Next we will hear from Greg Pemberton from the DC Police Union.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. As the chairman of the DC Police Union, I speak on behalf of approximately 3,200 sworn police officers, detectives, and sergeants who serve this community as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. I've been a DC police officer for 18 years, and I take great pride in serving the city. I'd like to focus my time today on the active and existential crisis facing the Metropolitan Police Department, attrition and staffing, and more specifically, its relationship to the budget. Our main concern about the proposed MPD budget is that it does not appear to designate funds to hire more police officers. The current strength of the MPD has dropped below 3,400, and the strength of the rank and file union members has dropped now below 3,200, the lowest number of police officers at MPD in decades. When I first took office as head of the police union in April of 2020, reports showed that we had 3,626 union members. Our most recent membership report from March 24th, 2023 states that we're down to 3,167. This is a net loss of 459 union members. Overtime spending at MPD is obviously a concern for the council, given the council's enactment of the Metropolitan Police Department Overtime Spending and Accountability Act. The act requires overtime reports to be transmitted to the council monthly, and specifically for the reports to, quote, describe the staffing plan and conditions to justify overtime pay. The bill was introduced after police overtime went $40 million over budget. One council member even described MPD's overtime spending as reckless. The problem is not that the overtime spending is reckless. The problem is there are not enough police officers to handle the hours of work demanded by the citizens. This lack of officers is made up for through mandatory overtime. Chief of Police has testified in front of the council on numerous occasions, stating that MPD officers work over 1 million hours of overtime each of the past 2 fiscal years. That's equivalent to 550 additional officers per year. It's no coincidence that that is about the same number of officers we've lost during that same time frame. Tragically, the homicide rate is again increasing. Armed carjacking, sexual assault, and vehicle theft are also on the rise. Many citizens complain to our members that they live in fear of criminal activity and they want more police presence, and more accountability for criminals. It's paramount that the committee and the council take appropriate action to ensure our department is well staffed with the best possible personnel in order for us to remain one of the best police departments in the country. Additionally, we strongly support the mayor's proposal to repeal the phase out of SROs. Polling and data show that the vast majority of residents and parents support the SRO program. The way to improve policing is to have the appropriate number of officers needed to meet the demands of the city. Anything less will result in lower standards, reduced quality of customer service, and an increase in the cost of overtime and attrition expenses. The number of officers should be decided by rigorously established empirical data and research, not by magic numbers or baseless rhetoric, which calls for fewer police. The union asks for the council to give deep consideration when making decisions that affect the ability to hire and retain our best employees, specifically legislation affecting employee rights, along with budgetary restraints that would impact hiring and retention, as these issues are at the heart of MPD's performance and its ability to provide exceptional service to its residents and visitors. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pemberton. We will now hear from Ohefa Anoku from ACLU DC.
Hello, Chair Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Ahoifa Ananuko, and I present the following testimony on behalf of the ACLU DC. The ACLU DC works to safeguard civil liberties and rights of district residents. We believe the district needs to decenter policing as its dominant approach to public safety, especially since policing has been shown to be a harmful and ineffective solution to crime and safety concerns. The council has taken important steps towards improving public safety by passing legislation such as a comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Act. And we are disheartened that the mayor's FY24 budget takes a step back from those efforts by reversing legislation the council has already passed and continuing to invest far too heavily in policing, even as it leaves crucial non-police programs that address public safety underfunded. All district residents want to feel safe, but the council has heard countless stories of traumatic experiences members of DC communities, especially Black and lower income communities, have had with MPD officers that illustrate police are not there to provide that safety. Further, the council has heard from communities most impacted by crime and violence that the district needs to take a more comprehensive approach to addressing public safety challenges. Similarly, Black students have been outspoken about the damaging impact of police in their schools, while demanding non-police supports that foster a safer learning environment. We call on the council to reject efforts to reverse the phase out of SROs. DC's young people deserve to feel safe and nurtured in their schools. Police are antithetical to that, as they do not actually improve safety. Police presence in schools creates a hostile environment that shifts focus away from learning and supporting students to over-disciplining and criminalization. Black and brown students, as well as students with disabilities, are disproportionately harmed by police in schools. These students are more likely to be subjected to physical restraint, referred to law enforcement, and have their right to due process impeded. Black DC students consistently make up more than 90% of students referred to law enforcement. Making matters worse, there's no real accountability because students have no recourse for bringing complaints about harms done to them by SROs. The ACLU DC urges the council to pass and fund the School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023. If passed, the bill would give schools a real opportunity to create safer schools that center non-carceral interventions like restorative justice, violence interruption, and other methods that do not involve law enforcement. Solutions like those envisioned in this legislation will transform schools into environments that are more responsive to safety needs of students, teachers, and school administrators without putting the current and future well-being of students in jeopardy. The call for removal of police is part of a larger paradigm shift district leaders should be striving to make if they truly want to achieve safety. A genuine people-focused response to crime and violence should center on the undoing of harms done to communities by government policies and decisions rather than doubling down on harmful practices. District leaders should usher in an era of public safety strategy that is grounded in restorative justice and real opportunities that lift people out of survival mode. That cannot happen with the continuation of current levels of investment in policing while communities only receive a fraction of those investments. Simply put, the sheer size of MPD's budget crowds out investments in non-police programs that are absolutely necessary for solving longstanding public safety issues. The mayor and other district leaders have been very vocal about crime and violence, yet the mayor's budget proposes cuts to funding for violence interruption programs, funding for which already pales in comparison to MPD's. Every year for at least the last 3 years, MPD's has had funded vacancies left unfilled. MPD leadership often blames new laws and a lack of incentives to attract people to join the force. Yet no other agency enjoys the levels of incentives that have been allotted to MPD. Just last year, the council approved over $14 million in incentives to recruitment and retention incentives. Funding for these funding for these incentives were approved even though the council knew that they were not being fully taken up in the previous year. The structural issues that exist within MPD will not be resolved with more funding or more police officers on the force. Continuing to pour substantial resources into a department whose budget already stands at well over $500 million communicates to communities suffering from crime and violence that their voices and livelihood do not matter. District leaders must be willing to stand up to MPD, continue to insist on greater accountability, and put more resources into developing and scaling up alternative approaches to public safety concerns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asana. Next, we will hear from Michelle Green, public witness.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and I want to thank the council for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Perfect, because I was having technical difficulties. But my name is Michelle Green, and I am requested to be on your to testify today because of the issues that I'm having. I've been dealing with a lot of crimes. West Senate. Also, just as invited Senator Gillibrand.
Ms. Green, I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's some trouble with your audio. You're coming in and out every word or so.
Is this any better?
I think so.
Better?
Yes, yes.
Perfect, my apologies. Wanted to let you know that I'm dealing with several different crimes that I've been going to the police department regarding, and nothing's been done. I have 3 falsified police reports on file, one in Virginia, noted for Virginia. I did not discuss anything related to Virginia. I have been told that I am schizophrenic and I have mental issues, yet the police will not investigate the crimes. So I bring it to the open forum. I've knocked on every door. I have provided 13 pages of witnesses and nothing is being done. And I'm trying to find out, where do you go to get assistance? I have cybercrime issues. I provided evidence. Police are telling me that I've never provided anything. I don't know where to go. I've knocked on government official doors and I'm told that someone will call me. I've given letters to various Congress people. They're advising me that I need to speak with my specific congressperson. And I've gotten letters sent from that office that are telling me they've never sent out offices. So how is someone to deal with this? So I place it with the council because I'm not sure what to do, where to go. And I keep knocking on doors and police aren't doing anything. And that's pretty much it. Wanted to note that I spoke with Detective Jennifer Ellis, who has advised me she has not looked into any of the crimes here, but she's reached out to police departments within various different states, but that doesn't help me if the crimes are occurring here and she's not doing anything here. She's advised me that she's not in charge of cyber crimes. So where do you go for cyber crimes? Where do you go for group stalking? Where do you go for things that have been discussed on the Senate floor and no one's doing anything about it? And that's pretty much it. I wanted to bring it to the attention to see where can I get help from. So this is a public forum for me pleading for help because I've exhausted all resources in trying to get help and I've gotten absolutely nowhere. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Green. I'm sorry to hear that. We'll see what we can do to be helpful. Next, we have Kylie Hogan from DCC.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto and members of the committee. My name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the Crisis Response Team Director for DCC. When I testified at the Performance Oversight hearing, I discussed our dynamic partnership with MPD, which is one of the most active and seamless integrations within our public safety system. Last year, we served a record number of 11,657 clients, which included over 44,000 calls to our 24/7 crisis response line and 17,000 referrals, of which approximately 70% originated with MPD. Today, I want to reiterate areas of our partnership with MPD that demand attention when it comes to the city budget, including both direct investment in MPD and investment in the structure and fidelity of our partnership through funding from other agencies like the Office of Victim Service and Justice Grants, or OVSJG. To be clear, DC Safe does not receive any direct funding from MPD, but instead financially sustains our level of partnerships through annual grant funding from OVSJG and our own general operating revenue. With the mayor's proposed cuts to OVSJG's budget in FY24, we're concerned about the potential impact on our partnership next year, both in terms of our ability to sustain the expansion of our services and to continue to address areas where we are presently performing outside of our scope. Since 2020, DC Safe has seen a nearly 60% increase in our client volume, with a significant portion of those clients falling outside of our primary expertise of supporting victims of intimate partner violence. We continue to receive referrals for cases involving parents and minor children, families with severe and persistent mental health issues, roommate conflicts, and other types of domestic disputes between non-intimate partners. MPD does its best to respond to these cases, as do we, particularly by providing critical crisis intervention. But the reality is that we cannot police our way out of many of these situations, and further, DC Safe isn't always the right entity to provide support. The housing crisis and other after effects of COVID-19 have created unprecedented disruptions in the community. An innovative approach to community needs are critical. A commitment to creative and holistic means to addressing the needs of the whole community needs to be reflected in the larger city budget. Historically, the police have been shouldered with providing a police response to issues of poverty and social injustice in a way that is unrealistic, and the community is consistently asking for change. To create better solutions, both MPD and community organizations like ours need the tools and funding to create sustainable partnerships, drive holistic programming, and offer tangible resources to those in need. Further, it needs to be an ongoing commitment to allow partnerships to grow and connections to ripen to achieve success. That said, it's extremely concerning to us that Mayor Bowser's FY24 budget proposes major cuts to emergency rental assistance and other social safety net programs. If these budget cuts go through, we anticipate an even greater strain on the demands of MPD and our partnerships with the police. With that said, we hope this committee will consider how to direct investments within the public safety cluster to ensure the viability and sustainability of our partnership with MPD and our mutual capacity to bring alternative public safety options to the district and in other programs with similar goals. For example, I know this committee has heard from my colleagues about the High-Risk Domestic Violence Initiative, or HIDVI. We are presently awaiting the amended City Administrator's Order, which governs the structure and mechanisms of HRDVI. With over 20,000 reports taken for domestic violence by MPD in 2022 and the increase in fatalities we saw during the pandemic, an amended order is essential to identifying the most vulnerable to increasing violence and to bringing together MPD and other city agencies to find solutions. Recently, I met with members of Patrol Services South in the 1st, 6th, and 7th District and the U.S. Attorney's Office to discuss and address the ongoing issue of high volumes of domestic violence in these districts. While it was an incredibly productive conversation that I look forward to continuing, agencies such as ours should not come together sporadically. The HRDVI can provide a sustainable forum for different district agencies to come together and reflect on what we can be doing better and how we can work together and not in silos to address barriers to safety. But DC Safe, as well as police and other agencies in the city, need to have information and resources to move this critical initiative forward. That should include funding for ours and other district agencies to truly invest time and energy in this initiative, but also funding to help MPD build a real domestic violence unit in line with other specialized units in the department, better data analytics to identify high volume and high risk households, and investment into ongoing training around this complex and challenging public safety issue. I want to finish by saying DC Safe stands with the Victim Assistance Network along with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Both are whom are calling on the city to ensure an adequate baseline of funding following the pandemic for victim services. I hope that my testimony, along with other testimonies from the community here today, will stay with you in the upcoming series of markups and affect the changes needed to secure and improve the public safety infrastructure. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much, Spoken. Next, we will hear from Ted Jutras from the Capital Riverfront Bid.
Good morning, Chair Pinto, members of the committee, and staff of the committee. My name is Ted Jutras, Vice President of Planning and Public Realm at Capitol Riverfront Bid. Bid President Michael Stevens had a conflict arise, so I will be presenting his testimony in his place this morning. We provide this testimony today on behalf of our Capitol Riverfront community and our Bid Board of Directors in support of maintaining and increasing funding for Metropolitan Police Department. We remain concerned with heightened levels of violent crime in our neighborhood and other neighborhoods across the District of Columbia, including targeted shootings, robberies and assaults, car thefts, and carjackings. This increase in crime can impact a neighborhood like ours on many fundamental levels. The perception of safety is diminished and residents feel unsafe walking in the neighborhood and going to stores, restaurants, or sporting events. That change in perception can impact visitor attendance at sporting events, restaurants, music venues, and park activations. An unsafe neighborhood or a neighborhood that is perceived as being unsafe can lead to declining residential leasing and ownership, ultimately leading to a devaluation of residential buildings and leading to a loss of tax revenue. A lowered perception of safety may even delay a return to the workplace by employees of the neighborhood, having the same impact in devaluing office properties. These fiscal impacts in turn will make it harder for the city to make investments needed to meet social equity, mobility, affordable housing, and economic development goals. The bid provides a variety of services for Capitol Riverfront, a 460-acre mixed-use riverfront community along the Anacostia River in wards 6 and 8. However, these services do not include security, policing, enforcement, or arrest powers. Those duties are primarily the responsibility of MPD, and we fully support the equitable use of these police functions throughout the city. The bid has worked closely with MPD District 1 as we are located in PSAs 105 and 106. We've received excellent support from Commander Tasha Bryant, Captain Kevin Harding, Lieutenant Kenneth Taylor, and Sergeant Anthony Walsh, among others, as we discuss possible solutions to this increase in violent crimes in our neighborhood. They have attended and advised us at our bid board meetings, ANC meetings, Half Street merchants and property owners meetings, and meetings at many of our residential buildings. The bid is in these discussions regarding crime and security, as we feel that we can facilitate dialogue and form partnerships among our many stakeholders, the community at large, and the officers and leadership at MPD District 1. As a result of these discussions and partnership building, the bid and our stakeholders have evaluated several programs to assist in crime prevention, the instigations of crime, and apprehension of criminals. These include utilizing RDO officers in the Half Street and N Street public realm of the ballpark district of our neighborhood, strengthening communications among the bid, MPD, and other public safety organizations, as well as private security companies working in the neighborhood, working with MPD to keep the community informed on crime events, statistics, possible solutions through PSA 105 and 106 meetings, encouraging property owners to participate in the security camera rebate program through OVSJG and MPD to assist in closing cases when crimes do occur. The bid, in a partnership with the Half Street property owners, merchants, and restaurants, did engage MPD's RDO program beginning on Thursday, February 23rd. For Half Street and N Street Southeast public realm. We have an ongoing request for RDO officers 7 days a week with 2 shifts each evening. We have also created a communications network among the merchants and property owners and purchased walkie-talkies so that merchants can be in direct communications with the RDO officers. We are now 5 weeks into the RDO program, and it seems to be having the desired effect of lowering crimes in the ballpark area. We could not have done this without the guidance and insight of the MPD District 1 leadership, as well as the leadership of Brenda Smith, who administers and oversees the RDO program. MPD District 1 has also increased their presence in patrols in the neighborhood. Another benefit of the RDO program is that it has brought the concept of community policing back to the ballpark district. The officers walk the route and take time to visit with retailers, merchants, and restaurant operators, even at times escorting employees to their vehicles or nearby apartments when late night shifts and late in the early hours of weekend mornings. But these strategies will not be as effective if we do not have continued MPD presence in the neighborhood and funding to restore MPD forces back to pre-COVID levels. Safety and security for the city's residents are foundational responsibilities of local government. The bid encourages you to maintain or increase funding for the MPD while also implementing benchmarks of success and new forms of community policing and violence interruption that can make our MPD police force more effective in the neighborhoods that they serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dugas. We are now going to hear from Patrick Burke, who was part of our first panel. And please go ahead, Mr. Burke, whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Pinto. My name is Patrick Burke. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Police Foundation. Our mission is to bring together our business, professional, civic, and nonprofit groups, along with individual citizens, to promote public safety by providing financial and in-kind resources to the Chief of Police, MPD, and our youth. Our goal is to make Washington, DC a safer place to live, work, and visit for everyone. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you with respect to the budget of MPD. As a retired Assistant Chief of Police for MPD and the former U.S. Marshal for Washington, D.C., I've served the citizens of D.C. For over half my life. I'm honored to work with Chief Conti and his command staff and officers in striving to achieve a safer city in which I continue to live and raise my 4 children. Our membership's been particularly concerned with the reduction in officers and the impact this has had on our department. Fewer officers impact response times, time spent with victims, time spent on intervention, and caseload numbers for detectives. As the DC Police Foundation also works with MPD on myriad youth initiatives, to include the Police Athletic League, this also affects the amount of time that officers can have positive interactions with their young people, both on and off duty. Beyond the attrition of officers through retirement, I'm extremely concerned about the resignation numbers. We spend a significant amount of money to recruit and train officers, and we need to do a better job of keeping our best and brightest right here at MPD. In my current role, I interact daily with MPD to stay abreast of their interests, tech initiatives and technology, operations, and crime-fighting efforts. What I'd like to discuss briefly are MPD's efforts to build respect and trust with the communities they serve. As I've come to learn, MPD does not measure success by number of arrests they make, but rather the absence of crime and preemptive efforts to deter crime from happening in the first place. These efforts start with our youth. Our strategies work to fulfill the Police Foundation's mission of creating a safer DC for people to live, work, and visit by changing the efforts in vulnerable communities in DC to help alleviate the challenges of DC residents who are living in poverty and crime-infested neighborhoods. We work with our youth programs providing mentoring, coaching, and intervention. And more fundamentally, these programs are a gateway to potential careers in law enforcement. Without adequate staffing, many of our officers are unavailable to work with these youth in building relationships and preempting crimes. Amongst these initiatives include our Junior Cadet Program, Police Athletic League, Youth Creating Change, and Classrooms to Careers. We also provide funding and in-kind support to a variety of youth and community outreach programs managed by MPD's community outreach coordinators and youth and family service division staff who are both uniformed and civilians. MPD is in a unique position to identify and intervene with at-risk youth. Through a deep understanding of what produces crime in a community, MPD and the Foundation are able to minimize community and law enforcement confrontation experienced in other cities like Ferguson, Baltimore, and around the country. Through programs such as MPD's Citizen Engagement Academy, MPD gives the public an opportunity to experience policing from an officer's perspective and better understand the policy implications and decision processes that officers face on a daily basis. After a number of years that have seen less funding for police agencies, not only here, but nationwide, I'm pleased to see the administration countering this narrative. President Biden recently expressed admiration for those who serve, thanking them for, quote, putting their lives on the line every single day to keep our communities safe. He also called for enhanced tools, training, and funding for police nationwide, repeating his stance that, quote, the answer is not to defund the police, end quote. I agree wholeheartedly with that stance and support Mayor Bowser's efforts to do the same. We at the Police Foundation request that the council fully fund the MPD in order to not only address crime challenges, but to work with youth and support programs that build respect and trust within our communities. Thank you, Councilmember Pinto, for the opportunity to testify. I'll submit written testimony and I'll be around to answer any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Burke, and for all of your work. Thank you to all of our witnesses, this panel. I want to start with you, Mr. Jutras, and some of the challenges that you mentioned with the bid in keeping the community safe. And as we think about the police's budget and some of the hiring challenges the department has continued to cite, we've been trying to think creatively about how we can get the needed staffing and eyes on the ground, but through other means. And as you may know, I introduced a bill several weeks ago called the Recovery Act to provide, it does a lot of things for downtown, to reimagine downtown, but one of the pieces it does that affects all of our business corridors is provides a avenue for funding for community groups like our bids to apply to for needs of public safety. That could be additional patrols, that could be lighting. I just wanted to see if you had thoughts on that piece of the bill while I have you here as it relates to public safety and our consideration of MPD's budget.
Sure. No, and I appreciate that, and I think that you know, the RDO program, things of that nature that we put to use obviously have to some extent, you know, limited applicability because it's using existing off-duty officers. I think what you've proposed, and I'm only familiar with the broad strokes of it, but you know, I think the flexibility to allow bids and other community groups to work on the specific concerns and needs. You know, you mentioned lighting, that is a concern in some parts of our neighborhood. So being able to apply for funds to address that or additional shifts, I think that would be extremely helpful. There are, you know, a number of different avenues that we're looking at, and you know, in some instances that could be you know, social services folks or what have you, that we don't currently have budget to engage but would like to be doing that. So I think that would open up a lot of possibilities for us to, you know, not play the policing role but be impactful on other parts of the broader public safety conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to working with you on that.
Likewise.
Ms. Ananuku, I want to ask you about the school resource officers in schools, and I hear your points around truly addressing safety. And I don't know if you heard our conversation with the previous panel, but and I want to be clear that, you know, the vast majority of our kids in DC schools are wonderful kids and pursuing great productive activities in schools and are not violent. But when an incident of violence does occur in our schools, what do you propose as an alternative when we're hearing from teachers and educators and our principals that they need additional public safety support to help them if an incident of violence does occur?
Thank you for that question. First, I think that the recent bill introduced by Councilmember Parker does a great job of outlining solutions by bringing together different stakeholders, such as teachers, school administrator, and developing those safety teams that, again, will determine what is best for each school in terms of addressing their safety concerns. And I think an important aspect of that is, once again, when police enter the picture, it's usually after something happens, right? And this legislation provides an opportunity for interventions to be put in place so that if, you know, two students are having some sort of issue, you know, you can do mediation, you can have some sort of restorative justice session to make sure that the issues that may rise up to violence are addressed before we even get to that point. Because right now, again, and another thing I'm hearing from folks is that they want SROs to address issues that are happening outside of the schools. You know, and we don't need police in schools to address something that's happening outside of schools, especially when students are saying the police in my school are making me feel unsafe.
Okay, thank you very much, and I appreciate that perspective. Mr. Pemberton, I want to ask you about police accountability, because this is especially important as we think about MPD's budget and what we can allocate funding for that we can reasonably hire, and what Chief Conti thinks we can hire, and making sure that we're not conflating accountability and the instances of misconduct being able to be handled. And, you know, with everything that's gone on this week on the Hill and the conflation of those two pieces, can you clarify your perspective on this, that we need to be having a police department that is accountable? I hope we can all agree on that, and making sure that we're doing so in a manner that will improve public safety.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. My response is that I think there's a premise that there is no accountability and that there needs to be accountability that's added. There's 9 different agencies that investigate police officers in the city. There's the Internal Affairs Division, there's the Equal Opportunity Office, there's the OPC, there's the OAG, there's the USAO, there's the FBI, there's the Inspector General, the Board of Ethics and Government Accountability. These are all agencies that already have the ability to investigate police officers. I think it's hard for people to point to officer misconduct here in the city and say that officers haven't been held accountable. It's a rare thing that occurs, but unfortunately it does occur. Sometimes officers act foolish, or there's even violent acts that have taken place that were inappropriate. And as we point to those, we can see that the proper course of action was taken in those cases, and that people were investigated and they were held accountable. So there's this suggestion that there's not enough accountability and we need to add more accountability, or we need to take away the rights and protections that all of the good officers have, because there might be a bad officer that goes out and does something terrible once in a blue moon. And that's the problem, is that we're not balancing the accountability with the protections for the good officers, the 99.9% of the officers that go out and do their job and put their lives on the line and try to protect the community and try to build trust. And they come here and they work 18 hours a day, sometimes with no days off, for months at a time, to try to protect the city. And what we're doing is we're treating them as if they're terrible police officers. And when people feel like that, when people who go out and do their job, and people who have 20 years on, who've never brushed up against the disciplinary system, they've never done anything wrong, they're by the books, they care about the community, they care about the city. And then we tell them, hey, by the way, we're going to treat you the same way as these other police officers that we think engaged in misconduct. People don't want to work in that environment. And those are the people that we see leaving, particularly on the resignation side. What those officers are telling us when they're coming to us to figure out how to submit their resignation and leave the department, they're pointing to the fact that the council has stripped them of basic employee rights. And the council has done that in a way where they have carved out just police officers. I mean, teachers and firefighters have all of these same protections. But the council has said, nope, we're going to take those same protections, these public sector protections, basic collective bargaining protections. We're going to take those away from just cops, because we don't think cops should have those. And the fact is, like, that's not how you should treat employees who go out and do their job properly. And then there's the rebuttal to that as well. There are these cops that go out and they engage in misconduct. Well, that's what all of those agencies are for. And from what we see on our side, those officers are being held accountable, whether it's administrative, whether it's civil, whether it's criminal. It seems to me that those agencies are doing their job, and those officers are being held accountable. So this idea that there's not enough accountability and we need to add more, it doesn't resonate with me. It doesn't resonate with our members, because I think it's hard for people to point to officer misconduct in which the officer was not held accountable, at least here in this jurisdiction.
And that makes a lot of sense. And I certainly am so grateful to the vast majority of officers who put their lives on the line and go out and serve our city every day. But for the policing bill that you and others were challenging, and Congress is seeking to interfere on, this disciplinary piece was just for that small portion of officers for who you talked about, that when misconduct does happen, to make sure that there is an avenue for discipline so that we can all build trust and accountability within the department. So I'm not seeing how that undermines the goal of supporting the department.
Well, I appreciate that, but I have to push back on you a little bit. That's not what it does. Subtitle L eliminates and prohibits the right for the union, our union, which is named in the legislation, to collectively bargain over the discipline. And that doesn't mean that we get to make up the discipline. It just means that the parties get to adjudicate the discipline through a regular neutral process. And now what the council has done has put that process solely in management's hands so that the chief of police can make whatever decision he wants. And there's very little ability to appeal that or take it to a third-party neutral arbitrator. And so what that does is it suggests that the chief of police is infallible and there's no disciplinary decision he could ever make that would ever be wrong. And we should always just rely on him, because God forbid anyone ever appeals a decision. And the fact is, like, you can point to dozens and dozens of cases, and I'm happy to meet with you and actually show you these cases in which the department has overreached in discipline, and that discipline has been rescinded by an arbitrator. And there's this sort of idea that arbitration is corrupt through that process. But the fact is, like, we're very scrutinizing of what cases we send, which is why we have a high success rate. We don't send every single disciplinary case that comes through our office to arbitration. We only send the ones where we've identified significant problems in which the department has overreached. And that is why we have a high success rate at arbitration, because it's only a small number of the total disciplinary cases. And I think council members like Chairman Mendelson, who I've met with a number of times, he continues to say, he suggests in some way that this arbitration process is somehow corrupt. That's just, there's no evidence of that. And the fact is, what it's showing is that sometimes the department overreaches and they over discipline people. And because we know that, and because that's factual, and I'm happy to prove this to you with documentation so that you can look at it yourself and your staff can review it, that means that the department is not infallible, and that they're not able to make the right decision in every single disciplinary case. And now that the council through subtitle L has removed that, that is a huge problem for officers that have never brushed up against the disciplinary system, because now it means that if something ever happens to them, a frivolous complaint or some misunderstanding comes out, or even if they do engage in some kind of misconduct, that there is no opportunity for them to defend themselves. And people in this environment, in this climate, they do not want to work. They're not going to want to work for an agency that doesn't have those kind of protections. This doesn't allow them to sweep things under the rug or get away with misconduct. This is just allowing the parties to communicate on how this works and make sure that there's a fair and equitable system so that everyone is treated the same. That's why the police and that's why the teachers and the fire and every other public sector union have these rights, is so that everyone can be treated fairly and equitably. And you guys have stripped that away from us. And that's why we're going to continue to fight it, because you cannot take collective bargaining away from a public sector union.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I look forward to continuing to work with you and everyone else on this panel as we move forward and thinking about the police's budget, how to make sure that the staffing is where it needs to be, but also how to think creatively about bringing people on board and ensuring that it's a job that they want to come on board for. So thank you all very much. We're going to move on to our next panel, where we will hear from Christy Matthews-Jones from DC Girls Coalition, Amy Schusheim, public witness, Maria Fernandez, public witness, Laura Fuchs, teacher at DCPS and co-chair of DC Corps, Elizabeth Tang, public witness, Amanda Leah, public witness, Sion Dubose, student at Blackstone Academy, and Sela Gabrichstros from Blackstone Academy. Go ahead, Christy Matthews-Jones, whenever you are ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto and members of the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. My name is Christy Matthews-Jones, and I'm the director of the DC Girls Coalition. DC Girls Coalition works to elevate and amplify the voices of young girls of color, gender nonconforming people of color, and young girls of trans experience of color in the District of Columbia. Comprised of youth serving and advocacy organizations led by our Youth Advisory Board, we do a lot of advocacy and organizing. Today, I will be testifying about our support for the School Safety Enhancement Act and the rejection of the mayor's repeal of the SRO phase out. We will first like to advocate for the rejection of the mayor's repeal of the SRO phase out. For several years, young people and students have been advocating for the removal of SROs staff within schools. The program has not proven effective in the past, and we need to support young people and what they are asking for their safety. Youth have expressed the need for increased mental health services, violence interrupters, and community healers and safety directors within school. The School Safety Enhancement Act calls for the improvement of school safety by hiring full-time school safety directors who will work with students and staff to implement non-carceral safety plans tailored to individual school campuses. The School Safety Act answers the call of students, parents, and educators to provide in-school support to ensure that students are safe and cared for while they're in their schools. During our youth summit, which you attended in January, many young people spoke about the safety, school safety, and youth violence within their communities. We heard during our summit across the board that there was a need for increase of resources within schools and within communities. Many youth expressed how they themselves and their peers need social emotional support, community-based services, and adults within their schools who understand the issues they face and can help them deal with conflict, trauma, and social emotional needs. Violence in communities is directly linked to school safety and support. Often youth express they need more holistic community-based support. Instead of managing safety within schools and ensuring youth are safe at schools, young people have expressed wanting safe spaces and support during after-school hours and within their communities. Teaching young people at an early age about restorative justice, mediation, de-escalation, and other non-carceral interventions during schools will equip them with the skills they need to be successful in their communities and later in life. This shift allows a shift in how we as society help each other feel safe and deal with conflict. SRO officers in schools teaches young people that their safety is reliant on control, criminalization, and fear, instead of showing them that safety truly exists when communities have a strong level of respect, care, and support for each other. Often we hear that it is crucial to listen to those within schools about the need to keep young people safe. I understand and support this statement and do believe that it is important to listen to people within schools about what keep young people safe. But I think it's even more important to listen to young people who we are trying to keep safe. As they call for us to increase other types of programs to address conflict and violence, I think we should listen to them. I think it's important because we at DC Girls Coalition believe that in the power of young people to understand and know what they need in order to feel safe in their schools and in their community. Young people have identified several real solutions to conflict, violence, and community issues that affect safety within schools, but the city has not taken the steps towards implementing any of these solutions. We truly believe that those in schools understand. If we truly believe that those in school understand best what is best for young people, then we need to also believe that young people understand what will actually work. This is why we support the School Safety Enhancement Act, which implements many of those youth identified solutions. I will close by saying this. I believe that we are all here for one real common goal, and that is to keep young people safe and to support staff within schools that are working to educate our young people. We must, as a society, understand that every step we take, every policy we create, every plan we develop, teach our young people. We need to decide if we want to teach them about the importance of trust, community safety, and support by implementing and investing in the School Safety Enhancement Act, or do we want to teach them about fear, control, and criminalization of young people by investing in more policing? Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions you may have for me today.
Thanks so much. Next, we will hear from Amy Schusheim, public witness. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Schusheim.
Schusheim.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Amy Schusheim. I thank you for the opportunity, Chairwoman Pinto, to testify. I live at the Connecticut House at 4500 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, and I've resided here for 30 years. I am the tenant president of the Connecticut House Tenant Association, and I am also a retired Department of Veterans Affairs social worker. I'm also the co-guardian of a sibling who's civilly committed to St. Elizabeth's Hospital. So I've come in contact with MPD in many different capacities. I raised my daughter here as a single parent, and I'm very understanding of the challenges of bringing children up in an apartment house. And I want to speak of how the police have helped us here at Connecticut House. There have been two examples that have made me feel safer And the withdrawal of security guards by our property managers, which was Darrow and now is Borger, with the withdrawal has increased my feelings of insecurity and fear. There was a family on my floor where the family member and leaseholder sometimes seemed to leave a fifth grader home alone in the apartment to watch over a younger toddler. One day, the older boy took the trash out and locked himself out of the apartment. The front desk spare key was missing, possibly checked out to another family member not on the lease. The microwave caught on fire. There was smoke billowing onto my floor. I was listening to the toddler screaming and the dog crying. It was terrible. Before the fire department could put out the fire, the door had to be taken off with a crowbar, and this took precious time as we were inhaling the smoke and listening to the frantic cries of the toddler. I mentioned to the police officer that I thought it was unsafe to leave an older child at home in charge of a younger one, not to mention the fact that this child was missing education. The officer immediately that day contacted Child and Family Services, and the very next day, I saw the fifth grader walking with his cousin to Murch Elementary. In November, a new tenant moved in next door to me. Although the Connecticut House is a no smoking building, and we have quiet hours from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m., this new renter smoked and played his music and TV very loud during quiet hours, making it hard to breathe and sleep. When I informed the property manager, he told the new tenant that this is a no smoking building and about the quiet hours starting at 10 p.m. For the next 4 hours, I heard my neighbor yelling, "Don't you effing come to my door again. Don't you effing tell me what to do." I was scared to walk my dog that night and pass his apartment for fear of retaliation. If Darrow had not stopped the security guard, I would have contacted the guard to escort me outside so I could walk my dog until my neighbor had calmed down. The noise I had overheard also when his partner was visiting my neighbor made me fear she was being abused, and this intensified my own fears of asking him to not smoke or turn the music and TV down. In the spring of 2022, a woman was tied up and beaten and pushed from the 8th floor of our apartment building in an attempted murder case. Connecticut House was at that time referred by MPD as a nuisance building to the Office of the Attorney General. Again, when one tenant was walking around with a knife threatening to stab several people, she was arrested several times and released within a day. In the fall of 2022, we were again referred by the police to OAG as a nuisance property. The police are at my building constantly to mitigate crises, offer support to vulnerable adults who cannot live independently without supervision, and are a warm shoulder for children and adults alike. They diffuse situations with professionalism and compassion. Our apartment building has changed since.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. There's a bit overtime and ask you to try to wrap up.
Okay. I ask you that to keep the increase of police resources in the Van Ness area and make it and have the landlords listen to the police to reinstate our security guards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm sorry to hear what you've been dealing with. We are now going to hear from Maria Fernandez, public witness.
Thank you so much. I'm actually representing an organization, so I hope to have a little bit of grace to finish my statement, if that's okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Advancement Project this afternoon. My name is Maria Fernandez. I'm the Managing Director of Campaign Strategy at the Advancement Project, and I'm the co-convener of the National Campaign for Police-Free Schools. I am also part of the Police-Free Schools DC Coalition. I am a proud resident of Ward 7 and a step-parent to 3 DCPS graduates. I know it doesn't look like it. I am testifying today in support of the incredible organizing of the Black Swan Academy Youth and the School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023. I believe that budgets are moral documents. What the city chooses to spend its resources on is an indicator of what the values of a city are. Right now, those values of criminalization, policing, and punishment. Time and time again, we have heard from young people, Black youth, and other students of color that safety means resources and supports. We know that the safest communities and the safest schools are those with the most resources, not policing. We are in year 3 of a global pandemic. Our schools were closed, and young people and parents had to adapt to new ways of schooling. In all that time, this city, this council, and the mayor chose not to invest in the transformation of schools and public education. The city continued to fund school policing through the School Resource Officer Program and not invest in the social and mental health and wellness of students. The time to listen to young people has been now. And young people are telling us that police is the violence and that the School Safety Enhancement Act is just the beginning of what they need for real safety. The School Safety Enhancement Act fulfills the promise of reinvesting money previously dedicated to policing to student supports. It's important to remind you that the fiscal year 2022 Budget Support Act, the council agreed to reduce the presence of MPD police officers in schools over 5 years by funding fewer and fewer officers each year. This was a promise and a commitment to young people, to the young people who live in the most police neighborhoods and who attend the most police schools. This was a promise to young people who have a very different vision for what safety looks like, feels like. That safety involves investments, community, and healing. But now the mayor is proposing to repeal this provision. The council must have the courage to stay on course and reject the mayor's proposal. In the 20 years that I have been working with young people at the intersection of education and policing, never has more investments in policing and criminalization ever create real safety for students and schools communities. In fact, I have seen the opposite. Police create violence and harm onto Black youth, queer and trans young people, and students with disabilities. They do not prevent crime or harm, nor do they solve the root causes that lead to hurt and harm in our neighborhoods, which is the city's complete disinvestment in Black and working class communities. We have an opportunity to do something different. The School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023 does 2 major things. One, it establishes a school safety committee, a team of students, families, educators, and school leaders who can create non-carceral school safety strategies that center young people, their needs, not policing and criminalization. And it provides the resources to hire and train school safety directors and school safety teams who work with students and community members to implement evidence-based and trauma-informed approaches that improve student learning, safety, and well-being. To provide every school with a school safety director and to provide high schools with additional staff, the council will need to allocate $26 million. This is about the same amount that this district has historically spent each year on school security guards and school resource officers. This year, we asked the council to invest at least $4.5 million in our young people, and to specifically that the council passed the School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023. This is just a drop of the hundreds of millions of dollars the city spends on policing, a strategy that does not generate safety. Divest from policing, eliminate police in schools, and invest in the supports and wellness of students and school communities. And I just want to add that in the first panel, there was some statements around never seeing school resource officers hurt or harm young people, but we have heard time and time again from young people themselves that that is what they experience. And that should be enough for us to rethink this failed policing strategy and actually invest in what makes young people safe. And again, that's supports, that's healing, and that extends beyond our schools into our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fernandez. Next, we will hear from Laura Fuchs, teacher at DCPS and co-chair of DC Core.
Hello, my name is Laura Fuchs. I teach high school at HD Woodson for the past 16 years, and we still currently have an SRO. I am here to testify on behalf of the DC Caucus of Rank and File Educators. We are all W-2 educators based in schools every day. To us, it is disappointing that the mayor is doubling down on the failed Metropolitan Police Department to do more in regards to school safety. In reality, MPD will not solve the myriad of ways DC Public Schools, DC Department of General Services, and agencies tasked with oversight have failed teachers and students. DGS has allowed basic safety, such as functioning doors, locks, and ventilation lapse. In the case of a lockdown, the ability to secure every classroom is the minimum expectation, yet teachers across the district report not being able to secure their rooms. In the case of a reverse evacuation, an event requiring the immediate return to the school building, functioning doors, keys, and fobs are essential. Unfortunately, there's been at least one situation where reentry was delayed because of inoperable entry mechanisms. In another case, doors not closing properly left schools vulnerable to outside threats. Health and safety have not been prioritized for years. One only needs to look at the ongoing DGS maintenance requests ranging from leaking windows and roofs to plumbing to HVAC. Suggesting MPD as a solution to school safety reflects both a narrow view of the problems and a misaligned solution. Of all the needs schools face, school resource officers are among the least effective in meeting the social, emotional, and academic needs of our students. What schools actually need are more adults in a variety of roles who can help students navigate complex academic, social, and emotional challenges. This includes social workers, school psychologists, and community partners who can facilitate small groups and one-on-one counseling. Schools also need staff who can pull individual students who are in crisis and not ready to engage in class activities. Too often, SROs are pulled in when students are experiencing behavioral challenges, resulting in problematic interactions between school, police, and students. Smaller classes and caseloads across the board are essential so that students can receive more individual feedback and support from the educator. The ratios used 4 years ago simply do not work today. We are asking too much of educators when the majority of the students are 2 or more grade levels behind in reading or math. Additionally, our classrooms need to reflect 21st century realities and provide more ways to engage with content using digital technology. The curriculum also needs to afford students opportunities to demonstrate their learning in ways that mirror evolving college and career norms. Until we have shown up for students and offered robust, supportive, school-based solutions to behavior concerns, SROs represent the path of least resistance. It is short-sighted, politically expedient, and will not fundamentally improve school safety. Fully funding public schools and investment in the community will directly impact and increase the feeling of safety throughout our schools. This means smaller class sizes, robust wraparound mental health services, and real training and follow-through in restorative justice programs to better support challenges facing both students and staff. For too long, too much has been asked of schools. It is time for DC leaders to take responsibility and address the root causes of violence and illicit activity that finds its way into students' lives. SROs are not the answer. If they are the answer, we're not asking the right questions. Until we have plugged these other holes in the system, we can't think that the police belong in schools. I want to just use a little bit of the remaining time to address what I've been hearing from principals who some say they want SROs back in the schools. I do believe this is kind of a fear-based mentality with DCPS, that if SROs are removed, just like ours hasn't been, the DCPS will not put a single dime towards any other program or support. That may be correct, but that doesn't mean then that SROs are the answer, or that they're providing a service that is actually doing what people hope or think that they might do. So I think it is incumbent on people who are writing these laws to really look at what SROs actually do in the schools and how they're actually impacting teachers and students. Like if a teacher is complaining about cell phones being out in the classroom, SRO is not going to help. Right? But some people hear that and like, well, at least that's an investment, like they're trying. No, like SRO is not going to come and take a student's cell phone if they're not paying attention to doing their work. So I do think too often we're limiting ourselves in how we think about the problems that we do face in our classrooms and our schools and how we want to solve them. SROs are a simplistic, quote unquote, answer that doesn't actually work. And we need to invest in real solutions, and that's going to take time and effort. We can't continue down this path. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hughes. Next, we will hear from Scott Goldstein from Empower Ed.
Hi, good morning, Chair Pinto and council members. My name is Scott Goldstein. I'm the executive director of the DC teacher organization Empower Ed. Every dollar that we spend on increasing police in our schools is a dollar that we are not spending on restorative justice coordinators, school-based behavioral health, school safety directors, and more. Our students deserve school environments where they feel safe, nurtured, and loved. I understand the political temptation to throw more police at the problem and say mission accomplished, but to do so would be to fail to listen to the voices of those in our schools and our community and to ignore the overwhelming evidence. The evidence is clear that in comparable schools with SROs, there are more suspensions, expulsions, arrests, and terrifyingly higher likelihood of mass casualty school shootings. Evidence suggests because shooters bring heavier ammunition when they know they will encounter police. We believe that we should not be responding to student behavior by contributing to the school to prison pipeline. As one of our teacher leaders likes to say, our students deserve the chance to make mistakes. The reality is some children get the chance to make mistakes without affecting the rest of their lives, and some children don't. And we know the difference is racial. Please don't exacerbate this trend that robs our Black youth of the chance to just be children, make mistakes, learn from them, and grow without having a police officer lurking around every corner of their lives. We've heard it argued that SROs are different from other police, that they actually aren't stationed in the building and are well-trained in de-escalation. That wasn't my experience as a high school teacher. I saw the ways in which we have armed officers in the midst of an escalating situation with a student often escalates the situation further rather than de-escalates it. I've heard the calls for safety from educators, parents, school leaders, and more. I agree we must address those concerns and provide adequate replacement strategy. But when I engage in these conversations, what I hear is the desire to have someone respond to violence who can de-escalate, someone who can coordinate all the many initiatives in our city to respond to community violence, someone to share information across schools. And there's simply no reason that person has to be an armed MPD officer with the power to arrest. Instead, we should focus on rules like school safety directives, proposing Councilmember Parker's new legislation. These proposals would address the actual concerns of neighbors instead of addressing political concerns without solving the critical issue at hand. So we ask you to fund $4.5 million in this year's budget to implement school safety directors in all DC high schools. Empower Ed's a teacher voice organization, so I'll use the rest of my testimony to read quotes from DC educators from our recent citywide survey. When we asked about SROs, opinions were split, with 40% favoring the return and 60% favoring either no presence or a very restrictive approach requiring officers to be unarmed and without the power to arrest. But when we asked educators an open-ended question, what do we actually need to prioritize to keep our students safe in schools and their community? What solutions and ideas should be our energy be focused on? The feedback centered on more mental health supports, safer school buildings, the need for appropriate consequences for behavior, funding the initiatives we already have, better coordination, and more. A Ward 5 teacher said, quote, "In my view, we should continue funding non-policing strategies in order to keep students safe. SROs are largely inward facing, meaning their presence in schools directed at disciplinary action towards students. But instead, prioritizing relationships and resources for students, we can ensure that our focus is on addressing student needs in order to create safer schools and communities centered on students, rather than creating punitive structures that isolate students and don't help them address the issues they may be facing." A Ward 8 teacher shared, "We need to prioritize students and staff social emotional development and mental health, as well as create an environment where students feel safe. If students do not feel safe, their brains are not ready to learn. Police in our schools do not make me feel safe because it gives me the sense there's something wrong. I would like to see DCPS prioritize more social workers and community resources in our schools, smaller class sizes, and more." A Ward 7 teacher said we should be focused on building maintenance, especially on door locks and access to keys, school counselors and social workers, lower class sizes, less unfunded mandates that allow us to focus on what is necessary in our classroom. A Ward 2 teacher shared that we should provide students with behavioral needs, that the appropriate school environment, like smaller class sizes. DCPS should have a school within a school approach for children who need additional support through school support personnel, such as school counselors, social workers, and psychologists. A Ward 5 DCPS teacher said, "We need more mental health professionals and more flexible scheduling to allow for mental health and counseling time with students." Another Ward 8 teacher said we should focus on creating more guidelines on discipline that do not take away from learning or penalize scholars, but rather reinforce the idea and the importance of learning from experience and learning in real time. A Ward 7 educators shared that we should focus on more parent involvement because at the end of the day, they are most responsible for students. The better the village can work with committed parents, the better the chances are for students and for their safety all around. I have many more quotes from educators from all of 8 wards attached to my testimony and in our full survey results. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you have, including about evidence related to the question you shared earlier about what we should do in regards to immediate violent incidents that pop up in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goldstein. I appreciate all of those other great ideas and important needs for investments for our kids. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Tang, public witness.
Hello, Chair Pinto and committee members. My name is Elizabeth Tang. I live in Ward 1. Today, I want to talk about how MPD is a major source of violence, not a solution to it. Number one, since 2016, MPD officers have killed at least 26 DC residents. Number two, MPD openly collaborates with white supremacists. From 2011 to 2017, MPD officers actively surveilled local Black activists while regularly being seen fist bumping and taking photos with the Proud Boys. Last February, we learned that one cop was helping the Proud Boys locate and target DC activists. Number three, MPD keeps violent cops on the force. Recently, MPD found that at least 64 of its officers had committed criminal misconduct, including serious violence against women. But thanks to a panel led by Robert Conti, now our police chief, all of them are still on the force today, including one who was abusing and threatening to kill his wife, one who ran over the mother of his child with his SUV, and one who punched his wife so hard he fractured her skull. Earlier today, Greg Pemberton claimed there's already too much accountability at MPD, but the data says otherwise. This is a systemic issue and MPD endorses this violence. I could go on, but I only have 3 minutes. You might say, those are just a few bad apples, but we have way more than just a few. And besides, the full saying is that it only takes one bad apple to spoil the whole barrel. So why does this incredibly spoiled barrel get more than $500 million every year? And why is anyone trying to keep these dangerous people in our schools near young people? At a recent mayor's budget forum, most DC folks said MPD was their least favorite agency. But this past year, DC gave more in local operating funds to MPD than to the departments for Parks and Rec, libraries, employment services, teachers' retirement, unemployment compensation, tenants advocate, human rights, and energy and environment combined. So I'm asking you to try something new. Invest in our communities, not the cops who are killing us, abusing us, and collaborating with Nazis. 85% of folks in Wards 7 and 8 live more than 1 mile away from a real grocery store. We have more than 4,000 unhoused neighbors. Rent is going up as much as 50% per year for some folks. 120 residents are still in the hospital every day due to COVID. Our schools have more cops than counselors. Ward 8 has 0 full-time violence interrupters. When our communities are neglected, violence is more likely. It is no coincidence that 40% of all gun violence in DC takes place in 1 square mile in Southeast, one of the areas with the fewest resources and the most cops. Contrast that with Northwest, where people have the most resources, fewest cops, and 10 times less gun violence. The data is very clear. The safest places have the most resources, not the most cops. Here are 3 concrete ways to invest in care, not cops, as others have and will explain in more detail. Pass the Drug Policy Reform Act, the Traffic Safety Enforcement Act, and the School Safety Enhancement Act. In particular, as a lawyer for education and civil rights, I urge you to continue the plan to remove all police from schools by 2025. The term school resource officer is a dangerous misnomer. School police are not resources. They are violent and deprive students of actual resources. As just one example, Black girls in DC schools are 30 times more likely to be arrested than white children of any gender. This is not safety. And finally, I urge you to have courage. Invest in the people of DC, the people who elected you, support our communities, and you will have our full support against anything the outsiders in Congress may try to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Amanda Leah, public witness.
Hi, my name is Amanda. I am a Ward 1 resident, and I am here to ask that funding is reallocated from our police to invest in programs that actually keep our cities safe. So I've only been living in Columbia Heights for a couple of years, but it has been very clear to me that the police presence here in this neighborhood and across the city is heightened and unnecessary. And just walking around, I feel it, right? Like I've seen upwards of 3 cop cars come to handle one single unarmed resident. And I've also seen someone's purse get snatched right in front of me with the 3 cop cars on nearby street corners, not even stepping out to care. I've seen police cars patrol the neighborhood so that officers can step out and tell my unhoused neighbors when it's hot, when it's rainy, to stop seeking shelter under a building, because they're here to protect private interests and not human interests. Because otherwise, why wouldn't the material conditions that make our neighbors safe in housing with good living conditions, with access to medical care, be what the city actually invests in? I think that if safety was actually about crime, we wouldn't still be having this conversation about why we need more police officers. Because to me, the short answer, the only answer is that we don't. framing safety in this way doesn't address what's at the root, which I think other people have already mentioned, but it's just tempting because it's easier to return to what we've been doing even when it's not working, right? Like it's so much easier to other people and to punish people than to change ourselves. And I get it that nobody wants to be afraid. It's scary to feel fear. And I also know that I feel safe because I have a place to stay when it's freezing outside. I feel safe because I get to eat when I'm hungry. I feel safe talking to my neighbors. I feel safe knowing that when I need to go to the doctor, I can. And I want everybody in the city to be able to feel that way. So that's why I'm asking to move funding from the police and invest in the public goods and services that actually ensure that DC residents can meet their basic needs and feel safe. So I support decriminalizing personal drug possession, removing police from traffic enforcement, decriminalizing street vending, and I also support the School Safety Enhancement Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Leah. Next, we will hear from Maya Walker, Black Swan Academy.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Maya Walker, and I am the Advocacy and Organizing Manager at Black Swan Academy. Black Swan Academy is a youth-led organization that works with youth to think about their communities and play an active role in changing it. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. And today I will be speaking largely about school safety. I think we can agree, and after hearing all of the testimonies today, that we all want students to feel safe and secure, and that schools are a place for learning. The best defense against violence in schools has always been a positive school climate and an engaged learning community. At Black Swan Academy, we believe this so much that youth have commonly called, and even in their campaigns have chosen to name them and do work centered around loving us and not harming us, and funding care and not cops. The School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023 provides an outlet to shifting funding into things that would support this. As such, I'm in full support of this act that equips schools with the resources to create and maintain both a positive school climate and engaged learning community. Black Swan Academy, backed by the Police Free Schools Coalition, is specifically asking that DC Council invest at least $4.5 million into our young people, and specifically that this act is passed and fully funded. And in doing so, this will build true safety for young people in schools. With this funding, we can get one safety school coordinator in all schools. This act has the potential to be monumental in meeting youth where they're at and their frequent calls for police-free schools. This is one step in the right direction towards supporting avenues of care that are safety-based. Students have lifted up a lot of mental health concerns in the wake of a pandemic, in the wake of ongoing community and police violence, and in the wake of still processing and dealing with the trauma of all of the things that happened in 2022. And so a lot of students are making those calls, and supporting them through this act is one way to get at that. I think we can all acknowledge that there's lots of ongoing conversations and concerns with removing police fully from schools. Black Swan Academy and many of our young folk are of the belief that we do need to continue to phase out SROs from schools and stick to the commitment that council made back in 2021 to remove SROs from schools. While we're calling for the phase out of that, we also want to acknowledge that the School Safety Enhancement Act is something that the council can implement now. And in doing that, we will be able to really make sure that we're focusing on what students need. As a youth organization, I would also like to take some time. Young folk are in school right now, and so we have some young folk who are going to be able to attend, and I'm looking forward to you all getting to hear from them later. But we also have some young folk that are in school and not able to attend, so I would like to take a moment just to read some quotes from them. The first being, I feel students and people need guidance from mental health counselors and professionals. There's not very much counselors in my school, so when it's time to talk to one, I have to wait because there's a limited number of counselors. Also, everyone assigned to one counselor so we don't end up trusting the counselor or having time to talk to them. Current school staff helps, but there are some limits when we don't have enough resources for the counselors, and specifically different kinds of counselors. There's not enough counselors, and certainly not enough counselors of diverse genders. Another student also named, and many of our students resonate with that, if their mental health isn't right, then it's going to affect their ability to focus, learn, get good grades, and be in the classroom. And so really looking at this act as a way that we can support students in their calls to focus on the things that will allow them to be in schools, to be feeling safe in those schools, and not spending that money in policing. I look forward to you having the opportunity to hear from the youth that will speak a little bit more about this, but I think the key call is that we would like to see the School Safety Enhancement Act fully implemented and fully funded, and also that the council sticks to the commitment that they put forth just a few years ago to hold a lot of that intentional work to remove SROs from schools. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ms. Walker. Next, we will hear from Sion DeBose, student from Black Swan Academy.
Hi. Hi, my name is Sion. I am 21 years old and born and raised in Washington, D.C. A 2020 DCPS graduate and lead organizer for the Black Swan Academy. I am here today to talk about school safety. True safety is not about increasing SROs and school policing. It's making sure every student has the necessities to be mentally, emotionally, and physically prepared to thrive and be active catalysts in their communities. I know some of you may be thinking, why does she care? I care because I've been fighting for enhanced school safety since I was a sophomore in high school. 3 classes have graduated since then, and we are still here asking for the same thing. I began my fight for improved school safety with the fact that I've seen firsthand what the lack of care and support leads to. My brothers are both products of the school to prison pipeline. During that time, our family was faced with financial hardships, housing instability, and being impacted by CFSA by splitting up our family. Instead of our communities and schools meeting our mental health needs, housing needs, and safe place to be truly kids, my brothers were pushed further into the system. This is a prime example of why we should move beyond school policing. The School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023 increases schools' capacity to form authentic relationships with students, address their immediate social and emotional needs, intervene and de-escalate conflict by providing the resources to hire and train safety directors, assistant directors, and school safety teams. We can't keep relying on the boys in blue because they have proven that they can't be trusted to keep you safe. Winston Churchill wrote, "Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." The council had the right approach the first 2 times you decided to phase out SROs. My ask to you all is to learn from the history of school safety and in what will keep youth mentally, emotionally, and physically safe and happy. I support the School Safety Enhancement Act, and I'm asking that you fully fund it. After listening to a couple testimonies, I want to point out that schools have always expressed concerns around safety, despite the increased and constant presence of SROs. We are talking about these issues as if it's new. It's not. Y'all have tried for decades to address safety with more police and more police trainings, and it hasn't worked. The council understood the harm that police cause to Black, brown, and youth with disabilities. They understand how relying on police to deal with the issues young people are dealing with was ineffective and inappropriate. Choosing to go back on that is irresponsible and says, 1, you don't care about the harm Black, brown, and youth with disabilities are expressing at the hands of police. 2, that you don't care about school push out and ending the school to prison pipeline. And 3, you are more worried about policing our young people than actually keeping them safe. Safety often gets conflated with police. It's not the same thing. Police job is to enforce laws and react to violence. Safety is preventative, community-driven, trauma-informed, stop violence at the root, and meets the immediate and or social needs of the community. schools need safety, and the city has not invested in that with the school safety enhancement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sian, for joining us. Appreciate your testimony. Next, we will hear from Naike Savain, Policy Director from the DC Justice Lab.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Pinto. My name is Naike Savain. I'm a resident of Ward 7, a former member of the DC Police Reform Commission, and the Director of Policy at DC Justice Lab. DC Justice Lab is a Black-led policy advocacy organization that aims to transform the criminal legal system in order to make residents in the district safer, freer, and more equal. Specifically, we fight to decrease state violence because state violence does not and cannot end community violence. There is overwhelming evidence that MPD routinely and significantly harms members of our community, especially Black residents. These harms can and do lead to increased crime. Yet every year, MPD receives over $500 million to continue doing so. Today, I'm here to ask that you reallocate a tiny fraction of their bloated budget toward harm reduction by funding the Second Chance Amendment Act and the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act. The council passed these two bills last year, but they will not become applicable without funding, which means these hard-fought victories for our community members who are directly impacted by the criminal legal system will remain just words on a page, completely unenforceable, while MPD continues to disproportionately and aggressively police Black residents. First, the Second Chance Act would provide the opportunity for tens of thousands of residents to seal or expunge their criminal records, which currently impede their ability to obtain employment, access safe and affordable housing, and engage more broadly in their communities. 1 in 7 adults in DC has a publicly available criminal record. Only half of these 68,000 people have actually been convicted of a crime, and yet they have arrest records that follow them through life. Black people make up 44% of DC's population, but 85% of people arrested by MPD. This means that a significant and disproportionate number of publicly available criminal records belong to Black people, making it more difficult for them to build lives. In the US, formerly incarcerated people are 5 times more likely to be unemployed than people who have never been incarcerated. Black people who are already 7 times as likely as white residents to be unemployed in DC are further hindered by the burden of a criminal record. And that does not even include the barriers to meeting other basic needs like housing. MPD maintains arrest records for these tens of thousands of residents and barely keeps up with court orders for sealing as is. This new law makes thousands more people eligible for sealing and now expungement, so they will likely have to process a huge number of orders in the first couple of years. And for the first time, MPD will have to process automatic sealing of arrest records after a case ends in an acquittal, dismissal, or no paper. In order for these residents to move forward unencumbered by the discrimination that comes with a criminal record, MPD must effectively and efficiently process these requests. The mayor's proposal purports to fund the Second Chance Act in the upcoming FY24, but contains $0 until at least FY25. Funding for the Second Chance Act should begin immediately in FY23's revised budget and in FY24 so that people do not have to wait any longer to seal or expunge old, irrelevant criminal records that prevent them from securing employment and housing. There are 2 ways the council can ensure record sealing and expungement are funded. 1, reallocate money to implement the Second Chance Act in fiscal years 23 and 24 from other parts of MPD's budget that are currently used to cause harm, or directing MPD to apply for federal grant funding to cover this expense. MPD has already been awarded the National Criminal History Improvement Program grant issued by the DOJ's Bureau of Justice Statistics, and this year's application is open until May. Second, we ask that the council reallocate money from within MPD's existing budget to implement the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act, which we anticipate will survive congressional review. This funds staff to fulfill the obligations of the new law, all of whom would be civilians, not sworn officers. MPD's $500 million budget is so opaque that any real public oversight is exceedingly difficult, especially when they are supported in blowing through their budget and overspending by millions of dollars each year. However, this committee has the power and the access to request detailed accountancy to determine the various areas of wasteful spending that only serves to embolden the department to continue to operate with impunity. This council also has a duty to take these hard-won victories across the finish line and Find the money to ensure that the accomplishments of the last council period do not gather dust on a shelf while your constituents continue to suffer the consequences of a police department that operates with impunity and criminal records that prevent any meaningful recovery and reentry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Savannah. Appreciate that. We will next hear from Sela Gebretristos from Black Swan Academy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can folks hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Sela Gebretristos, and I am the Youth and Community Coordinator for Black Swan Academy. I no longer live in DC, but have spent all of my childhood here and have many families still in the area. In my heart, DC will always be my hometown, and I'm glad to be able to work here, especially with Black youth who are largely in Ward 7 and Ward 8. I am testifying today in support of the School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023. Through my work with youth, one thing has remained obvious. Youth, especially Black youth, in our city are not getting the support, love, care, and education experience that they deserve. I am frequently in schools for work and can clearly see that the surveillance and policing in school spaces continues to be antithetical to what we want for our children. We want and need youth to have safety and freedom to enjoy their childhood and pursue their dreams. Why are millions of students, disproportionately Black and Brown students, attending schools with police but without enough counselors, nurses, psychologists, or social workers to tend to a sizable caseload? These are active choices being made to prioritize youth of color being funneled into the school to prison pipeline, instead of giving them the resources we know they need. We know that policing is not teaching youth accountability or protecting them. This is punishing them for existing and creating profit from that punishment. We must change this centuries-long pattern of behavior if we want a future where our youth can become healthy, politically active, and resourced adults. And we're looking to you all today to commit to making that change. We ask that council continue their commitment to phasing out police in schools despite the mayor's efforts to deny constituents what we fought for. This means we need funding allotted for exactly what's included in the School Safety Enhancement Act. Evidence-based and trauma-informed approaches through school safety directors, school safety teams, and the School Safety Committee. In order to provide every school with a school safety director and to provide high schools with additional staff, the council will need to allocate $26 million. This year, we are asking that the council invest at least $4.5 million so that every high school can have additional resources for the upcoming school year and folks are adequately prepared for the phase out of police in schools. Thank you for your time and attention to my testimony.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Tyela Dawson, student at Black Swan Academy.
Hi, Tyler. It's your turn to go. Sorry, Councilmember Pinto.
No problem.
Okay.
Go ahead whenever you're ready.
I'm here.
Okay.
We can hear you.
My name is Tyler Dawson, and I am a freshman who has went to Anacostia High School, but I now go to Paintbrush High School. I know that we need police-free schools because it's a big danger to our environment. Police-free schools will allow me to focus on my academic careers and goals without fear of criminalization. It will also give me less anxiety inside of school. I want to see more talks and realization about the dangers of police in our schools. Every single dollar that is spent on police or policing in our schools should be instead be invested into something that can help our students thrive and be safe. What makes me feel safe is counselors and people that I can talk to that are not police. We need police-free schools because it isn't an officer's job to be inside of our schools. I believe in the School Safety Enhancement Act because it gives students a more comfortable place to work, especially knowing that they have to be in high school for an entire 4 years. At the end of the day, we still need police-free schools, so I can feel and be more comfortable every day inside of school.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your testimony. Next up, we have Kamar Crawford, student at Black Swan Academy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, my name is Kamara Crawford. I am a youth organizer with Black Swan Academy and I attend Eastern High School. Today I will be talking about police-free schools and why I believe we need this and how we're going to get it in the future. I believe police-free schools is a must because police and schools don't make us feel any safer. They don't make us feel safe at all, especially with SPO or with security guards. They make the majority of us feel as if we're in a jail cell instead of being in school trying to get an education. In order for the schools and scholars to do better, we need a space where we feel secure and are not being pressured. Not only that, every dollar spent on cameras and police in schools could go towards our computers, books, and paper for our worksheets. We all want schools to be safe, so why not make that happen? I support the School and Safety Enhancement Act of 2023, and you should too. Thank you for hearing my testimony today.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Tamika Benson, student at Black Swan Academy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Tamika. I'm a senior at Eastern High School. I'm here with Police Free Schools because I believe that the School Safety Enhancement Act of 2023 should be fully funded because we shouldn't have SROs or armed officers in our schools because of the harm caused by police brutality. I remember how officers have traumatized me. I see so much police violence that it really traumatizes me to experience that, especially as a Black person. I remember in 2021 when they raided the Capitol, I was standing in the dining room with my sister and my grandmother just seeing that and officers letting people opening the gates to get in. It shows how messed up policing is for Black people. I also remember seeing videos of the George Floyd situation and police brutality and teenage boys being racially profiled in the streets just for walking around and existing. Hearing these stories and true events around police brutality and the fact that we have armed officers in our schools is really ridiculous. Sometimes I will just sit down and think, oh my gosh, I could really get shot just because I'm Black and living in America. This is crazy. I really got sad about that earlier this week. I'm really getting discriminated against and oppressed because of my skin color. This is scary and traumatizing. It is not just me. Study shows that because of violent history and daily occurrences of police brutality in this country and in this city, and Black students especially experience difficulty focusing in class, anxiety, and symptoms of PTSD when police are present in schools. I also had personal experience with a form of school policing in 2022 with the truancy officer on my way to school. Me and my sisters and my friends were going to the store up the street from the building because we don't eat school food. It's bad. And a truancy officer followed us all the way from the alley of the train station all the way to the store and did a whole U-turn to the way back to the building just to ask us if we needed a ride to school. One of my friends went to a different school than me, and the officer kept driving beside them and didn't leave them alone until they got to the end of the street, insisting on getting in the van so they could take my friend to school. Me and my sister, my friends, or any student for that matter shouldn't be getting followed by officers on our way to school. This isn't a police's job, and it doesn't make me feel safe, and this is harassment. My friend said multiple times they didn't need a ride, and they continued to follow them. Officers should not be able to handle fights or get involved in student conflict. The only thing that they should be getting involved with is when firearms and weapons are present on school grounds. They should not be eager to stop fights or start conflicts. They shouldn't be involved in anything with students. The School Safety Enhancement Act will address police brutality in schools because it supports kids with having access to the staff they actually need in schools. It supports us having school safety squads that are equipped with people to respond to students' social emotions, needs, and in a way that is not traumatizing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing that. And I'm concerned to hear about that story that you shared. I'd like to follow up with you about that. We will next hear from Anisha Perry, student at Black Swan Academy.
Hey, my name is Anisha Perry. I'm a sophomore at Anacostia High School. I'm 16 and I'm a youth organizer with Black Swan Academy. I'm here today testifying for police-free schools. My concerns with police in schools are that with all the police brutality and police hurting / killing innocent Black people, it causes trauma. With kids having to go to school and being in the same space with police can be very triggering. I'm a victim of the trauma that comes from the daily presence of police in my schools. And I do not want to attend because I am a Black female who knows I am unsafe walking into the school building. Instead of police, let's worry about mental health and increasing the number of counselors in our schools. Let's add more recreation centers in the community and bring the community together to stick with each other instead of having police. According to the Centers of DC Disease Control and Prevention, the suicide rate among children ages 10 to 17 increased by 70% between 2006 and 2016. Approximately 72% of children in the United States will have experienced at least one major stressful event, such as witnessing a violence, experiencing abuse, or experiencing the loss of a loved one before the age of 18. By contrast, there is no evidence that increased police presence in schools improves school safety. Indeed, in many cases, it causes harm. When in schools, police officers do what they are trained to do, which is detain, handcuff, and arrest. This leads to greater student alienation and a more threatening school climate. The glaring defect of mental health staff in schools is inexcusable, especially given the growing use of law enforcement in schools. This dangerous combination is a central reason the most vulnerable students. This dangerous combination is a central reason that the most vulnerable students are being funneled into the school to prison pipeline. The DC Council should not undo the SRO phase out. Instead, the council needs to pass and fully fund the School Safety Enhancement Act, because this is what really school safety is. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Really appreciate your testimony and all of the testimony of everyone on this panel. And I want to apologize to you all because I try to have smaller panels so we can have more of a discussion and ask folks some questions, and also be respectful of everybody's time. But the way that having worked out today with folks coming at different times, we ended up having this longer one accidentally, and so I apologize for that. But want to thank all of you for your testimony and your insights, and a special thank you to all of our students who came and shared your perspective today. It was really important to me and to the committee to hear directly from our students and people most impacted from the policies that we're advancing. So I really appreciate that, and appreciate all of you taking the time today as we consider MPD's budget moving forward. So it is now 1:15 p.m. We are going to recess this hearing until 2 p.m. and then we will hear from Chief Conti of the Metropolitan Police Department and move forward with some questions to him. So thank you all very much. The time is now 1:16 p.m. and we are recessed. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. We're about to get started in one moment. All right, thank you, everyone. The time is now 2:04 p.m. on March 31st, 2023, and we are reconvening this hearing of the Judiciary and Public Safety budget hearing, Metropolitan Police Department. I will now call our government witness, Robert Conti, Chief of Metropolitan Police Department. Welcome, Chief. And as you know, it's the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. If you could take yourself off mute and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite you to make any, I see we've been joined by our Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Vince Gray, who's also a member of the committee. Welcome, Councilmember Gray.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I appreciate it very much. I'm glad to be here.
Absolutely. And if you have any opening statement you'd like to share, Councilmember, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for calling today's budget hearing on Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency and Office of Police Complaints and the Metropolitan Police Department. So thank you very much, and good afternoon, Chief. How are you?
I'm well, sir. It's good to see you.
You too. Welcome everyone to today's budget hearing on the government witnesses in particular that will be testifying shortly. So public safety, as you know, Chief, is one of the chief principal concerns of the Ward 7 residents, and you've worked hard, Chief, to try to bring that to bear. So today I'm going to be asking a few questions of MPD's role in public safety based on the proposed budget before us now. That being the case, there will be many sworn officers who are funded in this budget, and I want to hear more about that when you testify, Chief. So thank you so much for all the work you do and the wonderful relationship that you have with the police officers, you in particular, in the district. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Gray. We've also been joined by our Ward 5 colleague, Councilmember Zach Parker. Councilmember, if you'd like to make an opening statement, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, and it's great to see you again, Chief Conti. I'm looking forward to the discussion today. As we know, public safety is top of mind for residents across the district, and certainly is top of mind for residents in Ward 5. And I have a number of questions around the investments and frankly, a few concerns. I want to just square some of the rhetoric that we've heard recently, more from the administration and what's in the budget, and get clarity from the chief on what is actually needed and how we can support the work of MPD and making sure that we turn the tide and weaponing across the district. So with that, I look forward to the discussion and my line of questioning.
Great. Thanks so much for joining us, Councilmember Parker. I will now turn to Chief Conti at the Metropolitan Police Department for any opening statement you may have. Go ahead, Chief.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety, and everyone watching this hearing remotely. Last week, Mayor Muriel Bowser presented her fiscal year 2024 budget and financial plan for the District of Columbia. In light of the challenges the city is facing, the 2024 budget proposal focuses on strategies and investments to support a strong and equitable comeback for Washington, D.C. Public safety is one of Mayor Bowser's top priorities, as we all know that public safety is essential for communities and the city to continue to thrive. Today, I will brief you on the mayor's FY24 budget for the Metropolitan Police Department and how it supports our strategies to maintain a safe city for all our residents and visitors. The mayor's FY24 operating budget for MPD provides funding of $516 million, a decrease of about 2% from the approved FY23 budget. As I will discuss in more detail, this reduction reflects the reality of our staffing challenges and expectation that we will not be able to hire as many officers as will separate from the department. As always, most of MPD's local budget, or about 9 out of every $10, is for personal services. The remaining local budget, about $48 million, covers a variety of non-personal services costs, including recruiting and retention efforts, specialized law enforcement purchases, such as uniforms and ammunition, and contracts for the police and fire clinic, fleet maintenance, and information technology. Of the local budget, about $600,000, or just 1/8 of 1%, is not already tied up in salaries, benefits, and major contracts and vital programmatic spending. This covers a wide variety of small but necessary operating expenditures, such as language access interpretation and translation, promotional testing, office supplies, and subscriptions to legal databases. Mayor Bowser's priority for ensuring sufficient police service to the city is for MPD to be able to hire as many officers as possible to offset the drastic drop in staffing over the past 30 months. We are currently at the lowest staffing level for the department in at least the past 50 years. Since the end of FY20, MPD has had a net loss of nearly 450 sworn members. Since the retirement bubble started in 2014, the department is down more than 600 officers. To reiterate a point I made during the February performance hearing, we are no longer in a space where debating the maximum size of the police force is necessary or productive. Absent significant shifts in national employment levels, the environment for law enforcement, or the interests of younger generations in long-term government careers, MPD staffing may not recover for more than a decade. The budget fully funds our anticipated staffing levels based on these recent hiring and attrition trends. If these trends continue at the same rate, the department projects we will have 3,279 sworn members at the end of this fiscal year and 3,131 sworn members at the end of FY24. Given this reality, the department and the administration are working to identify new ways to meet the needs of our city. The MPD budget reflects 3 primary strategies to address this challenge: hiring as many officers as possible while maintaining strong hiring practices that result in the best officer candidates, retaining our current officers, and maximizing our workforce through efficiency and civilianization efforts. First, MPD is committed to maximizing our hiring opportunities while maintaining our strong standards. The mayor's budget continues funding for incentives to support recruiting the best and brightest to MPD through a $20,000 hiring bonus for new recruits and for cadets converting to recruits, as well as a temporary housing stipend for new recruits who currently live outside of DC to move into the city. If we want our officers to live in DC, we can help them get started living here so they can experience our world-class city firsthand. With these incentives, MPD will continue to work to attract new candidates in a competitive market with comprehensive advertising and marketing strategies, and by being a leader in the field with efforts such as our cadet program and our 30 by 30 commitment to have women make up 30% of our recruits by 2030. I am pleased that we have met that initial goal. 32% of our recruits over the past 12 months have been women. We plan to continue to build on this progress. Second, while it is critical for long-term sustainability that we continue to emphasize hiring, internally, we maintain a strong focus on fostering a work environment that supports our current members and thereby encourages them to stay. Last year, the administration, the Fraternal Order of Police, and MPD reached agreement on a new labor contract 5 years after the last agreement. This was an important step in recognizing the critical contributions of MPD's rank and file to the safety and success of the district. The mayor's FY24 budget continues this support for our officers in a number of ways. The most direct investment is through our successful police officer retention program that provides a one-time tuition reimbursement grant for officers at the time of their careers that they are most likely to leave through resignation or retirement. The enhancement also funds opportunities for members without existing student debt to continue their advanced education. Further, it provides more opportunities for members to pursue specific career development programs. Mayor Bowser's budget also supports our continued focus on employee wellness and diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our strength is our people, and having a supportive work environment is critical for our employees' success. Moreover, this benefits the community as well. We are all familiar with the idea that trauma feeds more trauma. Hurt people hurt more people. The opposite side of that coin is also true. A workforce that is grounded in principles of compassion and equity is better able to foster those values in its work with the community. The cumulative impact of exposure to violence throughout law enforcement careers is vicarious trauma and potentially compassion fatigue. This takes a toll on physical and mental health and can impact an officer's ability to provide empathetic service to community members and victims of crime. Working to address compassion fatigue is essential to the officers as individuals, their families, and MPD's overall organizational health. In addition, focus on suicide prevention is critical in law enforcement, and efforts to support officers' families is a growing field. The funding will support 2 additional professional staff members to support program delivery or expansion. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is not always recognized as a business imperative across organizations and agencies, but it is here at MPD. A strong DE&I foundation can help to strengthen equity and cross-cultural understanding while combating discrimination. This in turn fosters a positive working environment that supports retention as well as recruitment. The mayor's budget will support DE&I managers and compliance and training specialists who will identify and implement DE&I strategies and programs that also foster employee satisfaction and retention. Third, in order to continue to meet the critical needs of the city, we must find new ways to maximize efficiency while focusing on mission-critical functions. The mayor's budget returns needed focus to our professional or civilian workforce. Many critical functions in MPD are performed by professional staff, either because the position requires specialized expertise or because police powers are not necessary. Yet the number of non-cadet civilians has decreased 13% since 2019. For these critical functions, the workload has to move to sworn members or to already fully utilized professional staff. This stopgap solution is neither ideal nor sustainable. The budget invests in professionals in a few key areas. It funds 7 civilian staff assistants and legal instrument examiners to handle support functions instead of sworn members, which will allow them to return to more operational positions. The budget invests in 2 positions to enhance our recruiting team and 9 positions for training, curriculum, and instructional design. This strengthens the foundation of so many of our efforts to ensure MPD officers represent the best in policing with fair, constitutional, and empathetic service to our community. Moreover, for new members, the recruit training program is often the first introduction to MPD and sometimes to DC. The Best Recruit Training Program is first and foremost a vehicle for transmitting the essential knowledge, skills, and ethics to foster the commitment to excellence that we want to see in all of our officers. It is also a critical tool for retention. It builds a commitment to and love of our city and department so that new recruits will not only stay, but thrive. Lastly, the budget will move the crime scene processing function from the Department of Forensic Services to MPD. This will return the function to MPD, which had performed it until the creation of DFS. Although we appreciate the support that DFS has provided in this realm over the past decade, the fact is that the resources and services has never been sufficient to fully meet our needs. This may be in part because processing crime scenes is closer to a core function for MPD than for DFS. In the meantime, MPD has had to continue to augment DFS resources with sworn officers in order to fully process crime scenes and return officers to service. Moving this critical function to MPD will allow us to manage the resources directly to ensure that scenes are processed quickly, while reducing the burden on officers to either process scenes or remain out of service while holding a scene. Overall, we believe this will be more efficient for both MPD and the city. Thank you for the opportunity to present the mayor's FY24 budget for MPD. The city is facing numerous challenges and competing budget priorities. However, a safe city makes all other progress possible. Although policing is only one part of Mayor Bowser's citywide public safety plan, it is an essential one. Therefore, I urge your full support of MPD's proposed budget.
Great, thank you so much, Chief Conte. Really appreciate your testimony and all of your leadership over the department. We are going to do 15-minute rounds for colleagues, so everybody can be aware of that. So, Chief, before I get into questions about the budget, I want to briefly address the congressional hearing earlier this week on crime in the district. And I think we can agree that regardless of how folks feel about crime and policing issues in general, that it is extremely frustrating to listen to members of Congress from other states like Colorado and Alabama talking about what's wrong with our city when we are all focused on improving public safety. So since Republicans in Congress seem to be so concerned about crime in the district, can you talk about what Congress could do to help you fight crime effectively?
So I think that there are some things, thank you for that question, Councilmember. I think that there are some things, you know, as you kind of look across the landscape, the national landscape, one of the organizations that I'm part of, Major City Chiefs, we have several legislative priorities that I am certainly in agreement with and alignment with. Those legislative priorities are out there for the public to view. But just some of the things really kind of off the top of my head when we talk about fighting crime in the city, you know, bolstering grant funding as an example to make sure that that there is sufficient funding to assist with some of the things that we want to do on a local level, ensuring that the partnerships, we have very strong partnerships with our federal partners. That is very instrumental in addressing violent crime, but making sure that we are able to expand on those. Those are things that Major City Chiefs all around the country are really looking to ensuring that we have that capacity there to receive that assistance. There are other things looking at just kind of on a national landscape, some of the bail reform laws. Those are things that I think that should be really looked at when you talk specifically in the space of violent offenders, things that will make our city safe. You know, there is no consistency across the national landscape, but certainly we are impacted here in the District of Columbia. And I think that that is a space with respect to how sometimes violent criminals find themselves back out on the streets. I think those are things that could be looked at. In addition to that, there are some things just in the space of making sure that we're doing everything in our power in the space of responsible gun legislation, that kind of thing. I think that that's very important for when I say guns legislation specifically, I'm talking about people who are using firearms in our communities. Certainly, we know, and there have been reports, I believe, from the Sentencing Commission that tells us that 68% of violent gun offenders, oftentimes they are more inclined to reoffend. And I think that whatever we can do in that space, I think that it will be helpful in not just violent crime here in the city, but really impacting violent crime on a national landscape, but especially in our major cities.
Well, thank you so much for that. Appreciate that perspective. We'll continue working with our regional and federal partners to improve those protections against guns and gun violence. So getting back to the business of today, I want to start with the obvious headline in this budget, which is around MPD's ongoing difficulty in hiring officers. Are you able to give me an estimate on how many officers MPD would be able to bring on in fiscal year 2024 under this budget?
Yeah, so our intention, ma'am, is to definitely try to hire at the minimum of 20 officers per month. That is the goal that we are aiming for. And I'm hopeful that we can do that. But if we really look at what the landscape is telling us, as we look at the number of officers that are showing up in terms of the pipeline, and officers that are actually showing up in the class. I mean, bodies in the seats, that number, it could very well end up being around 195 officers. That's on the low end estimate, but just kind of based on what we're seeing right now. But our goal is to try to do 20 officers a month.
Okay. And I appreciated Mayor Bowser last Friday when I was asking about retention. Sure, we don't want to assume that folks are going to leave the department, and we're going to be doing more we can on retention. But how many officers do you expect about to lose to attrition in fiscal year 2023 and 2024?
So I can give you an aggregate number, but we're losing right now, I think on average about 30, 35 a month is what we're losing, right? 31 a month is what we're losing right now. So that number is about 364. If you talk about resignations, if you talk about retirements, and you talk about terminations, just kind of all combined, about 364 a month. 364, I'm sorry, during the fiscal year. Next year is projected to be about 343 for the next fiscal year.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. And I think that discrepancy between what we may lose and what we'll be able to hire is of shared concern of you and me. And I hope that we can continue thinking creatively about how to improve our lateral hiring and other strategies. One of the investments that the mayor talked about in her presentation was around recruitment bonuses. Can you talk about how those programs have been working to date? Are we still doing the $20,000 hiring bonuses?
So we are still doing the $20,000 hiring bonus. Initially, there was about a 25 to 26% uptick in interest that we saw with MPD's initial $20,000 hiring bonus. We started leading the pack in that space, and then our sister agencies in the region, Montgomery County, Anne Arundel County, Prince George's County, Fairfax County, all the surrounding jurisdictions, they also started offering hiring bonuses. I think 2 other agencies are at the $20,000 mark. A lot of the other ones are at $15,000 and $10,000 as a hiring bonus. Certainly, it is an incentive, and I don't want, I want to make sure that, people don't get the wrong impression here. It's not that, people are joining just for the sake of the money. It's really trying to garner interest from people. Hey, why pick this department over that department? This is a part of it. Certainly the hiring bonuses, as we talk to new recruits, our most recent class that just graduated, They were the first class to actually receive the hiring bonus. And for some of those in the class, it was a deciding factor for them. For others, not so much. They wanted to be members of the Metropolitan Police Department, but we don't want to leave any stone unturned when it comes to recruiting the best and brightest officers that are out there. And if in the private sector, this has proved to be, somewhat of a successful avenue to do that, we're exploring it here in the Metropolitan Police Department as well, and hopefully it will be equally beneficial to us.
Okay, and how many hiring bonuses have gone out this year?
71 initial and 8 rollover.
71 initial and then 8 rollovers. So the 8 rollovers would be cadets. 71 would be new hires. And every month that we hire a class, we start with the new hiring bonus. So we started a class, I guess it was a week or on Monday, and there were 11 recruits in that class. So those 11, they get the sign-on bonus. And then for the next hiring date, which would be next month, those next recruits would also get the hiring bonus.
Okay, and how many bonuses do we have allocated for in the fiscal year 2024 budget?
And for fiscal year 2024?
It's budgeted at the same level of 5.3 million, which was about 298. Was it 230?
I think it was 230.
230. Okay, great. And Akima, would you stop the clock for a second? I'm just going to swear in all of the government witnesses, if you don't mind, who will be answering questions as well. All right, let me go back to this. If you could raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you are about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Council member, and I'll just have them to briefly introduce themselves just for the public.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, everyone. Ben Heyman, Chief of Staff, Metropolitan Police Department.
Leanne Turner, Chief Operating Officer for MPD.
Siobhan Smith, Agency Fiscal Officer for MPD.
Great, thank you all so much. Welcome. Okay, so you're saying it's 5.3 million allocated this year, which is the same as last year, which amounted to 70 bonuses going out?
No, 70 is just how many have gone out so far. It'll be for the original hiring plan was for 200 plus people, but we're not hitting those numbers. So it was originally developed for what we thought we were going to hire. And we modified our FY24 when we saw the trend, but we didn't adjust the hiring bonus number.
Okay, thank you. And what efforts are being made in the space of retention? It's of course cheaper to keep on our great officers on the force than it is to hire and train new ones. But since we've had a number of our officers resigning on top of retirements, what's being done to improve retention efforts?
So the PORT program is one. That's the Police Officer Retention Program, where we're able to officers, and that's something that every year we successfully are able to spend all of the money there to help officers to pay off student debt, or officers who wish to get advanced degrees. We've done things recently, our leadership academy, making things available to our officers for professional development. Most recently, as you know, council member, which the council supported, which I think was really good for the membership, the support of the collective bargaining agreement. But we're exploring other spaces, to kind of give you a comparison. Dallas Police Department most recently are offering a $40,000 incentive for officers who are eligible to retire, for them to stay an additional 2 years so that they will not lose that institutional knowledge within their agency. So agencies are trying different things. We're certainly looking across the entire landscape to see what works or what might work best for us here in the District of Columbia. I'm certainly interested to see how that may work out for Dallas, what the early data may show us in that space in terms of number of officers who are eligible but do not leave, and compare that to really what their trend has been to see if it slows their trend a bit. but we are really open to any and everything that may help us to keep our members here with the Metropolitan Police Department. I think that in addition to that and some of the things that we've talked about, whether it's been during council testimony, I think support of our police officers and to really, not just say that, to really make sure that we're doing that across the board, making sure that we're doing that where there's legislative opportunities to support our police officers. I think that, that speaks to our members, quite honestly. So wherever we have those opportunities, I think we got to take, strong advantage of those.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
What about the $1.2 million for expanded educational incentives in this budget? What type of programming is that going towards?
Yeah, so I'm gonna have the chief of staff to address that one.
So reference to the educational incentives, that is our police officer retention program the chief spoke about. We've just completed the application process for that. And the funds will be fully expended between that program and also some educational incentive programs. So not only just repaying existing student debt and helping to retain folks that way, but also some new initiatives for folks that might not have debt, but we still are in the target population to retain. So while that money has not all gone out the door yet, it's all obligated in form where it'll be spent this year. We're anticipating right now awarding 56 new police officer retention bonuses, and we're still going through the vetting process of those.
And that certainly connects them to obligated service agreements that keeps them here with the agency for longer periods of time.
Oops, thank you. There's also a proposed $2.1 million allocation for 18 new positions to support civilianization efforts. You touched on this a bit in your testimony, but can you provide some more specifics on what these positions could be used for and the type of thinking that went into coming up with these numbers? Is 18 the most that we can realistically do on civilianization, or do you think that we can effectively recruit 18 new positions for this?
Yeah, so the different positions, we looked across the agency and looked at locations where we have officers, 2 civilian recruiters, 3 instructors, 6 curriculum people, professionals who do that work, where you have police officers kind of doing that work, 7 people who would be in the legal and staff assistance positions where it does not require them to have a firearm to do it, but because we don't have the professional staff person in place to do that, obviously the work still needs to be done. So in some of those instances, you would have police officers there. Is it possible to do more than that? Yes, it certainly is possible to do more than that. We have looked at over the last couple of years. I mean, we've never had an issue with recruiting civilian or professional staff members to the Metropolitan Police Department. When you look at our professional staff numbers over the course of the last couple of years, it appears a bit inflated, but it's really not, because the inflated number is taking into account the 120 police cadets that we have. So our regular professional staff, you add the 120 police cadets on top of that, they're counted in that space. But since 2019, our professional staff numbers have actually been reduced about 13% over the last couple of years. So certainly a space where we have the ability to recruit. The time that it takes to process those individuals into actual seats within the department is less time than it would take to hire, train, recruit a police officer.
Right. Okay. Okay, thank you. And just really briefly, Chief, and I'm out of time this round. Something you talked about in this regard during performance oversight was around civilianizing the folks who do the civil protection orders to address delays. Is that shift represented in these 18 positions?
It's not represented in these 18 positions. No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I will turn to our Ward 7 colleague, Councilmember Vince Gray, is also a member of the committee. Councilmember, please go ahead for a 15-minute round.
Okay, thank you very much, Council Member. I appreciate very much. Thank you very much for being here Chief Conti.
Yes, sir.
I just want you to know too, Chief Conti, that my family is so supportive of what you're trying to do, okay?
Yes, sir.
Whatever we can do to be helpful, please tell us. And we'll do everything we can to be as supportive as we possibly can be. So I guess one of the questions I have is probably one that you've sort of touched on it already, and that is, how many sworn officers are funded in this proposed budget, Chief?
The total number that's funded in this budget, I think I already gave the response on that one, but
It ended 3279.
No, it would begin
it would end at 32.
31.
I'm sorry, Councilmember, just kind of checking our notes here to make sure we give you the accurate information.
Of course, sure.
Yeah.
It would begin at 3279, ending at 3131.
So beginning at 3279, sir, and at the end of FY '24, would end at 3131.
Okay. The budget removes one-time funding appropriated in fiscal year 22, including 2.37 million supported recruitment by officers, by offering signing and conversion bonuses to officers. Chief, can you speak to that?
Yeah, I'm going to have our chief operating officer to answer that one, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
So the way the budget book is presented, it just shows the cut, but that money was restored in our budget. It is included in our budget.
So it's included in the budget already?
It is.
Okay. Is there any redundancy in there or any of the additional dollars that you all are reflecting in this budget at this point?
For the bonuses, no.
Okay. How does this budget, Chief, how does this budget refund recruitment and retention? You've alluded to it already. So can you just speak to it again so we know exactly what kind of additional effect we're going to be having with people signing on and becoming part of the Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir. So it's really three areas, or a couple of areas, 4 areas actually. So the hiring bonus, the $20,000 is certainly something that I think we remain a leader or in that space, or one of the leaders in that space. We offer a $20,000 sign-in bonus. There are about 2 other agencies, I believe Montgomery and Anne Arundel County, that offer the same sign-in bonus. The police officers retention program for officers who have college debt, or officers who want to pursue or advance their education. That's something that we spend every year. Other educational incentives, and then there's a housing assistance that we offer as well. Officers, I believe they get up to $6,000 for housing assistance. We want to increase the number of officers who enjoy our world-class city, and that's very important to us. So we want to make it possible. You know, one of the things that we hear, especially when we talk about, or when we look at people who consider the Metropolitan Police Department as an option, but they're coming in from other spaces, you know, as they look at where they're going to start to raise their family or where they're going to live, you know, we want DC to be an affordable option. So we try to do that through the housing incentive. And that's about, that's $6,000 that they're able to get over the course of the year to help them out. The educational piece that I talked about, there's an obligated service agreement that's tied to that. And that obligated service agreement requires the member to remain with the Metropolitan Police Department, you know, for a defined period of time, in an effort for us to continue to continue the program and really see the benefits of it, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Chief, I think you know that I'm a strong supporter of the cadet program.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how the cadet program is funded in this budget?
Yeah, so we're funded for 150 cadets, sir, and I'm proud to say that we're at 120 cadets as of today. The pipeline for the cadet program is strong. We have cadets that are, we're ready to hire another group in the next couple of days. But I thank the mayor, I thank the council for supporting our police cadet program, and that is really, for me, the bright spot in terms of what will feed the Metropolitan Police Department going into the future. Our young people are employed, our young people are being educated, and at the end of their for some of them, it's going to require 2 years if they didn't have any college credits, but some of those that are joining the cadet program, they already have college credits. So it's really just a matter of them finishing up their 60 credit requirement, and then they convert over to police officers. 47% of our police cadets are women. 97% of our police cadets are minority, and we are very close to our 150 goal. So I'll be coming back at some point saying, hey, we need to increase past 150 because our cadet program, it remains very strong, sir. They are also in a new facility, new cadet facility just for them over in Ward 8, right on, it's on right there on Martin Luther King Avenue near King and Talbot. But a very nice facility. If you ever get a chance, please go past and check it out. Young people are making us very proud.
Well, I'm looking forward to being able to do that, Chief. What is the location? You mentioned specifically. Can you deal with? Let me understand exactly what the location is for the facility you just talked about?
Yeah, I will send the address to you unless somebody can pull it up for me real quick. But it's last year we wanted to, and you may or may not remember this, but we had our police cadets, and because the program was growing at the rate that it was growing, we essentially ran out of space for them. And we had some modular trailers that they were operating in, but I don't believe that is, I don't believe that's reflective of a world-class city or world-class police department. So we identified space over on, it's 2405 Martin Luther King Avenue is where the location is, southeast, just up the street from Bus Boys and Poets. But on the opposite side of the street, same side as the big chair. So we identified this space. We were able to have DGS to work through. They got the contract or the leasing for that space, got that underway, got the place furnished for us. And that is now where our police cadets, all 120 of them, that is the space where they operate out of. I don't know if you know this, but 50% of our police cadets are Ward 8 and Ward 7 residents. So
that's fantastic.
We wanted to make it convenient for, again, for our police cadets to be able to get to. It's near at the Anacostia metro station that's over there. So I'm very proud of how our young people are showing up, and we wanted to give them an excellent workspace that reflects the excellence that we expect in them, sir.
That's fantastic, Chief, and I'm glad to hear that myself, to know that you are attracting that kind of involvement of people in the cadet program. The proposed repeals, if there are repeals in the cadet program, are you feeling those at all, Chief? Are you feeling any is that reflecting anywhere else in the program?
Reductions in the cadet program, sir?
Yeah.
No, we're not experiencing any reductions in the cadet program. We've been growing mightily, actually, over the course of the last 2 years. Like I said, we're up to 120, funded for 150, and we will definitely make that goal. I'm very confident about that. As you may or may not know, one of the things that we did in an effort to be more inclusive in our cadet program, we opened it up to high school seniors. So our cadet program is not just reflective of young people who have already graduated from high school. It also includes young people who we're paying who are in their senior year of high school, who still attend high school, and they spend some time on a part-time basis with us in the Metropolitan Police Department so that when they graduate, upon graduation, so we got young people right now at 17 years of age who will graduate this coming May, this coming June, and will automatically transition into their full-time career at a salary of $36,000 a year, right into college, the whole 9 yards. So there's no break-in service for them. We don't have to worry about, what they get into over the course of the summer. We wanted to start that pipeline for them a lot earlier, because what we were seeing is that sometimes our young people would graduate from high school, prom night or other nights, and maybe get involved in some activities that otherwise they wouldn't be involved in if they were gainfully employed with the Metropolitan Police Department. So we wanted to move that timeline up as we began to process them and really kind of provide a clear pathway for them into the full-time cadet program. And that's been working tremendously.
And I'm glad to hear that, to say the least, Chief. Just let me mention a couple of other things as you continue to talk about this budget coming forth.
Yes, sir.
In the performance hearing, I think you mentioned that your first concern is possession, and because of guns, how are we addressing the possession issues by people in the District of Columbia, Chief?
So obviously, sir, as you know, we catch someone in possession of a firearm. The Metropolitan Police Department, our intent is to make that arrest if there's a person in possession of a firearm. I think where we have to look at where we could look to perhaps improve is what is the penalty associated with that? And I think that's where there are people who perhaps look through a different lens, right? There are people who would say, well, it's not a violent crime because the person didn't use the gun when the police officer arrested them for possession of a firearm. But, I've been on enough scenes of violent crime to know that when people are in possession of illegal firearms, they will use them, and they have used them on the streets of the District of Columbia. We know from research, and again, report published, I believe it was in 2019 from the Sentencing Commission, that gun possessors are people who will more likely than not reoffend in this space. And so I think we have to focus really more in on what does the accountability piece looks like for people who decide to possess guns in our communities. The firearms in the hands of people who should not have them is what's killing people in our communities. Mm-hmm. And if our approach is singularly focused or if our approach is divided, our approach is, well, if you had a gun but you didn't get caught using it, it's kind of this as a penalty. But if you did a violent crime, then we look at that a little differently. I think that a person with a firearm is a danger to our community, and that gets proven to us time and time and time again, sir. I watch countless videos week in and week out of people pulling illegal firearms, use them in our communities. And, depending on where people are or whether or not they hear gunshots in their community, they might feel different about that. Or whether or not they had a gun stuck in their face, they feel differently about that. So if there's a space where I think, where everyone could really get on the same page, I think it's really in the space of illegal gun possession.
Okay. Can you talk about the efforts that have been made by yourself and others and some of your colleagues, I assume, around carjacking and how that has been influential in changing the reality of people in our surrounding communities?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. So, we when I first got into the seat as chief in 2021, we started a carjacking task force here that's made up of federal entities as well as members of the Metropolitan Police Department. And obviously, we work very closely with our partners in the surrounding jurisdiction because we know while carjacking, it is a national issue that we're seeing in major cities. It also is a very real regional issue for us. And I don't think any community in the region has been untouched by these issues of carjackings. If you have one, that's one too many. So when we started seeing these carjackings uptick, or when we started seeing the uptick in carjackings, we formed the task force. Last year, we made a significant number of arrests in the space. Unfortunately, a lot of the arrests that were made of young people, and I talked very publicly about this, how our young people were showing up in this space. And it wasn't just here in the District of Columbia, same thing in the surrounding jurisdictions, and same things in other jurisdictions outside of Washington, D.C., where our juveniles, our young people were showing up in the space of carjacking. So we've been very diligent in that effort. Sometimes, as I look at the data for this year in terms of where we are with the carjackings are still on a pace. They have not really let up. And I think that here's an opportunity for us to look at what is it that we can do that will change the behavior of people. If arresting is not necessarily the thing that's resolving, I think we have to look also at what is the accountability mechanism that changes that behavior. I'm not saying that it has to be a sentence, from here to eternity, but I am saying that I think we have to look at what is it that we can collectively do as a city, as a region, that changes behavior so that people will, perhaps think twice about that. I think research certainly suggests that, the way to deter these type of things is when there's a certainty that people will be apprehended for the things that they do. Let me talk a little bit about that. I know we're over your time, but this is important. The community members need to understand this, right? So sometimes when you have, a person who gets carjacked as an example, and the person who did the carjacking, there's some wearing of a hoodie or something, a COVID mask or something else that covers their face, and you go back to the victim and say, hey, can you identify the person who carjacked you? Sometimes that's a tall order to fill. So at most, in some instances, we are arresting young people. We're arresting people for unauthorized use of a vehicle because you can't necessarily show that this was the person who actually committed the carjacking. So what have we seen in that space? An increase in the number of arrests for unlawful use of a vehicle. And I think, again, here's a space where we can kind of look at to see how might we be able to change behavior in this space? And is there something, through legislation, through accountability, through whatever it is that we do that might be helpful in that space that may bring our residents and visitors some relief?
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate you very much. Madam Chair, thank you very much for giving me some additional time. And I'll have some additional questions as we go forward. And I'll look forward to continuing to have this discussion with you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Great.
Very
Thank
much,
you so
Chief.
much, Councilmember Gray. Thanks for joining us today. We're now going to turn to Councilmember Parker from Ward 5 for a 15-minute round.
Thank you. And Chief Conti, I want to start at a macro level. Several weeks ago, the mayor announced that she would be putting forth a public safety plan or strategy. I appreciated in your opening comments that police are part of that strategy, but there are many other factors. Do you have an update when the public might receive that plan?
I would defer really to the mayor's office for that when the updated plan will be released. Certainly, the Metropolitan Police Department will be a contributor to anything with respect to public safety. But as you mentioned, we are a part of that. So, as the other pieces for the overall plan are online, I would definitely defer to the mayor's office for when you should expect to see something, sir.
Okay. And then I just wanted to go back to something you shared with Councilmember Gray, just to make sure I got the numbers right. So you were saying total funded officers, you're starting with 3,279, and you're expecting to end with 3,131. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that gap am I to assume that accounts for attrition over the course of the fiscal year?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Got it. And just to recount, you're saying you're losing about 30 to 35 officers a month.
That's correct.
And you ideally at max expect to hire 20 officers a month. And I imagine that is more on the optimistic end of things.
Yes, sir.
And so what we're seeing is that we're essentially bleeding officers month by month.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, that is helpful. I wanted to then dive into some of the numbers in particulars and in an effort to just really square some of the rhetoric that we're hearing. So is it correct that the mayor's proposed budget for MPD is roughly $515.9 million? Is that accurate?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And that reflects a decrease of about $10.14 million year over year?
In local use. Yes.
In local use, that's true. Yes.
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 And I would just say from fiscal year 2021 to now, that is a roughly $60 million decrease. What I'm hearing you say is part of that is accounting for the attrition that we just talked about, but how difficult it is to attract officers to the force. And that is not just an MPD problem, but this is a problem throughout the region and certainly throughout the country, right? Is that accurate?
That is correct. I just want to make sure that the numbers that I'm jiving with the numbers, but yes, sir.
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then there was a transfer of 82 FTEs from forensics to MPD, which is about $10 million more or less.
That's correct.
I'm going to get to the forensic stuff, but I just want to make sure people are super clear on the numbers. And so I know there's been a lot of talk. I don't want to talk about the past, but at a time when there's a lot of talk about we need to support MPD financially, we have a proposed budget that is cutting MPD's budget. And again, that is more than $10 million. And if we were to account for the transfers from the forensics lab, that's anywhere from over $20 million that MPD is seeing a reduction from last year's to this year's budget. Is that correct?
Address.
Yes, please.
So there was a net reduction, but it's offset by a one-time transfer of $9 million to a federal payment. My understanding is that money will come back next year. So the net is the $10 million.
Got it. Okay. And the point I want to make clear to those that may be watching, residents that are really concerned about what's happening over the city and the rhetoric that we're hearing, and I'll just be frank, and I don't think it's you, Chief, but I would say the rhetoric that many have heard from the administration is a lot of finger pointing, and a lot of the finger pointing has centered on money. And we have a budget that is cutting, or some would say defunding MPD. And what I'm hearing you say is that we need to be creative, innovative, given some of the challenges that are facing the force, given the challenges you're even having attracting and retaining officers. And so it's not a money issue per se, but it's around how do we attract and retain officers. Do you think that is fair to say the number one challenge facing the force?
So I think that the issue, and what I hear from community members as I move all across the city, it's a little bit more nuanced when you talk about the finger pointing and what people are talking about, why we are in this space right now. We're in this space not because of what happened yesterday. We're in this space because of what happened 2 years ago. And when we find ourselves in position, I think we've talked about this maybe at one of the previous hearings, where we have essentially, cut off the hiring of the Metropolitan Police Department officers. This happened back in 2010. The same thing happened back in 2010. And it was a beast to regain that ground, to get the numbers back to numbers that are really supportive of the public safety needs in our city. But when we talk specifically about where we are right now, to your point about the challenge of getting the people, yes, that is the challenge now, getting the people. But, this has been like you mentioned about a bleed, this has been a slow bleed over the last 2 years that really got us to the point where we are right now, unfortunately, sir.
But it would seem as if there's something else at play. If we're acknowledging that throughout the region and throughout the country, jurisdictions are facing similar challenges, it doesn't seem fair to simply suggest that what happened 2 years ago is what's at play here, but that there is something happening across jurisdictions.
Well, here's where I would differ, sir. The difference between us and everybody, like we stopped hiring. right? That is a huge difference. Other people didn't stop hiring. We stopped hiring. And when we stopped hiring for almost a year, taking in consideration, as you mentioned, we for the last couple of years, we've lost over 300 some odd officers every year. That's been consistent. So you take into account almost an entire year without hiring for a year when we're already losing 300 plus people. How do you catch up from that? We'd have to double.
But outside of that, and let's say, I'm not challenging that point. But for the jurisdiction that did not cut officers, that is still finding it hard to attract and retain officers, I guess what I'm getting at is there is more at play, and to your point, it's more nuanced than, oh, we just stopped hiring officers a couple of years ago. But I want to keep moving just for the sake of time. I want to center on SROs. SROs, school resource officers, for those that may be watching, are MPD officers that are dispatched and dedicated to our public schools across the district. There was a decision by the council years prior to gradually reduce SROs. It is worth noting that the mayor has proposed to reverse that reduction and therefore keep SROs. In the budget, though, in fiscal year 23, SROs were funded at 60 FTEs. In fiscal year 24, they're funded at 40 FTEs. And so that is, to the plain eye, a reduction. So again, while we're hearing rhetoric from the administration that we're keeping SROs, and the reason why this matters is because I have school leaders that are hanging on every word, because I will acknowledge they want the support, they need the support, but then when we look at the budget, it doesn't seem like anything is changing. So the question here is, it's my understanding that we currently have 40 SROs across the city, and that 60 FTE count was actually included 20 vacancies. Is that accurate?
That's not accurate, sir. The reason why we're at 60, the reason why we were budgeted for 60 and go down to 40 is because of the law that was introduced that mandated us to do that. And every year we were to attrit down until we have 0. So last year was 60. This year it's for this next fiscal year, it goes down to 40. July 1, it goes down to 40 SROs. So that is a law that has been put in place that puts this restriction. So here's the add-on to that. So when that happened, the long-serving members who were our SROs, and I should add, not just serving our DC public schools, but as well as our charter schools that they were supporting, a lot of those members were long-serving members, very familiar in the school system, very familiar with the students. They have since retired. They retired from the Metropolitan Police Department when the law went into effect that mandated us to do that.
So question, how many SROs do we have currently?
Right now, we're just under 40. So we're right at about 40 SROs right now. So we're not even.
And so essentially the mayor is proposing to keep SROs flat, even though she is proposing language and legislation to reverse the decision. And I'm not weighing or giving any judgment whether that's good or bad. I'm just based on the numbers. There are currently roughly 40 SROs, and next year there's a proposal to only have 40 SROs. Is that correct?
I think she's following the law as it is, sir. But
the rhetoric that school leaders are hearing, the rhetoric that parents are hearing, and people that are really concerned about what's happening in our school communities are under the impression that quote unquote SROs are coming back. And I just want to make clear to people that in this proposed budget, there is no plan to bring SROs back any more than we currently have. And that is the point. And I'm not weighing in on the argument. And I will acknowledge that there are many Ward 5 school leaders that say, yes, I want SROs. The challenge I have is them interpreting and understanding the budget, because many of them think they're going to see an increase next year when in fact they are not.
So, and what I think needs to happen, then the law needs to be changed if that's what the expectation is, sir. You know, I have been saying to school leaders, to parents, I've been having this discussion for the last couple of years. And what I have been saying to them is that we are going to follow the law. The law requires us to attrit down. That budget is what has been put forth. If something comes along to repeal that, I'm more than happy to try to.
Yes.
I'm
sorry
more
to
than happy
interrupt, but
try
I
to
would
get there, but we're not there at this point.
the mayor included repeal language in her budget. And so the mayor could have theoretically funded SROs more, but it was a decision to keep that flat. I just want to make sure people in the public and our school communities are clear on what's actually happening, because we often hear the rhetoric that doesn't actually match out with the numbers. I want to keep going for the sake of time.
Sure.
There was a proposal that a number of my colleagues and I put forward around school safety. And it essentially, I think, dovetails with your proposal for civilian individuals to kind of balance the workload of MPD. And there are several aspects of the law, but one of the things it does is it dedicates school safety directors to our schools, understanding that schools need additional eyes and hands on the ground. They are saying they need greater support. Based on the numbers, and we just talked about it, there is no more support currently baked in the numbers. Do you think there's, I just want to get your sense of what do you think of that proposal of dedicating civilians, maybe you train them and give them greater responsibilities to support on the school safety front, and then they liaison with MPD and or other agencies?
I think that is something that certainly should be vetted with the principals and parents to see if it's something that they're supportive of. I can tell you what I hear. What I hear is what you've been hearing lately from school leaders and parents across the board. They want their SROs in the schools when bad things happen, and unfortunately they do happen in our schools. People want to see their SROs. I mean, as unfortunate as it is, we had a terrible incident that happened in Nashville, it's been made national news. Again, those kinds of things, they really scare people. And I'm not suggesting that, hey, this is the reason why we need SROs. I think we need SROs because parents, an overwhelming number of school leaders and students want to see their SROs in the schools. And we're frankly, to be honest with you, just even in the budget space, because we've had SROs to retire and our numbers have attrited the way that we had. If you say here's $1 million tomorrow, that doesn't mean that the following day there's 100 new SROs back in the school system.
I would agree with that. And that's, yes, I would argue that's exactly why we have to think out of the box and think innovatively around how we're going to improve school safety. In my last 40 seconds, I just want to ask some quick rapid fire questions on school safety requests and arrests. Does MPD track the number of safety related requests for assistance from district schools or public schools?
I believe that they do, sir. Well, I'll have to, let me have the team to check on that and then we can get that to you if we have it, but I believe that they do.
If you could please follow up with that, that would be helpful. And then specifically, it would be helpful if those instances have increased or decreased and to what extent, and the number of school-related incidents that MPD is engaging in to just help us as we are moving forward and how we're going to support school safety. So thank you.
Got it. Will do, sir.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Parker. All right, Chief Conti, back to hiring. So the budget proposal includes a $1.4 million proposal and 6 new staff for diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as employee wellness and well-being. What's the breakdown of these positions?
Yeah, I'm gonna have my chief of staff kind of go into that a little bit, Ben.
Absolutely. So the 6 positions break down to 2 additional staff to work with our wellness, our director of employee wellness. So after January 6th, Chief Conti had introduced a new director for wellness. In addition, last year, the mayor and council supported 2 additional positions. This builds 2 further positions. Our officers are still clamoring for this support. Other organizations in the region have added significant numbers of positions, and these 2 additional will work on programs, training opportunities, ways to really reach the members. The additional 4 positions really build out our diversity, equity, and inclusion office and work with our chief people and equity officer and a variety of initiatives to really help make sure that the organization is as inclusive as possible, training opportunities, helping to kind of broaden some of the EEO type training spaces, and give some dedicated focus. The other, the funding that's associated with that is for some strategic change work, as well as some contract work to support D&I type initiatives.
Okay, great. Thank you. I visited the Peace Academy this week and spoke with a number of individuals who do violence intervention work or similar work for the city. And one of the critiques or concerns that I heard from folks about some interactions they had had with MPD officers is an allegation that not all were well equipped with de-escalation tactics and showing the appropriate level of empathy towards people they were dealing with, especially young people. And I don't bring this up to smear MPD, but I hope that we can agree that it's a problem if some of our most vulnerable residents feel this way about their interactions with police. I just want to focus on what we can do to improve it. Can we be doing more to train officers on de-escalation strategies? I know MPD does some training on it. Is this something that all officers receive training on it? Is mandatory training done on an ongoing basis?
Yes, ma'am. So it is something that we take very seriously here in the Metropolitan Police Department, something that we're always training toward. Our ABLE training, active bystandership for law enforcement, certainly is one of the trainings that we do. Most recently, we've connected with the Police Executive Research Forum for 2024. We're looking at ICAT training, which is really focuses on de-escalation. ICAT is it's a training developed. It's a training that has been developed by PERF in consultation with a lot of other folks. That's been adopted in different agencies around the country. So we want to train as much as we possibly can to ensure that our members are given every opportunity, the latest and greatest training in the space of de-escalation. I'd be curious to know, from those that raised that, again, was it representative of, an officer in an incident, or has that been their consistent experience with MPD members across the board? My thought is, and I would like to believe that maybe that is one incident, and it's not really reflective of what the broader agency, what we see in the broader agents through the broader agency lens. We train in our tactical training center in this space, and de-escalation is certainly a focus and will continue to be a focus for us. I should also add too that all officers will receive mental health first aid training as we go through the rest of 2023, which is very, very, very important, and expanding on our CIO training. DBH is helping in that space because it could be someone else in a vulnerable community that's dealing with mental health issues, and we certainly don't want to see those types of situations escalating to something where there's a serious use of force or something like that. So every way that I can think of and that my team can come up with how we better equip our officers to de-escalate situations, we're certainly exploring those spaces, and in fact implementing the training in 2023, 2024, and building on what we already have done in 2022 and 2021.
Thank you so much for that.
Yes, ma'am.
The mental health component is a added complication as you're highlighting that we're also having staffing challenges with. And, I've spoken to mental health professionals and also officers who share the belief and need that we need to build up the pipeline there as well for additional training. I would love to have you join me for a visit to the Peace Academy. I know that there's been different conversations around our violence intervention work, but I think it would be really valuable for both of us to get the perspective of folks who are doing this type of work in this relationship.
Oh, absolutely. I've attended their graduation. I'd be more than happy to attend with you, Councilmember.
Great, thank you. So I want to turn to some of the specific changes to staffing in the proposed budget. The budget shows a significant increase in the size of the administrative office under MPD's executive offices. The funding for this office is more than doubling from $4.7 million to over $10 million. And the number of FTEs would go up similarly from 32 to 79. Can you elaborate on what this expansion is about? Seems like MPD is getting more top heavy as we're struggling to fill rank and file officer positions, and how many of those proposed additions would be sworn officers?
So I'm working on that crosswalk and the pre-budget hearing questions that were sent. What we're finding is that the formulation is a snapshot in time, and it's not where people currently are. So sometimes that's reflective of people who had left and we reused a position description, but it's not actually where they are operating out of. It's just where their budget sits. I'll go through all of those. It's just tedious. I'll go through all of those. It'll take me a little bit to go through and explain all of those differences. But I looked at them this morning. Like, for example, the chief's office looks like it has grown significantly. But what that is last summer, maybe the summer before, it was the community focused patrol unit, which was detailed to start as a pilot, but has now been operationalized and moved into another unit. Their budget and their bodies are still sitting under the chief's office. And that accounts for about 26 people that I was able to quickly find. And then there's, I'll go through the rest of them, but that's going to be the pattern.
So the community focused patrol, just to elaborate a little bit, that is our mountain bike scooter unit that we deploy in different spaces around the city, definitely to address some of the acute issues that we see. But like Leanne said, when we first started out with them, we put them operationally while they were, I guess, under the organizational structure. They fell in the office of the chief of police. Obviously, they don't walk the halls of police headquarters. They're out in communities. And right now it's Good Hope Road, it's Georgia Avenue, and then any other communities where we need them. But that's been the area of focus for the last month or so.
Okay, thank you so much. I know that
Yes, ma'am.
we across the community are very grateful for that unit and hope to see more of it. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The budget also shows a big increase in the police academy, up from 723 to 803 FTEs. But the actual numbers of FTEs in fiscal years 2021 and 2022 were only about 350. So are some of these placeholder positions for future recruits that we're hoping to bring in?
Yes. So there's two parts to that. So this budget has a number of unfunded positions, and what we have done to acknowledging that we're not going to hire all of the 4,000 sworn officers, we move the budgets, or we move the FTEs with no budget so that we have a placeholder, and we put them at the academy. So that accounts for about 418 or so that are just, there's no budget associated with them at the activity level. Some of the other ones are when we recycle, when people leave and we have the opportunity during the budget while we're formulating it, we'll move them over because they'll all start at the academy. So it's not that it's necessarily increased, it's just that's where they will start.
I see. Okay, thank you. And yeah, I think those crosswalks will be really helpful to us to see those moves. And we're seeing this across agencies this year, just with the broad topics, but needing some more granular information. So I know we're only about halfway through fiscal year 2023, but do you expect that 723 number to end up dropping significantly once we see the actual final budget numbers for fiscal year 2023? In other words, knowing hiring has been slower than we budgeted for in the past couple of years, is this the place that in the budget that will ultimately show up? And if so, what will happen to that allocation?
So the FY23 budget has not been readjusted to what we think our hiring is going to be. The FY24 starts though where we think we're going to start FY24, if that makes sense, because we're already in 23. The positions will move all throughout the year. We quite literally move people around every Friday. And then when they graduate, we reassign them. And so that ebb and flow will continue throughout the year. And it depends on how long they're going to be in the academy.
Okay.
I don't know if I answered your question.
Yeah, I think we'll just have to have continuing conversations around that piece as you all and we are employing different strategies to bring people in. And so I understand that piece. So another big change in staffing numbers is in the intelligence division under the Homeland Security Bureau. And it looks like that division is getting eliminated. Is that right?
No, so it's organizational, just restructuring with them.
Okay.
So you have some of those folks who are there that are now under the Violent Crime Suppression Division. So it's just really an organizational move where those bodies went to, but they're not eliminated now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So a big change to staffing that we need to talk about is for the Department of Forensic Sciences Crime Scene Sciences Division out of DFS and into MPD. Can you start by giving me your understanding, Chief, from the mayor's team, what this reasoning is for this move and what it's going to look like in practice? We discussed these changes with DFS Director Crispino at length earlier this week. And my understanding from him is that these FTEs will still be working in DFS's facilities. So what is their relationship with MPD going to look like? How are you going to oversee that staff and also ensure that the independence of the testing is separated from other MPD operations?
Yeah, so the independence has always been there in the space of the, let me back up. So MPD has always had a footprint in the DFS space since that function, crime scene collection was transferred to DFS was 10 years ago. We've always had personnel there doing the function because the number of positions that DFS has had over the year it just never got to the point where it was fully functional without MPD support. The testing has always been separate from what those people who perform that function currently for what they collect and so forth. So they already have a structure for us. It will probably most likely live under our investigative services bureau, which is our detectives and the people who investigate crimes. So the way that we're looking at it as we move forward, MPD, in addition to the DFS personnel who are currently doing that work, we still will have to support that with police officers to do the work that they are doing in community right now. How does that show up for community members? So let's say if a community member has a call to the police for shots fired at a particular location, but nobody is shot, and there's shell casings that are at that location to be collected. We can wait or have an officer to wait for an hour for DFS to be deployed to that, to collect, to just simply pick up the shell casings and put them in an envelope, or we have MPD personnel who also have that training, who are there on the scene, who has the capacity to do that. And we're already really doing part of this work like currently, and we have been for some time. So it really would just be MPD's leadership, if you will, taking over the operation, taking over the management of what's happening in the DFS space, specifically the crime scene collection, but not the testing. We wouldn't touch that.
Okay, that makes sense. And in terms of keeping it separated, I hear you, but with this appearance of a lack of independence, do you have a response to that concern or any other mechanisms that you would consider putting in place to ensure that the work of the CSS staff is wholly independent of the work of the investigators?
Yeah, we've done that for years, and we have been doing it. We got police officers who were assigned to the initial crime scene services branch that sit at DFS and have been there for years. We've always been in this space. It's just that DFS has had the management part of it, and now the management part of it would go over to the MPD side. Their processes would not really change in terms of how they collect evidence. That evidence would then be passed along to the people who then do the testing. And that is the process as it stands right now. It will be the process as they transition under the management of the Metropolitan Police Department. We have no influence over the testing of what happens. I mean, that's all separate stuff, and we just don't operate in that space, and we never have.
Okay, and forgive me, council members, I know I'm over my time, but if this is something that you all have been involved with, and it's the folks are still sitting at DFS, what is the practical reason for this shift? What is it going to change?
So I think what it does, it allows DFS to focus more on their core functions, which is the testing part and the things that they need to do for accreditation and so forth, and not so much worry about, it's like, the equivalent of, police officers, we have core functions, but they're kind of like other things that we do. And I think when you look at DFS, this is sort of other things that they do, but not necessarily a core function of DFS. So again, we've done this for years. This was a kind of a add-on when the lab came about. And yes, those people who currently perform this work would be under MPD's management. The work that they do, that work would not change. It would still be the same work that they do.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. We'll come back to that next round. And I will turn to Councilmember Gray for a 15-minute round.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chief, I'm going to respond to, I'm going to follow up on a question that you and I have talked about periodically here and there. Okay.
Yes, sir.
This is the question around the 6th district headquarters, which I remember you were the chief, working with people in the 6th district. So what I'm really trying to understand at this stage is there anything we can do to change the conditions of the officers who work at the 6th district, other people who work at the 6th district, and make this a more tenable situation to them, Chief?
Unfortunately, sir, the 6D garage was not funded in the capital budget for FY24. You know that space well, and I recall that there were concerns about the parking around there. When we transitioned to the old Merritt School, I forget what year it was, 2015 and 16, whenever it was, and that parking. It certainly is a concern for our officers. It's a concern for the community members who don't have a place to park. But in this budget, it's not funded in this budget, sir.
No, I understand that, but is there something that we can do to help people understand the value of getting the officers housed better at the 6th district than we have now? Because it's really kind of untenable at this point.
Yeah, I'm certainly willing to engage in that discussion, be it with DGS or whomever, around the parking garage issue. I know that you have been a very strong advocate in this space over the last couple of years, even before I became chief, I think, talking about this particular concern. So certainly something that is on my radar. And I will certainly engage in those conversations to see what, if anything, can be done. We certainly want our police officers and community members to be able to coexist in that space. I think there are community members who appreciate having the facility there in the community, but don't appreciate not necessarily being able to get a parking spot when they come home in the evening. So yes, it's something I'm committed to working towards.
Yeah, that is right. They really don't appreciate the importance of being able to, park where they are, providing policing services. And is there anything that can be done in the interim to address some of that, Chief?
There's nothing that is top of mind for me, but if there are some thoughts, sir, or ideas that you have in that space that we could consider, I'm certainly open to that. I think we've been looking at this thing for a minute now, definitely over the last 2 years, I know for certain. We've been looking at it, but if there are some things that you have or some thoughts that you have around it that might be helpful to get me thinking in a different direction, I'm certainly open to that. Otherwise, I'll talk to the district commander and follow up with you to see if he's gotten any, if he has any thoughts on this, but there's nothing top of mind for me at the moment, sir.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to being able to work with you and Commander, the 6th District Commander at this point, to see what we can do to be able to change some of these conditions, because the parking conditions are absolutely horrid. at this point. Have you gotten many complaints about people, officers who work at the 6th district, who realize that it is such a difficult situation for them?
Not many. We do try to maximize, there's the parking lot like on the front, and then there's the parking piece that we have on the back there. So between the 6th district and Youth and Family Services Division, who's co-located there with them, we really try to maximize those parking opportunities on both of those lots. And then you get the parking obviously in front of the 6th district. They do things like relieving out in communities. So as opposed to having as many patrol cars come to the station for relief, we try to do relief in community and then get officers back to the station to get to their private vehicles that way. So things like that, we try to do those things to take off some of the pressure in that space. I don't by any stretch of the imagination believe that it has remedied all concerns from community members or officers for that matter. But there have been some things that we try to do in at least in this space with Commander Robinson and his troops. I think they've tried to work through it as best they can, sir.
Well, I appreciate Commander Robinson also. He's very good to work with, like you are.
Yes, sir.
Great to work with. We appreciate that. So I just think that there's got to be something that we can do to be able to demonstrate to the officers that we, have some concerns for the fact that there are people who are officers who are working there and they just aren't even considered when it comes time to consider what goes on, with the officers being addressed there in that space.
So, and I would say to that, sir, it's one of the things that we were talking about as we moved into that space. On the positive side of that, right? We have a significant number of officers that are assigned to Ward 7 communities that work there, that work out of that building, as well as they work out of the substation, as you know, on Pennsylvania Avenue. So, I'm happy in the sense that we got police officers that are there. And as we've looked at attrition and that kind of thing, that's been one of the things that we've tried to consider in terms of how we deploy officers to districts, especially officers that are experiencing districts that are experiencing higher levels of violent crimes. But to your point, to have those officers there, to have them in the building, as you know, we outgrew the space over on Benham Road. So to now have them in a space that physically accommodates them, but on the parking side of things, a reduced footprint, not able to have it be the ideal situation is certainly a challenge. And we'll keep working through that, sir. We'll keep working through it to try to, make the best tenable position for our officers as well as our community members.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Chief. It's a hardship for, the officers who work at 6D and then have to, I guess, move back and forth between the additional work, the additional assignment that they have at that 6D, and then other areas of the 6th district that they are working in now. So is that something we can continue to work on, Chief?
Absolutely, sir. It absolutely is. I'll get with the commander. We'll definitely follow up with you on that, council member. I appreciate your advocacy in the space to, make sure it stays front of mind for everybody that's involved. Again, I want to make sure that our officers and community members are able to coexist in that space, around the vehicle issue. It is, when you have police cars, privately owned vehicles, citizen vehicles, all in a footprint, that is the size of where the 6th district is located, it certainly creates a problem. So I appreciate you raising the concern.
All right, well, I'll continue to work with you, Chief, and with Commander Robinson.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, I think that just about rounds up my questions. I may have one more that I may have one more before we can finish up completely, Madam Chair.
It looked like Chairperson Pinto may have stepped away. So I'm happy to jump in with questions.
Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you so much, Councilor Ryan. Go ahead, Councilor Parker.
Yeah, I was happy to jump in. And I just would start by acknowledging Commander Altieri and Commander Rod in particular, especially after the shooting near Turkey Thicket last week. The commander came out and or the team came out to address parents' concerns, and Commander Altieri in particular has just been very responsive and nimble. So wanted to, on the record, just acknowledge the ways in which they are being responsive to Ward 5 needs.
I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. One of the things and this is a way in the weeds process question, Commissioner Lucio, while we're on the topic, and several others in the North Michigan Park area have long requested a 4D substation. I'm not going to ask you on the spot, can that happen? But like, what is the process, or what goes into determining whether or not there will be a substation?
So, the way that I describe when I talk about substations, especially when people talk about adding them, I don't want police officers in buildings. I want them on the street. I want them in communities. The buildings, the physical facility itself, it just happens to be a spot where they come for roll call, where they check off, even now down to doing where they process arrests sometime, but even down to doing their reports. I want to maximize their presence out in communities and not at a particular building. We have some existing substations in the 1st district and the 3rd district, as well as in the 6th district. We have existing space there, but I'm not looking to expand, especially in a space where we're seeing our numbers attrit. That's more budget that will go towards building, lights, air, heat, all of that kind of stuff. So I just don't think that we're in a space right now where it is an issue. I would say that you would look to expand to a substation, for example, when you begin to you begin to lose space in terms of personnel who are actually assigned to the building. So for example, if you have 300 officers assigned to a building, now there's no more locker space and that kind of thing, you look at, okay, yeah, we put them, in a different building because we've just physically outgrown it. We did that with the 6th district as an example. But and sometimes, Councilmember, one other thing too, I would just say in that space, sometimes, people, they just really want the officers to check in a space, right? They don't necessarily want them sitting in the building. So, my focus is how we get them there as opposed to having a whole substation where they report out of, where they park, and it creates these parking issues, as an example that Councilmember Gray brought up.
You're absolutely right. It's more about response time and how can folk have greater presence, or and I relate to neighbors and the commissioners that I would follow up, but I hear you loud and clear that just given where we are, as well as with resources, that may not be the best decision, but there may be some other options to kind of meet neighbors' concern.
Yes, sir. And as I mentioned to Councilmember Gray, one of the things you could certainly take back, and I know like in the 4th district, 5D has 1 or 2 spots like this as well, where they try to focus in on doing the relief of the police officers in community and looking at other things. So it's like, you don't take the whole shift of police officers in at one time. You look at odd and even PSAs, for example. So, maybe the even PSAs, they come in for relief, or the 1 car as opposed to the 1 car and the 2 car. So we've tried to do creative things to keep a presence in communities, and so that we're never in a posture where, okay, at this hour, we know all the police are off the street and they're at the station. changing vehicles and all this kind of stuff. So we tried to be very intentional in that space. Even before it became a workforce number issue, we really tried to just from a fighting crime perspective, like you would see, certain crimes that might pop up when you have a shift change. So we look at like our officers, for example, they're working a 10-hour shift, and as they go into the new schedules where there's overlap, again, just another opportunity to keep that presence in community so we don't have to bring all the officers off of the street, and our community members, they benefit from that.
Sure. No, thank you for that, and I will repeat that message. I wanted to go back very quickly to just some of the school-based concerns that we've heard. I recently had a meeting with Ward 5 school leaders. I think I'm clear on the SRO issue, but I wanted to talk about some of the frustrations I've heard from school leaders as emergency situations are coming up and there being a lack of clarity around who should they call, what should they do. Some school leaders, namely within DCPS, say they are now instructed to just simply pick up the phone and call 911. Like, can you explain if there is a protocol that exists across LEAs with MPD, and or like what should school leaders be doing in the case of an emergency, given where we are with SROs and everything else? Yes.
So they should call 911 is what they should do. So for example, if of those 40 SROs that you talked about, if, Officer Conti is, I'm an SRO and I'm, at whatever, Brown Educational Center, right? I'm there. Obviously, there's not a need. If I'm, normally there between 9 and 12, there's not a need to call 911 if I'm there. I think that when principals or administrators find themselves where they need the police not there, call 911. What I think happens is that people sometimes, it's habit, right? They try to exercise the relationships that they have. So if they have Officer Conti's phone number and they're familiar with me, it could be an emergency situation. And people just out of habit will reach out directly to me, call me on my cell phone to say, hey, we got this issue at the school. Are you near here? Can you come by here? Meanwhile, we're kind of losing time. What if Officer Conti is off on leave today? What if Officer Conti is at Blow Pierce?
No,
and not
I got that.
You know what I'm saying? So I think,
absolutely. So the headline there is
911.
that they should be calling 911.
Yes.
That is clear. It is also, I've also heard some feedback that the juvenile division contact information has not always been reliable, that it either rings or it goes to voicemail or school leaders are not hearing back. So you would say beyond the juvenile division, they should call 911, just to make sure we're crystal clear.
Yeah, so I'm not clear on why they would be calling the Youth and Family Services Bureau. Exactly, for an emergency, for any emergency, they should be calling 911.
I got you.
The Family Services Bureau is more. It's really more. Will some of the SROs live in that space, but it's program stuff, and I definitely wouldn't be calling there because you're not going to necessarily get a person. To your point.
Got it. And then on the flip side, if there is an emergency outside of the school, let's say there's a shooting.
Yes.
I'm hearing from school leaders that there is not always clear communication to the campus where they know what's going on and or how they should conduct themselves. What policies exist or should we create so that there is greater clarity around what a school should do in the case of an emergency in a community?
Yeah, so what would be helpful to me if you could share, for example, like whatever school or schools raise
prime example, there was a shooting at Turkey Thicket. There was a child development center down the street. I'm not going to call the name.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yep, that was an instance where off of personal relationships, they made calls, but there wasn't clarity around what should happen. I'll give you another example. Near Mundo Verde, there was a shootout many months ago, you may recall, in the Hanover community.
Yeah.
And the school went on lockdown, but they would say there wasn't clarity around when should they come off lockdown if everything was okay and clear.
So what we do with the SROs in that space and the SRO leadership, if there is an issue in the schools, what should happen is the SROs, again, they have responsibility for our public schools as well as our public charter schools, wherever they are. We bring those managers, those supervisors to the area where we have an issue at the schools, And they should be the ones, the managers and supervisors and the SROs should be the ones who make contact with the schools. Now, we've had a lot more instances this year. And in those instances, I can tell you more times than not, that is what happens. We communicate with the school. We say to the principal or to whoever it is, sometimes the school, they're not waiting on MPD to go on lockdown. They hear shots fired, they go on lockdown. What we say to the managers and supervisors, hey, the schools that are in the area, check in with those schools, let them know what it is we have, communicate back to them once the area is safe and it's no longer a threat to the students. Sometimes what happens, let's say we have an issue we're dealing with on this side, but the school can exit out on the back side of the school as an example, so the students can get home and they're not held in the building for 2-3 hours while we're conducting an investigation on the far side of the building. That happened recently. So the protocol, to your point, is our managers and supervisors and SROs, when there's an incident, should be communicating directly with the schools in those instances, but nothing to prohibit a principal from initiating or administrator from initiating a lockdown if they feel that they need to make sure that their students are safe.
SROs. And then the instance of child development centers, I would imagine they don't have SROs. No. And so in what ways can we include them in that protocol if that is in fact the protocol for MPD? Because that seems to be a gap right now.
So in an emergency situation, I would say, because I'm sure we probably have hundreds of child development centers. And at the risk of saying that, hey, MPD, in addition to the 200 and some 300, whatever the number it is, public schools and private schools, not private schools, I'm sorry, public schools and charter schools, in addition to that, you got to know about these educational centers. What I would suggest is that in those instances, those individuals can also reach out to MPD. Again, nothing prohibits them from going to a lockdown, but calling 911 to say, hey, our school is in lockdown. Can we have somebody to come by our school or whatever? We can then dispatch somebody there. If it's 3 or 4 in an area, we can dispatch. Some schools might, the administrators may feel like, hey, we're 4 blocks away. This doesn't impact us. We know it happened 4 blocks away. We're good. But I would not want to, in an emergency situation, burden the police officer with kind of having to know where all those things are. But that would be helpful to us.
I just, again, with that seems to be a current gap. My office will work through and like how we can create better communication between MPD, our office, and the child development centers. But I know there is some ambiguity there in the instances of emergencies. And as you can imagine, when there is news of an incident, they are being flooded with questions from parents who are panicking, and they don't always feel as though they have clarity themselves. I want to turn
too, if I could just add this, that might be helpful too. We put a lot of stuff on our Twitter feed to say, hey, this is the area where we're operating here, traffic, whatever, traffic closures. If their schools are in those areas, if there's someone in an incident that monitors our social media, that might be helpful too. A lot of people use that.
Okay. In my last couple of minutes, I want to go to the forensics transfer and just make sure I'm tracking. So I know you talked to Chair Pinto about this a little bit, but the 82 FTE transfers, is the expectation is that those 82 individuals will be the only ones dealing with forensics if MPD were to take over this responsibility?
No, sir. And right now, they're not the only ones dealing with forensics. It's both MPD and those 82 people that you're talking about. It's both that deal with it.
Okay. And I guess the general question I have, and it's a genuine question, I should say, if we are saying that MPD may be strapped for capacity, given all that it has to do, we're having attrition. What I'm hearing you say now is that we're actually going to add a pretty significant caseload on MPD's docket. How do you just justify that?
So this makes us slightly more efficient because we can use our resources and those resources really combined. And that's really the strength of this. Like I said, MPD has always had a footprint there. We have officers right now for the last 10 years that have been positioned, situated over there, co-located with DFS. And what we have not done over the course of the years is, as we have lost people through attrition, we have not backfill those officers, put additional officers in that space. But we are right now handling many types of scenes already within DFS's purview without DFS. Right now, if shots get fired someplace anywhere Washington, D.C., there's no person who's shot. There's just shell casings to be collected. You have an MPD officer who will collect that information to submit that for NIBIN testing, like right now.
Argue that you all are already doing the job, and these FTE transfers and the responsibility expansion gives you greater justification to do the job you all are already doing in many ways.
Yes, and it allows I think it puts everything under one umbrella, under the same managers. And right now, that is the thing that it's in place right now, sort of, but it's under DFS. Like I said, our officers who work over there at DFS controls what tour they work, what shift they work, how they complement the DFS civilian folks. And now that it's under MPD, we'll be taking a holistic look to see, all right, how does this complement calls for service and crime that we have in the city in terms of how we deploy through that lens?
Understood. Thank you.
Yes,
and
sir.
Chair Pinto, if I could have 10 more seconds, I would just say, Chief, some would take issue and flag as a concern that things would be under one roof, that you would have MPD doing the prosecuting in one way and the forensics. So I just want to flag that is in fact some people's concern.
And I would just say in response to that people should understand that MPD would not be, we don't do the testing. That's not what we do. Right now, we pick up shell cases, put them in the envelope. We take them to the people who are responsible for the testing. That's no different than what we'll be doing if this and when this goes into place. It's no different than what we'll be doing then. Still collecting shell cases, still putting it in there, someone else doing the testing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Next, we will have a round from Councilmember Christina Henderson, who is also a member of the committee. Go ahead for a 15-minute round.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto, and good afternoon, Chief Conti.
Good afternoon.
Chief, I wanted to, I guess, pick up a little bit where Councilmember Parker was talking about in terms of the DFS lab. As you know, I chair the Committee on Health, and so some of the changes that are being proposed for the DFS lab would include moving the public laboratory over to DC Health. And so now I'm sort of paying attention to all the various pieces of the parts that are moving. My understanding is that under MPD's budget now, you currently have 9 FTEs in the Crime Scene Investigations Division. Is that correct?
That sounds right. I'll double check that to make sure. Is that number right? Yes, that's right.
Okay,
but in addition to that, council member, we have officers who are assigned to our patrol districts that are not part of that FTE count, who do very similar work in terms of, like I said, collecting the shell casings from crime scenes, in some instances, dusting for fingerprints, that kind of thing.
Okay, so for the folks that you have, I guess, on your official FTE count versus the folks who are currently working at DFS in the Crime Scene Sciences Division, is there any difference in terms of job responsibility?
No, the job responsibility would be the same.
Okay, so when I looked back at the committee report for DFS in terms of its creation, it cited a report from the National Academy of Sciences that basically spoke to the need for independence in terms of forensic analysis and those kinds of things. But it seems as though you are saying by moving the Crime Scene Services Division back to MPD, that's efficiency. Do you have any concerns, though, about the appearance of there not being independence within that division as it pertains to even just the collection, right? I know what you're going to say is like the DFS folks will still be doing the analysis, but I'm just curious in terms of the collection piece. Do you have any concerns about that?
We've been doing it. We've been doing it. And that's why I don't have any concerns. We've been doing the collection. We've never stopped doing the collection. Even when DFS was all DFS, MPD members have continued to do the collection. We haven't been doing the analysis, but the collection of shell casings, the dusting for fingerprints, MPD members have continued to do that.
Okay, so in this bifurcated system that we're currently operated in, who is responsible for doing the training for those staff to ensure that all protocols and things like that are being met?
I can speak to the training component. So right now, the DFS provides training to DFS technicians. DFS has worked with us to provide training to MPD officers to do that. However, MPD has now taken the function of providing that training for officers who are responding to do scene collection. So again, this function, MPD officers process thousands of scenes a year. This is really just kind of bringing this into a consolidated structure as opposed to having kind of pockets that have different management responsibilities to do the same function.
Right, okay, but these FTEs that are moving, it's like moving on budget, but I have to imagine that those individuals will still sit at DFS, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think in terms of, let's forward think if we go through with this budget support act subtitle, we will have people sitting in the same building who report to 3 different agencies: DC Health, MPD, and DFS. And in many cases, they would be sitting, in some cases, sitting in the same lab or in the same office, reporting to 3 different agencies. Do we have any concerns about that?
No, so no, the people who are doing the work, those people should be in the field. Yes, they may have office space there. And through a management lens, I mean, obviously we'd have supervisors and managers there from MPD who sit there with those individuals, but they would not be, I mean, they would essentially, again, do what they're doing now, still doing the collection piece and then passing that off, whether they're in an MPD facility, passing it off, or at that facility, passing it off. It's still happening like that way now. MPD members that are not part of the FTEs, the stuff that they collect, it still goes to the same place, to DFS, for them to do the analysis.
Okay. So from a procedure standpoint, I'm just trying to think through this from a process standpoint.
Sure.
If I'm a crime scene services division person, I don't actually even know in terms of like what my title would be. Let's just say I'm in that division. I do something, right? So I would get my schedule from MPD.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they do my tour of duty. I get called out to a scene. I process that.
Yes.
Evidence collection, etc. And then
Yes.
what would I do with that at that point?
Once everything is collected, whatever that evidence is, then that stuff will go to DFS to be cataloged and then turned over for analysis. And that's where you get into the scientific space where the MPD people are not qualified to do the analysis work, to compare the this to that. They're not, that's not their area of expertise or training, quite frankly. Their area of training and expertise is, again, the collection space.
Okay, because I'm trying to just sort of figure this out, right? Like, I think one of the major concerns in terms of the DFS piece was the independent analysis portion. And I've talked to you now, I've talked to the interim head of DFS, and everyone is saying, no, that the analysis functions will remain independent from everything else.
Yes.
Okay, all right. We got that. I want to ask about some other pieces around staffing. And I guess for some of this is clarity for me around like, are you just moving line items or is it something different? So I noticed under the disciplinary review division in terms of FTEs, there's an increase from 7 to 9. Is that a reflection of adding more people or just for greater capacity in that department? Is it a typo or is it something else?
Yeah, I'll have the chief of staff speak to it, but really, as you know, we negotiated a new disciplinary, or we went through a new contract, and as a result of the new contract, discipline is no longer part of the collective bargaining, and our thought is that in that space, there will be some expansion which requires the personnel there.
I can speak briefly to that. With the legislation passed by council and reaching the collective bargaining agreement with the DC Police Union this past year, the way and process that a lot of our discipline is administered has changed. As you know, discipline is no longer negotiable. And so some of the responsibilities for drafting notices, holding resolution conferences with members have been centralized for consistency, fairness, and other reasons, where previously they were being handled by different units. So while you might see additional FTE headcount in that spot, it's actually a centralization of the function for a greater number of issues, bringing greater consistency for the agency. So it is a revised approach to the way that we're administering discipline as an agency.
Okay. Let me ask about another division. So in the records division, we're showing an increase of 5 FTEs there. Is that a similar circumstance, or are we adding new people?
Let me answer.
Yeah, I'll have the chief operating officer go ahead, Leanne.
So I explained earlier, I'm working through a pretty robust crosswalk because when the budget is established and the FTEs are established, it's a snapshot in time. Sometimes those are vacant positions, and in the budgeting process, the positions stay. So in the crosswalk, I'll explain where people came and went, whether they're actually there, because that's not going to be indicative of what our staffing is. Our staffing is more closely going to be aligned to the monthly report we send forward because we shift people around quite a bit based on operational need. But I will look specifically at the records when I don't have it at the top of mind yet.
Okay, so let me ask about the police academy. We're seeing an increase of 80 there. Is that something similar?
There, we recycle people and we put vacant positions. When we have enough time at the beginning of the budget cycle, we put them at the academy because everybody that comes in new will start there. So the positions will flow with the person when they go.
They will be assigned to various either patrol districts or something to that effect.
Yep.
Okay, that's helpful. Hey, we're getting through these, going through this real quick. The executive office of the chief of police, we're seeing an increase of 6 FTEs. And the budget chapter notes that these individuals will work on diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. I think, Chief Conti, obviously we've talked about this in the past in terms of the work that you wanted to do there around increasing, the number of women officers, et cetera. Is that part of this, or your commitment on that? Is that part of this?
So yes, 2 are in the wellness space, and then 4 are in the DE&I space.
Okay, so these will be civilian folks?
That is correct, ma'am. Yes, not police officers.
Okay. And in terms of the wellness, I guess, is that getting at the, I'm trying to find the right word to describe it, but we've seen this more in terms of requests around how can we help improve staff morale, work on work-life balance, those types of things. Is that what you're envisioning for these positions? I'm imagining they haven't been posted yet, or because these are new.
Yeah, I'll have the chief of staff address that, but yes, you're definitely in the ballpark.
So council member, adding to kind of the description a little bit previously in the space. So the DE&I positions will really build on a lot of the work that our chief people and equity officer is doing, really kind of expanding the programs and services, helping with training around EEO type processes, helping with our managers, kind of those related pieces. The 2 wellness positions, those build on top of the 2 wellness positions that were added to the department this current budget year, and the director for employee well-being support that was the prior year. These are kind of out of January 6th. Some lessons learned about ways that we can improve wellness and support to our employees, really focusing on training, some service, some direct kind of opportunities to provide just things for our members to be able to really look at healthy eating, healthy workout routines, providing kind of all of that. And so we've seen a lot of appetite from our organization for additional resources in this area. Other departments in the region, in particular, other departments that have responded to January 6th, have been making these enhancements as well. And so this is really important for us to continue to invest as a department to really make sure that our officers are taken care of, so that when they go in the community, they're healthy and able to really serve the community.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. I think when folks are in high stress jobs, sometimes they forget to take care of themselves, and that shows up in the work, whether it be, you missed something because you're tired or you didn't eat that day or any number of things. So I think that's definitely important.
And for an organization our size too, just those, the number of people to reach the number of people, we have to expand some services there.
Right. Okay, I want to ask a little bit about the hiring incentive piece. I think you noted earlier, Chief Conti, that Montgomery County and Anne Arundel County have now followed us on the bonus front. I wanted to clarify that the bonus is not attached to any sort of level of service commitment, meaning, or maybe it is.
It is.
Oh, okay. How long?
So the hiring bonus, at time of graduation, so it takes an additional 2-year obligated service agreement. So to receive the graduation portion of the bonus, they sign an obligated service for 2 years beyond that period, which again, those are some critical years to retain people through.
Yeah, sort of looking through some of the, I guess, data around retention, and as I don't want to say this, I'm not picking on the police department because the teachers have the same issue, but I'm seeing, and perhaps you're seeing too, a lot more turnover of people in that 3 to 5 year span. Would you say that's accurate?
So that's shifting a little bit with the new collective bargaining agreement that was reached. We were seeing generally between that 3 and 7 year window. That had kind of expanded more to an 8-year window. Now we're starting to see it shrink back kind of down. So getting folks through kind of that first couple years is important, but then also the police officer retention program and some of the other incentives, really getting them kind of over that hurdle. Our goal is to kind of keep shrinking that back down or reducing the likelihood of kind of early departure, so to speak.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I see I only have like 20 seconds left, so I'm not even going to try to fire off enough the question. Thank you, Chief Conti. Thank you to your team.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Henderson. All right, Chief, let's return to DFS and finish that discussion there. So the proposal brings 80 new FTEs into MPD in the budget. And in those positions are in the Investigative Services Bureau, but I also see that there are another 40 proposed FTEs on top of those 80 in the Narcotics and Special Investigations Division. So is that 40 related to the DFS transfer too, or is that independent?
No, I'm going to have Leanne answer that one.
Okay.
So earlier when we talked about the intelligence, people shifting from one to the other, that's where they went. They went from Homeland Security Bureau into Violent Crime Suppression Division. But I think in the budget, it still refers to them as the Narcotics and Special Investigations Division. So it's not part of the DFS transfer.
Okay. Is there a sense of how much underspending we may have at the department this year, looking at some of the hiring trends and other challenges of the last several years?
So the underspending that we might have in salaries is getting absorbed with the overspending we have in overtime to address those manpower shortages.
So is that a no? We don't have that exact number.
It'll even out. I can get the exact number and show the projection for overtime and that it's offset by the savings in salaries. I can submit that with the other stuff I submit next week.
Okay, thank you so much. Great. So moving on to some other challenges that we're facing. I know that you are aware, Chief, of the frustration of some of the stakeholders around Capital One Arena, both around quality of life issues and around serious crime. And we've seen security camera footage of a young person pointing a gun at another teenager at Gallery Place. We've seen footage showing an individual brandishing a knife at a security guard and making other very troubling threats. which are really serious issues for public safety and also undermining of our larger goals of revitalizing downtown, which is one of the reasons that I've been calling for more police presence in that area. But I also understand the staffing challenges that you are having, and what more police in one area means to pulling away resources that you need in another area. So given that reality that we're dealing with the available resources, how do you think about deploying resources to areas that are having higher degrees of gun violence, for example, versus continual quality of life or drug related crimes going on in a particular neighborhood within a district as you consider staffing?
So when you talk about, the higher degrees of violent crimes, I mean, one of the things, and Leanne kind of alluded to this, what we have had to do, because the number of people is the number of people, whether we're addressing a violent crime issue, quality of life issue, whatever it is, we still got the same number of officers. But let's say, for example, I'll use the 6th district or the 5th district as an example. They had a homicide in a particular community of concern where there is a need for increased police presence. And you mentioned, yes, I can take from other communities and put those officers there, and okay, yeah, that may solve the issue for that community, but what does it create in the space where we've taken these officers from? So we've had to, have our officers to work overtime again, which is not something that I'm proud to do, because it's not sustainable over a long period of time. I mean, while we've had our officers work 1 million hours of overtime for the last 3 years, we're not alone in this. NYPD, I was just looking at their numbers the other day. They're on schedule to spend $740 million in overtime because their force size has shrunk, and that's a pretty large organization. But we've had to do the same thing here. So if it's a quality of life issue, and we had a discussion recently with the team about the Capital One Arena area that you mentioned, we can either pull people from other communities, or we can increase our presence in that area through overtime. And back to Leanne's point, so where those savings, so to speak, come in is to really try to help offset some of the staffing challenges that we're facing in order to get to a number that helps the communities to feel safer with the presence of officers that they see. It's a very difficult balancing act. It really is a very difficult balancing act. And when you see, for example, you mentioned Capital One, so they've arrested, the person who, assaulted the staffer down there. They made over, just so far this year, 100+ arrests. I'm sure Commander Bryan has probably relayed that 100+ arrests that they've made down in that area. But as you know, the challenges really extend beyond MPD. I mean, there are other stakeholders that are involved with some of the issues that we see, but what makes people feel safer, at least right now, kind of to address some of the issues, is people want to see police officers there. So we're working with the leadership there at Capital One to try to, help maximize that presence down in that area.
Okay, well, thank you for your attention there. It really is affecting, as you know, a lot of challenges downtown, and the status quo is in need of so much more intervention with MPD and with other stakeholders, as you mentioned. So let's turn to school resource officers. The mayor includes a proposal to repeal the removal, otherwise make sure that they can continue operating in schools. Can you speak to the value of having SROs in our schools, especially as it compares to the alternative of having regular MPD officers respond to incidents in our schools after the fact? There are a number of people who suggested today that we should be investing in non-police approaches to school security. And can you give any specific examples, if you talk about that, of the types of incidents where you don't know if that would be the right approach or what you've seen?
So yes, ma'am. Thank you for the question. The school resource officers have a higher level of training than our regular patrol officers. They go through about 40 additional hours of training that's put on every year by the National Association of School Resource Officers. In addition to that, training that we do here within the Metropolitan Police Department that focuses on the development of young people, de-escalation, I mean, a whole litany of different things that they train our school resource officers on. That again, our regular patrol officers, they do not receive that level of training. I think that when you talk to, and again, I'm saying this and I've said before, I am a DC public school parent. I know some people may have testified that they may not be DC public school parents, but I am a DC public school parent. And I'm saying this through the lens of a person here. And I think other council members, Councilmember White, and I've had other conversations with other council members that I believe are supportive in this space, based upon conversations with principals, based upon the conversations with parents, and based upon, quite frankly, the conversations with children within our DC public schools. There is a relationship there between our school resource officers, the communities that they serve, and the children that attend these schools. And what I know through the lens that I operate, both as parent and police chief, is that there are times, and there are a lot of times, where issues that happen in the neighborhood oftentimes bleed over into what's happening in our schools. And while it is not every school, it is enough of them where there is concern for both parents and administrators and staff at the various schools that we have. I mean, I've seen administrators, get the crap beat out of them based upon, video camera by students in some schools. And what happens in this space when you have people who are there who are not trained, are not able to deal with these things, it creates a dynamic in the schools where these things oftentimes will bleed over from the schools back into a community and turn into violent crimes when they're not properly addressed. Sometimes that addressing these issues is mediation with the school resource officers, parents, et cetera. I've seen these situations where, everybody try to handle these things, kind of handles them themselves. And then when we're investigating the violent crime on the back end, then we learn about the thing that happened in school that really didn't get addressed the way that it should have been addressed. And again, I'm not suggesting or talking about, hey, look, we need to, for every fist fight between our children, we need to go and arrest our way out of this situation. I don't have to think back far. Earlier this week, I got an email from a parent concerned about her kid who was jumped by some other students. He was injured, but not arrested because of the way that we operate now. I had another parent who was concerned about her daughter who was touched inappropriately by another student under the age of 12. That parent, again, concerned about how this situation was handled. And again, some might argue, well, hey, professionals, other than police should be dealing with that. I'm just talking about the reality of what I hear from the majority of the parents that I deal with. And I'm not talking anecdotally where, this is a here and there. I'm talking about the majority of the people who I have these conversations with. And I'm sure you've heard a lot of the same. While there may have been some people today that have a different view, a different perspective, whether they're associated with DC public schools or not, this is a real issue. And there are real assaults, there are real things that happen when these situations are not properly addressed. I would also argue, lastly, I'll just leave this point here, council member. I think that we should be looking at ways to definitely have our officers to engage our students that's in a non-confrontational way. And our school resource officers, a lot of times, are the conduit to do that. I watched, I was mentioning this on the news the other day, but watched a video about a side-by-side band in one of the schools, a gymnasium full of students singing along with the side-by-side band. These are officers who are out here serving, but not just serving, but serving our kids where we need to have that connection with them. So I'm sure you're going to get people who argue both sides of the issue. I would say defer to parents, real parents who got real students in our school system, and also refer to the administrators and the staff who work in these environments. I've heard from them that some of them, learning can't get done because they have concerns about public safety within the school, We just had a kid the other day robbed in the stairwell of one of our high schools. And people were trying to mediate that situation without involving the police. But if you're the parent of that student who got robbed, I think you might want a little bit more than mediation if your kid can't go from class to class without being robbed in the stairwell. So those are real issues that we see, right? Real guns being collected from outside of the schools in some instances. I mean, that happens.
So Chief, and I hear you, and I never supported the phase out. And you know, we're working on this. I am glad you mentioned this additional training piece, because I think that is a good lesson we can learn from some of the calls from folks. Is we should have SROs available in schools, and we should also make sure that they are trained appropriately on dealing with young people. And I know a lot of them are, and perhaps there can be even more training and focus on that moving forward. How many guns and knives have been recovered in the last year in this school year?
So I don't have that number in front of me, council member, but that's something that I will certainly, that we'll follow up with you on the report. Let me see if we get.
Okay, thanks. I know during performance oversight, you reported that there were 8 guns recovered from students this school year and 27 knives. And that was in February.
That was in February, yeah. So I mean, I'm thinking of a situation just in the last couple of days, you know, where we saw a backpack, you know, that we recovered a firearm from a backpack outside of the school. So I know the number has gone up since February, but I don't have the number as of March 31st. I don't have that number with me, but it will be up from that.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. I'll do one more question in here. So the budget includes $1.5 million to support the purchase of digital investment platform software. Can you explain what that is going to be?
Yes.
So it was actually a purchase from FY23 that we have installed. When it was submitted when it was funded in 23, it was funded as one time. And it was budgeted for $850,000. There are a few other things that are in that 1.4 million. I have that table broken out for the response. Okay. But it's a continuation. They just put the money back. That's why it shows up as, it looks as if it's new, but it's the same thing we have this year.
Okay, thank you. And then for the fiscal year 2023. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Chief.
No, go ahead. When the SRO piece really just, when you said something, it reminded me of a video I watched in the crime briefing recently. I know people are concerned about police officers, but I just watched a video where a substitute teacher hauled off and smacked a kid that was probably less than 12 years of age. You know what I mean? So this whole, the police, and we don't know how to deal with our young people population. I mean, our SROs have that level of training where they're really focused in on our young people, their frontal lobes not being fully developed and all of that kind of stuff. I mean, they're a special group of people to deal with, and you really have to have the right temperament to do that. And I think our SROs over the years have been more consistent than not in that space. Sorry to go back to that, but.
No, it's okay. I think it's an important point to add. And those are many of the voices that I have in mind are of teachers and of substitute teachers who are reporting very intense or violent or traumatic incidents that they do not have the training or resources to intervene with. And our school resource officers do, and very grateful to their efforts. Okay, I will stop there before we can move on to Councilmember Gray for another round. Councilmember Gray, if you have additional questions, feel free to
I just have one additional question.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How does this proposed budget enhance community relations and community policing, more specifically, and then foster community trust among those who we are looking to foster trust among? Can speak to that, Commissioner? I mean, Chief.
Yes, sir. So I think it's hard to point to one line item And I say that through the lens of over the course of the last 2 years that I've been in this role, sir, I've tried to weave that into all parts of the Metropolitan Police Department, whether it's the training, or as we were talking about a little earlier, our community focused patrol officers that are out here in community, making sure that we have officers who are in tune, more compassionate, more empathetic to the communities that we serve, doing things like our Community Engagement Academy, where our community members are able to come in and really kind of understand our officers better, but also our officers are able to go out into communities and do this work. Most recently, for example, up in our one of the Latino communities here in the District of Columbia, we took a group of recruit officers there with students and members of the community. This was highlighted on Univision the other day, but for them to really kind of have a better understanding of each other, and what are some of the pillars of MPD in terms of how we focus in on communities. So I don't think you're going to find a specific thing. I'm sure of many folks, namely Officer Jason Medina, Andre Prasad, and all those guys in the 6th District who do an incredible amount of work in this space, but it wouldn't be defined by a particular line item in the budget, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the additional time you gave me, and we've tried to use it as effectively as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember Gray. Looking forward to working with you in the next several months to improve public safety. Thank you for all of your support and ideas here. So Chief, turning to the fiscal year 2023 supplemental, it looks like MPD's budget is being decreased by $360,000 for FY 2023. Can you tell us where those reductions are coming from in the budget? Is that all ARPA funding?
Yes, I'll have Leanne to address that. Go ahead, Leanne.
It is ARPA funding. It was added back in 2022 related to Narcan purchase, but we get that through a different venue. And so we didn't need the money, so we gave it back. And it had very restrictive use. So we've been trying to get it off our books for a minute.
Got it. Okay.
And all of our patrol officers are deployed with Narcan in their vehicles and able to assist community members. That's something that we track daily. And unfortunately, daily use. Fortunately, no lives are being lost as a result of their use, but unfortunate that they have to deploy that for some of the ills that we see in community.
Okay. Thank you. So let's turn to capital projects. I want to ask about the MPD facility at 501 New York Avenue Northwest. I understand that Department of Corrections is proposing to renovate this site and turn it into a temporary central cell block for MPD. We've heard from a resident we've heard from a couple of residents who are very concerned about this proposed use, but could you clarify what this site is currently being used for and what the new use is going to be?
So it's currently our traffic and enforcement branch, which falls under the Special Operations Division. There will come a point in time, and I'll have Leanne address the specifics on the capital stuff, but obviously our facility over at 300 Indiana Avenue is in much needed repair. And there will come a time when we would need to transition the people who are held in the central cell block, transition them out to a facility that is secure enough to hold them while they're waiting transportation to court. And 501 New York Avenue is still centrally located, still near the courts, where we could take prisoners to be temporarily held until we move them to court. And Leanne, I don't know if you want to just kind of talk any more to add to that, but that's essentially it.
That's exactly right. And it's already got a cell block in it. The facility already has cell blocks. So it'll get renovated, but it's not, it's one of its current uses is a backup cell block when we have major events.
Okay, but it already has a cell block, but that cell block is not currently being used to house folks?
It's not currently being used to house folks right now. It is like in the past when we've had, we've had major events in the city and we may need to activate other cell blocks, for example, when we had riots, et cetera, and we need a facility, that is one of the locations that we have the ability to put online to process prisoners if need be.
Where are some of the other locations?
The districts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all of our districts are outfitted with cell blocks. Although, as we are talking about and thinking about how we move forward in an area where we have a shrinking workforce, right now we're rethinking how we process prisoners. And we could find ourselves in a position where not every police district will have a functioning or operational cell block where we would have the capacity if need be, but in terms of the people to run that facility, we could find ourselves in a position where we use those officers back out in the community.
Okay. And so how many people will this cell block be able to house?
The new one, I mean,
I think that's part of the renovation. I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, what's the timeline for that renovation?
I don't, I'll have to check with DGS to get back because this is a Department of Corrections project. It's not actually under MPD. So I don't follow that one quite as tightly.
Okay, thank you. So looking at some of the capital projects in MPD's proposed budget, the budget includes $8.4 million in fiscal year 2024 and $50 million over the 6-year financial plan for marked cruisers. Can you speak to the need to replace marked cruisers? Obviously, this is a fact of being an agency that relies on vehicles and that has a limited useful life. But since this is my first time analyzing more closely MPD's budget, is this comparable to MPD's budget for cruisers in recent years?
Yeah, please.
For the current year, so for FY24, it is consistent with the it's consistent with the CARS assessment. We do go through the CARS assessment process with DPW. The reason why it looks like it's greater than it was last year is because the pattern has been fully funding it in the year that we're in and then reevaluating it in the following year. The need remains the same year over year. And if we don't do it in the year that we're in, it makes the out years grow, if that makes any sense. But the CARS report for marked vehicles for 24 was 8.4 million. So that's what we have funded. It's also 8 million in 2025, but that's not what's funded here. So I imagine it'll be a similar shift next year.
Okay, thank you. And on the subject of cruisers, I understand one of the recruitment tools MPD is interested in is giving officers take-home cruisers, and I have heard from many officers who have highlighted this as a desire of theirs as well. How many officers are currently using take-home cruisers, and did Mayor Bowser include any funding in this budget to support expanding this practice?
Let me see if I can get the number for you. We may have to follow up with you on that one, council member. It's not funded. I don't believe it's funded in this budget. Is that right, Leanne?
Not for expansion. This is just to maintain.
Yeah, to maintain what we have. Right now, we have about 16% of the workforce that lives in the District of Columbia. Obviously, we will want people to have take-home cruisers living in the District of Columbia, which is kind of why all these things kind of work hand in hand. So we want to get them here. We want them to live in the District of Columbia. If we can, add the housing incentive, and on top of that, there's a take-home vehicle that can be attached to it. Those are one of the things that we hear from our members as well. We look kind of around other jurisdictions, Anne Arundel County, take-home vehicles, Prince George's County, take-home vehicles, Prince William County, take-home vehicles, Arlington County, take-home vehicles. So, while they are smaller agencies, the affordability to be able to live in those counties, work in those counties, have a take-home vehicle in those counties, I mean, it makes sense. We want to use this as a tool to try to attract where we have people actually living in the District of Columbia, council members. So that's our plan on it. And we'll get back to you with the number. We'll follow with you on the number of cars that are actually out there right now.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate having
Yes,
that
ma'am.
number as
Absolutely.
we consider this budget and get that request. Is it fair to say, I know you need to look at the specific number, but is that additional funding that you would like to see? Is this something we need more funding for?
Before answering that, Councilmember, I would want to make sure that the vehicles that we already have, because like Leanne said, how people move around, let's say a person who was a patrol officer who had a take-home vehicle who got elevated to detective would no longer have a vehicle, but we would have a vehicle to assign to somebody who is a DC resident. So before saying that, I would want to make sure that we've exhausted the inventory that we have allotted already for take-home vehicles before asking for more.
Got it. Okay,
We'll get that number to you for certain.
great. Thanks so much.
Yes.
In performance oversight, we talked about that number of officers who's living in the district, and I believe it was around 18%. Is that still?
It's usually 17. It's about, I said 16, but it's about 17, and that's it. 17. We were at 15 for a while. The number has been growing, which is a good thing. So if we're around 17, 18%, that's good. And we want to see more. We want to see more of that. We want to see more of our officers living in the district. And I think as we continue to see our police cadets that are converting over, I think you'll continue to see the number of officers actually living in the district. You'll continue to see that number grow.
Okay, yes, we definitely want to see that number grow as we move forward. There's also a $3.25 million expenditure for a one-off capital project in fiscal year 2024 for various renovation projects, including a $750,000 allocation for interior upgrades for the 5th district. Can you speak to these projects? And I do just want to share my support generally for improving the facilities at all of our districts and making sure that folks have comfortable places to work and operate out of.
Yes, I'll have Leanne to address it, but I will tell you, having done a walkthrough of the 5th district, certainly there are other spaces that we need to see improvements. But in the locker room, for example, when it rains, because the locker room is sort of underground, there's water that really just pours into the locker room for our officers. And then as you kind of walk around the facility, you look at things like the paint on the outside of the building. Matter of fact, I even think that may have even became an issue at a press conference that we did there with Councilmember McDuffie, maybe sometime last year, just the state of the building. And that's one of the first ones that we wanted to kind of focus on, but I'll let Leanne chime in if I kind of missed anything in that space. But yeah, it definitely needs some work there.
So this is one where we get funding each year. So we get generally an allotment of about $3 million to $3.5 million each year to do small capital improvements at all of our facilities. We try to group them into kind of broad categories, but like right now, I think there's about 20 active projects with the current allotment of funding. And the list continues to grow of things that need help, but the exterior windows and the roofs needing to be replaced are contributing to interior leaks that are happening with the facilities. And so we have to move people out of those spaces. There's a lot of deferred maintenance over the years. So HVAC systems need to be replaced. Plumbing systems need to be replaced. Parking lots need to be replaced. So there's a variety of things. I can include, I think that was also one of the questions, but I can have the breakdown for our current projects and what we plan to do with the next round of funding. A lot of them had long lead times. And so we try to balance when we think the funding will come in to the ones we can have kind of a more immediate impact for the working conditions for the members.
And Councilmember, one thing I would just kind of add to that, I'll share with you, I know in several of our police districts, the 3rd district, the 5th district, and others, one thing that I've challenged our members in this space, even in difficult budget times, as we take pride in the places where we work, our members have gone out, went to Home Depot, got drywall, paint, et cetera, to clean up the facilities, put up drywall where there are holes in the drywall, remove old furniture out of there, do the things that we need to do, because we spend a lot of time in these facilities. And while some of the repairs have had to be delayed for a number of different reasons, for those things that we do have control over, we've done district beautification. We've even invited community members in to paint murals in several of our districts, just to try to beautify them a little bit. Again, these officers come to work there every day. Community members use this space, and we don't want our facilities to appear to be blighted properties and that the people there don't care about them. So obviously we're not replacing HVAC systems or anything like that, but in plumbing systems we can't replace that. But for where we can add a coat of paint or we can do other things, they've been doing that in the police districts definitely over the course of the last year.
Wow. Well, that's amazing, but I'm sorry to hear that, because it, is something that the government should be investing in. And it's similar to when I hear from teachers who talk about them reaching into their own pockets to buy supplies for their students, and our officers going to Home Depot and painting their own substation. So thank you for sharing that. And I'm happy to see that this upgrade is particularly included, because it's something that I was mindful of as we look at the budget in an area that I've heard specifically about, with some of the concerns with the leaking and otherwise. So I'm glad to see this is in the pipeline to get repaired. There is a $1 million allocation in fiscal year 2024 for upgrades to MPD's CCTV cameras, and $3.5 million over the financial plan. How many replacement cameras will the 2024 funding support? I've heard from many residents who are interested in seeing more of these cameras at certain hotspots. Is there any funding here for new cameras, or is this only for replacements?
Yeah, this is for replacement cameras only. It's to do a refresh on the existing cameras that we have. This will replace 50 cameras and 3 of our mobile trailers.
Okay. Is there any other place in this budget that supports additional cameras?
There's not dedicated funding for additional cameras in the budget for FY24.
Okay, that's something I'd certainly like to continue working with you all on, as there seems sadly to be an additional need for many residents and businesses who'd love to see more of these cameras in their areas. One thing I want to ask about from the fiscal year 2023 budget is the recent reprogramming of $2.5 million from the Department of Human Services to MPD to support the Blue Plains impoundment lot. What's the current status of that lot, and when is it expected to be completed?
Yeah, they've already started to move the cars back from the temporary lots where it had been, they had been moved out between Temple Hills and Oak Hill. I think they are finishing doing some of the lighting, but the cars are back on the lot now. I think they had borrowed funding from other places. I think this was making other projects whole.
Gotcha. Okay, because there was some conversation when this came in about that type of that amount of funding for a parking lot that other of my colleagues raised. Is that aligned with how much these things generally cost?
Well, prior to it being paved, there were literally trees growing through the vehicles that were on the lot, because we have a requirement to maintain some of these cars for upwards of 65 years. And so whereas other places have parking garages to protect these vehicles from the elements, they're still out in the open space. There have been issues in the past with break-ins because the fencing wasn't secure, just damage to the vehicles because they were on dirt lots. So now this paves it in, strengthens the fencing, provides lighting, improved lighting, and provides improved security systems. So yes, I do think that it was, and it's probably a 6-year-old project. We've been trying to get this done for a while.
Environmental penalties.
Oh yes, and the environmental penalties. I forgot about that. The part of I think the push to get this moving forward was because the oil was going into the ground and the runoff was causing. So now it's been designed to address the environmental issues to reduce the runoff into the soil.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much for that additional detail. That makes sense. We spent a lot of time talking earlier today about recruitment and retention efforts, but I do want to ask you about this fund that is in the mayor's budget proposed for DCHR for $2.5 million for retention and recruitment. And I know there are a number of agencies who are dealing with hiring challenges. What is your plan to apply for some of that funding to use for Metropolitan Police Department?
I certainly think we'll look at whatever the criteria is for the application in our professional staff space as well. That could have some added benefits since that's not explicitly covered in any other stream of funding. So for some of our positions like our criminal research specialists, which work to support the detectives, that would be an area that we would try to leverage that. And then obviously, depending on the guidelines for the program that they create, whether or not we could leverage any of that for sworn hiring. We do a lot of collaborative work with DCHR right now on hiring, the virtual job fairs that they offer. We are in contact with them almost weekly just to try to figure out any ways that we can amplify our sworn hiring, our cadet hiring, particularly in the cadet space. Our kind of teamwork with DCHR has added some benefit that, and also with DCPS. So we'll certainly take a look, and if there's opportunities to leverage that, we will.
Okay, thank you, because I'm worried that pot of funding is going to go quickly, and there are a lot of hiring needs. And as we think about other agencies within the public safety space, especially with MPD and FENS and OUC and DOC, we have a lot of pipeline challenges and thinking about how we can better coordinate to build that pipeline and get people who are interested in public safety to see all the different options that are available to them to serve the public.
And there have been collaborative efforts across the cluster, in particular for public safety, since there's numerous hard to fill positions. So, women in public safety, also specifically for just public safety jobs, we've been doing collaborative efforts, and I think those will just amplify and continue throughout the next few years. Not just us, Department of Corrections, OUC, and others. Not everyone wants to be a police officer, but if there's an opportunity for them to be a good government employee, or similarly, some people are not necessarily jumping on, hey, I want to be a police officer right away, but the opportunity to start somewhere and then be able to transition in. We're trying to take advantage of that as part of our recruitment strategy too.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And I know there's more work and conversations ahead, but I'm certainly looking forward to working with you, Chief, and your whole team on this budget and on additional strategies to support the department, improve hiring and retention, and making sure that the climate for officers is one where people want to work and one that can improve public safety for everybody in all 8 wards. And so I really appreciate you being a great partner in this work and thinking strategically and creatively about how to accomplish our shared goal there. That concludes the questions that I have for you and your team today. I do want to give you a chance if you have any closing thoughts or want to highlight something that we didn't get a chance to talk about today.
I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to testify today about the Metropolitan Police Department's budget. I have in the last 2 years really tried to communicate not just to council, but all stakeholders, community members, just where we are as an agency, and the challenges that we face are real challenges. So as I go about every single day, waking up, when I go to sleep, thinking about how best to deploy those resources to make the citizens of the District of Columbia as safe as can possibly be, that is top of mind for me. I will continue to communicate to the community, to the administration, to council, what those needs are. I will continue to accept feedback from all stakeholders about areas where we think we can improve, or things that we can do that may yield us more police officers, or but I really want to make sure that we do everything that we can to be supportive of our police officers. There are certainly spaces, as you and I have had conversations before about, and I know that you're supportive of, by the way, of things that we can do like right now, things that can be done to demonstrate to our officers that we do support them, to demonstrate to community members that we are serious about fighting violent crime in our communities. I will be a willing partner in that space, and I will advocate hard for MPD. I will advocate hard for communities that we serve. I'm going to give my honest assessment every single time, council members. So I appreciate you. I appreciate the rest of the council members that joined us on the very important issue of public safety, and look forward to working with you as we move forward to make District of Columbia the safest city in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that, and I appreciate all of the hard work of all of our Metropolitan Police Department officers, sworn and civilian, and to your leadership team here today. Looking forward to some improvements this year. And I want to thank my own team as well for all of your help on this budget and preparing for today's hearing. So with that, it is 4:53 p.m. on Friday, March 31st, 2023. There being no further business before the committee, we are adjourned. Thank you.